Hello, and welcome back to Zenin Fanfics. Today we're starting an exciting new series. What if Deku was reborn as Quirkless Girl? If you enjoy this video, please like and subscribe for more content. The story we're featuring is written by Korina Kamalilpa 8 on Wattpad. You can find all the relevant links in the description, so be sure to check out the author's profile and say hello. Now let's dive into the story. The battle is broadcasted live. The entire world watches as Izuku Midoriya and Tamura Shigaraki clash with devastating force. The ground cracks beneath them. The sky itself seems to split. Finally, with a final, desperate blow, Izuku defeats Shigaraki. Announcer, voice breaking on TV, he did it. Izuku Midoriya has defeated Shigaraki. The war is over. Across cities, towns, and villages, people scream, cry, embrace each other. Joy fills the air. Back on the battlefield, amidst smoke and rubble, Bakugo collapses to one knee, clutching his bleeding side. His breaths are ragged. Kirishima, running up Bakugo. Hang on, bro, we got you. Denki, don't move too much. You're losing a ton of BLD. Kirishima and Denki each take one of Bakugo's arms, lifting him up as gently as they can. Bakugo, gritting his teeth, voice weak, Deku wears that dim-in nerd. Pro heroes Hawks, Endeavor, Mirko, and others arrive, battered and limping. Hawks, panting, I can't believe he pulled it off, that kid something else. Endeavor, stern, but a hint of pride, he fought like a true hero. Mirko, grinning through her pain, he's got more guts than anyone I've seen. Bakugo struggles against Kirishima and Denki, wanting to walk forward himself. Bakugo, I gotta see him, I gotta tell him. Kirishima, gently, easy, man, we'll find him. They all start scanning the battlefield, but there's a strange, growing unease. Nearby, heroes are helping each other. Tamaki, shivering, is everyone alive? Nijire, weak smile, just barely. Mirio, we need to find Deka now. Achiko, Azui, Juru, Ida, and the other Class 1A students gather, injured but moving. Achiko, shouting, Deku, where are you? Azui, Karo, I can't see him anywhere. Juru, shaking, whispering something's wrong. All Might staggers forward, wild with panic. All Might, young Midoriya, where are you? He spots a familiar green figure, lying broken on the ground. His heart stops. His legs give out beneath him as he scrambles toward the body. All Might, desperately, no please, no. He falls to his knees beside Izuku, who is lying motionless, BLD, staining the dirt around him. He touches Izuku's neck, searching for a pulse. There's nothing. All Might, whispering, shattered, no pulse. He presses his hand against Izuku's chest. No rise. No heartbeat. All Might, sobbing loudly, no. No, 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 young Midoriya. Please. He lifts Izuku into his arms, holding him tightly, rocking back and forth. Bakugo, Kirishima, Denki, and the others arrive and freeze. Bakugo, hoarse whisper, Deku. The entire group freezes in horror. The world falls silent. Hawks covers his mouth. Endeavor looks down, fists clenched. Mirko closes her eyes in grief. Kirishima, staggering back. No way. Denki, tears welling up. He can't be. Bakugo drops to his knees, dragging himself toward All Might and Izuku. Bakugo, shaking, voice cracking, Deku, wake up, a minute. You can't leave now. He grabs Izuku's shoulders, shaking him slightly. Bakugo, you were supposed to survive. We were supposed to finish this together. No response. Izuku's body remains limp. Achiko stumbles forward, tears already streaming down her face. Achiko, sobbing, Deku, you promised you'd come back. Jairu covers her mouth, trying to stifle her cries. Azui wraps her arms around Achiko, crying quietly. The rest of Class 1A arrives. Ida, Mina, Siro, Shoji, Ojiro, even Mineta, all battered, bruised, and completely heartbroken. Ida, removing his helmet, bowing his head. He was our light, our symbol of hope. Momo sobs openly. Mina drops to her knees. Kirishima, punching the ground, voice shaking, He gave everything for us. Aizawa limps into view, crutches under one arm, missing one eye. His face falls when he sees All Might holding Izuku. Aizawa, quiet. Hello, Midoriya. He kneels down, placing a trembling hand on Izuku's head. Aizawa, you fought harder than anyone. You carried all our hopes. I'm so sorry. All Might, still cradling Izuku, looks at all of them, tears falling freely. All Might, brokenly, he saved us all, and we couldn't save him. The cold wind sweeps over the battlefield, carrying a bitter silence. Heroes, civilians, the whole world watches as the boy who carried their dreams lies still. Smoke still lingers. The fires of war are out, but silence is louder than any explosion. Izuku Midoriya, the heart of Class 1A, the symbol of a new era, lies lifeless in All Might's trembling arms. All Might clutches him tightly, tears pouring down his face. His voice is hoarse and broken. All Might, he was just a boy too young to bear the weight of the world, too young to die. He lowers his head, resting his forehead on Izuku's. All Might, whispering, you gave everything, even your future, so others could have theirs. I'm so sorry, I wasn't strong enough to protect you. Class 1A encircles them slowly, each student frozen in grief. Achiko, barely audible, tearfully, I remember he always smiled. Even when he was hurting, Ida, fist shaking, his resolve never wavered. He inspired us to be better, not just as heroes, but as people. Momo, he carried the burden without ever asking for anything in return. Kirishima, he always made sure we stood back up, and now he's not getting back up. Denki wipes his tears but fails to stop crying. Jiru grips his sleeve for support, silent tears trailing her cheeks. Azui, softly, voice cracking, Karo, he always cared more about us than himself, always. Bakugo kneels beside All Might, staring blankly at Izuku's face. His body trembles. His breathing becomes erratic. Then Bakugo, shouting, broken, no, this isn't it. Be a minute, Deku. You can't just die. Everyone jumps slightly. Tears stream down Bakugo's face, his voice filled with anguish. Bakugo, we were supposed to keep fighting Dash. You and me, head to head till the end. How the hell am I supposed to beat you if you're not even here? He grabs Izuku's vest, gripping it tightly. Bakugo, desperately, you stubborn, selfless idiot. You saved everyone, but didn't think about yourself. You were supposed to live, damn it. Silence. He leans his forehead against Izuku's chest, crying openly now. Kirishima places a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, but says nothing. Aizawa, quiet, standing behind them. He lived the way all heroes dream of, and he died protecting what mattered most. Hawks, Endeavor, Mirko, the big three, and the remaining pro-heroes bow their heads. Hawks, softly, Midoriya, you really were the future. Mirko, quietly, he went out like a DMN champion. Across the country, the broadcast continues. The reporter speaks through tears. News anchor, on screen, we regret to inform the world that Izuku Midoriya, the hero who ended the war, has died in battle. He sacrificed his life to save humanity. People weep openly. Families embrace. Civilians place flowers at photos and altars. Hero statues now carry green ribbons. The camera cuts to a small apartment in Mizuta-fu. Inko Midoriya has collapsed to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably, gripping a photo of young Izuku in his All Might pajamas. Inko, screaming, is it? No, my baby. Mitsuki Bakugo rushes to her, tears in her eyes too, hugging her tightly. Mitsuki, through tears, Inko, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, Masaru. Holding them both, he was a hero to all of us. Cut to Kuda, watching on a hospital TV, his small fists clenched, face soaked in tears. Kuda, shaking, Deku, no, you promised. Eri drops her apple and buries her face into Aizawa's scarf. Eri, sobbing, big brother Deku, please come back. Back on the battlefield, All Might finally stands. He gently adjusts Izuku in his arms, like a father carrying his son. All Might, to the heroes, voice full of pain but pride, he was a light in the darkest hour, we owe him everything. The pro-heroes bow their heads. Class 1A surrounds him. Together, they begin to walk a solemn, silent procession. A march to honor the fallen. Citizens across the country watch the live footage. All Might carrying Izuku's body, a line of heroes and students behind him, stepping over the broken remains of war. No one speaks, but the silence carries a message louder than any words. Narrator, TV voiceover, Izuku Midoriya. Hero, friend, student, son, saved a broken world, and in doing so gave it a future. Izuku Midoriya's funeral. A solemn breeze passes through the cemetery. Rows of mourners gather around a black casket adorned in white lilies and All Might emblems. A massive portrait of Izuku Midoriya smiles gently down on them, surrounded by offerings from across the nation. Flowers, letters, photos, gifts from children, and handmade hero memorabilia. Inko Midoriya sits at the front, clutching a framed picture of Izuku as a baby. Her face is pale, her hands trembling. Inko, whispering through tears, "My sweet boy, you always wanted to save everyone." Mitsuki Bakugo wraps her arms around Inko from the side, holding her tightly. Masaru stands silently behind them, head lowered in mourning. Mitsuki, softly, "Inko, I'm so sorry." Izuku, he was a hero till the very end. A real one. Inko, numbly, "I just wanted him to be happy, not to carry the world." She shakes her head slowly, her tears silent, now deeper than words. All Might steps forward, slowly kneeling beside her, guilt weighing down every breath. All Might, softly, voice breaking, "Inko, I failed him. I should have protected him. It was my duty to dash." Inko interrupts, touching his hand. "No, Tashinori, it's not your fault." She looks up at him, her eyes filled with grief, but also pride. Inko, gentle, pained, "He chose this path because of you. He wanted to save people, just like his hero, and he did. All of you are still here because of him." All Might bows his head deeply, placing a hand on the coffin. All Might, softly, "Thank you, Midoriya, for being the hero we all needed." The crowd parts to make way for Class 1A and 1B, all dressed in black, some barely holding themselves together. Nijire clings to Tamaki's arm. Mirio stares at the ground, holding back tears. Hound Dog, present. Mike, Cementas, Recovery Girl, all the UA staff are present. Aizawa stands with his scarf covering half his face, but his one visible eye is soaked. Achiko steps forward first, holding a white lily. Achiko, quietly, "You were my best friend, you never gave up. Not once, even when it was impossible. I don't know how I'm supposed to smile without you." She kneels and places the flower down, tears falling freely. Achiko, whispering, "I'll miss you every single day." Jairu, Mina, and Azui hug Achiko from behind, all crying. Even Mineta, normally loud and obnoxious, is completely silent, tears streaming down his cheeks. Tokoyami, stoic but heavy-hearted, "Darkness has taken our brightest light." Ida, clutching his flower tightly, "He taught us to run forward, no matter the pain. He was our brother in arms." Kirishima helps Bakugo step forward, handing his back. Bakugo stands in front of the coffin, unmoving, staring down at Izuku's name etched into the stone. His voice is rough, choked. Bakugo, quietly, "I hated you for always being ahead of me, but then it." Deku drops to his knees. Bakugo, voice cracking, "You weren't supposed to go first, we had a deal. We were going to be the best together. You stupid, noble nerd." He places his hand on the casket, bowing his head against it, body shaking. Kirishima kneels beside him, wrapping an arm around his shoulders. Kirishima, gently, "He's watching us now. Man from up there, he's smiling." Achiko comes forward, kneels beside them, laying a hand over Bakugo's. "Achiko, we'll keep going. For him. For everything he gave us." The crowd watches in stillness. Aizawa slowly steps forward, placing a pair of Midoriya's old notebooks on the coffin, worn and marked with battle notes, sketches, dreams. Aizawa, hoarse, "This was a student I was proud to teach and honored to know." He closes his eye, bowing deeply. The funeral ends in silence. But one by one, people step forward. Children Izuku saved. Survivors of the war. Fellow heroes. Each placing something on the altar, a letter, a flower, a thank you. Above it all, engraved in stone, reads, Izuku Midoriya the hero. Friend. Son. The boy who shined brightest. I just want to save people, with a smile. The sun gleams gently over the new monument erected in the heart of Mizutofu. Standing proudly beside the statue of All Might is a newly unveiled statue of Izuku Midoriya, in his full hero costume, his expression full of courage and hope, one arm raised like All Might, symbolizing the next generation of peace. At the base of the statue, etched in stone, are the words, Izuku Midoriya, the symbol of hope. Class 1A stands together at the base, silent and tearful. Bakugo stares up at it, hands in his pockets, jaw tight. Achiko, Azui, Ida, Kirishima, and the others watch with pride and sorrow. Achiko, softly, he looks like he's still smiling at us. Ida, nodding, forever reminding us why we became heroes. Kirishima, he really did it, didn't he? He changed everything. Inko steps forward, tears glistening as she covers her mouth in awe. Her legs wobble slightly at the sight of her son, immortalized as a hero. Masaru holds her arm gently while Mitsuki rubs her back. Inko, voice trembling. He was always chasing All Might, and now he's standing right beside him. Mitsuki wipes her eyes, then turns to Inko gently. Mitsuki, Inko, I know this place is full of memories, but you shouldn't have to face this alone. Why don't you come stay with us? Inko, startled, shyly, Oh, I couldn't possibly. That's too much. I wouldn't want to impose before she can continue. Bakugo cuts in, his voice firm but respectful. Bakugo, Auntie Inko, your family. You're coming with us. We've got a room ready. You'll be safe. You won't be alone. Inko's lips tremble at the word family. She nods slowly, touched beyond words. Inko, softly, thank you. Thank you. Katsuki, everyone. Kirishima gently pats Bakugo's shoulder, smiling. The group takes one last look at the statue before slowly walking away. Inside the quiet class 1A dormitory, the air is heavy with silence and soft sobs. Izuku's room is open, his shelves still lined with hero notebooks, All Might figures, his green gloves resting neatly on the desk. The class moves slowly, each of them helping pack his belongings into boxes. Every item they touch feels like a fragment of their friend's soul. Juru, holding a hero notebook, he used to fill these with everything he learned, every little detail. Siro, sighing, he was obsessed, but he made it all count. Achiko finds his old jacket and hugs it to her chest, letting tears fall. Achiko, I want to keep this. I always used to tease him for never washing it. She smiles through tears. Ida folds Izuku's gym uniform with care. Ida, let's make sure everything is returned with dignity. Meanwhile, Bakugo pauses in front of a small photo album tucked in the back of a drawer. He opens it. Inside, a photo of him and Izuku as kids. Midoriya beaming in a bright All Might shirt. Bakugo with a smug grin, arm around his shoulder. Achiko peeks over and smiles. Achiko, gently teasing, wow, you smiled in that one, Kakin. The others gather around and chuckle. Even Bakugo lets out a rare, dry laugh. Bakugo, he was always soft. Even back then. Crybaby but kind. Even when he was quirkless, he wanted to help people. He closes the album, holding it close to his chest. Bakugo, quietly, I'm keeping this. He gave me so much, and I never got to say thank you. The girls find old toddler photos, a tiny Izuku playing with a plush All Might. Mina, Kuina, look how chubby his cheeks were. Su, Karo, he was adorable. No wonder everyone loved him. Azui picks up a tiny green hoodie from childhood. Yaoyorozu claims one of his older notebooks. Even Mineta asks to keep a doodle Izuku made in class. Kirishima, he's not here, but he's still with us. In these memories, in everything we do next. The class nods, holding their mementos like sacred treasures. The box is nearly full, sealed with care, labeled for Inko Midoriya. As they leave the room together, They stop at the door and look back once more. Achiko, softly good night, Dekabukigo, under his breath, rest easy, nerd. The moonlight bathes the graveyard in soft silver. Suddenly, Izuku's gravestone glows with a faint green light, traces of one for all reacting to something beyond comprehension. A gentle wind stirs. The light intensifies, and from the earth, a soft shimmer rises. Izuku Midoriya's soul, glowing, weightless, slowly floats upward. His eyes flutter open in confusion as he sees his own lifeless body far below. Izuku, softly, what's happening? Where am I? The scene around him changes. No longer in the mortal world, he now stands in a warm void, stars floating gently in the distance, surrounded by 8 shimmering figures, the spirits of the previous one for all users. Yoichi, the first user, Midoriya, you fought bravely. The world has seen your heart. Nana Shimura, softly, but your time in that body has ended. Izuku's breath catches. His eyes widen in fear and disbelief. Izuku, no, please. I don't want this to be the end. I still have so much to do. My mom, my friends, Kak and Dash. He grips his chest, emotions swelling. Izuku, I want to protect them. I want to live even if I'm not a symbol. I want more time. There's silence for a moment. Then the users step closer, their energy glowing brighter. Daigoro Banjo, you're still the same kid, stubborn and full of heart. That's why One for All chose you. Yoichi, there's one way. Izuku, hopeful really. Nana, solemnly, but it comes at a price. You cannot return to your old body. One for All's remaining spark, its final gift, can place your soul in a new vessel. In 6th user, it would be you, Midoriya, but reborn. A different form, a different life. The world would not recognize you. Izuku, quietly, a sacrifice. Yoichi, you will not be Midoriya Izuku as the world knows. But your spirit, your ideals, your will, they'll remain intact. Izuku, after a pause, if I can still help people, if I can still protect those I love, then yes. I'll do it. I'll give up everything if it means I can keep moving forward. The spirits smile with pride. A glowing portal of light opens behind them. Yoichi, gently, then go, young hero. Live again, but walk a new path. The forest outside, Mizutafu, glows faintly as the stars twinkle above. A body lies gently resting in a bed of moss, cradled by nature, glowing with residual green energy. Her eyes open soft green, filled with confusion. She sits up, gasping as sunlight peeks through the leaves. Her hair spills over her shoulders, still wild and green, but longer and silkier. Her skin is soft. Her features are elegant. She touches her face, confused, startled by the softness. Her voice is gentler, higher, but still undeniably hers. Izuku, now a girl, softly, what happened to me? She stumbles to her feet and finds a nearby puddle, gazing at her reflection. Long green hair, freckles, same eyes, but unmistakably a young woman. Izuku, shocked, that's me. I look like my old self, but female. Her fingers tremble. Her heart pounds. Her body is unfamiliar, but the determination in her eyes is still there. Suddenly, her hand glows. One for All pulses faintly in her veins. Izuku, it's still here, the power OFA. She looks at her hands and clenches them tightly. Izuku, determined, okay. I'm not Midoriya Izuku anymore, but I'm still me. Whoever I become next, I'll keep saving people. That won't change. She turns toward the forest path, ready to begin again, with no name, no past, but a heart full of hope and the fire of One for All burning within. As dawn breaks over Mizutafu, Izuku, now a young woman, steps out of the forest in a borrowed cloak and faded clothes. Her green hair tied back, she looks at the city skyline ahead, where the world she once protected continues to live on. Her heart aches, but her resolve is firm. Izuku, softly to herself, I can't go back. They'd never believe it, and it'd only cause confusion. Pain. She pulls the hood over her head, sighing deeply as she walks into town, avoiding the crowded streets, and sticking to quiet paths. Eventually, she stops in front of a government building and fills out a form. Name, Izumi Midoriya. She stares at the name for a while before signing. Izuku, quietly from now on I'm Izumi. Weeks pass. Izumi finds a small apartment on the edge of town, working quietly as a part-time librarian and substitute for a kindergarten teacher. She keeps a low profile, never using her quirk in public. Still, her heart can't rest when she sees someone in danger. Quietly, in the shadows, she helps, never letting anyone see her. A boy about to be hit by a car finds himself pulled back by an invisible force. A woman lost in the woods finds her way, guided by glowing lights. Small miracles, quiet kindness. Izumi, smiling to herself in the night, I won't stop helping people, even if no one knows it's me. 3 years later, the next generation of heroes. 3 years have passed. The world has moved forward, but the scars and memories remain. Class 1A are now seasoned pro heroes, their names well known and respected. They've grown stronger, more mature, their uniforms updated, their skills sharpened. At Bakugo's hero agency, the office is loud and energetic. Bakugo, now in his early 20s, stands in front of a mission board, his red cape draped over one shoulder. His agency bears the name Ground Zero. Bakugo, gruffly, Kaminari, Jiru, you're on crowd control. Kirishima, you're with me, heavy target. Siro, Mineta, you're with Mina for recon. Move. Kirishima, grinning, just like old times, huh? Bro Kaminari, zapping a can of soda, man. It still feels weird not having Deku around. A quiet pause fills the room. Jiru lowers her headphones. Jiru, yeah. I still expect him to walk through the door with some crazy strategy. Bakugo stares at the window, silently. His fingers twitch slightly. Bakugo, in thought. Deku, Todoroki, and Ida patrol in a high-tech vehicle, discussing recent villain activity. Yaoyorozu is in the back, analyzing data on her tablet. Ida, still no signs of the rumored vigilante, saving people anonymously. Todoroki, calmly, there have been reports but nothing confirmed. Whoever it is, they're precise, controlled, almost familiar. Tokoyami, like a ghost who never left. They exchange glances, all thinking the same thing, but none daring to speak it. Achiko, Ajui, Koda, and Hagakure visit a local kindergarten. Bright-eyed children giggle as they demonstrate how quirks are all unique, and that being quirkless isn't a flaw. Achiko, kneeling to a shy child. You know, my best friend was quirkless once, but he was the bravest person I ever knew. Ajui, gently, Karo, and he still saved people, with or without power. Hagakure, playfully, he taught us what it really meant to be a hero. Meanwhile, at a small school on the city's edge, Izumi stands at the front of a peaceful kindergarten classroom. She wears simple clothes, her hair tied into a low bun. Her students giggle as she draws a smiley face on the board. Izumi, softly smiling, all right, little heroes, today we're going to learn what it means to be kind, even when no one is watching. In the staff room later, she flips through a notebook, quietly sketching faces from her memories. Kaken, Achiko, Ida, Todoroki. Her hand pauses over Bakugo's drawing, her eyes lingering. Izumi whispers, you all grew up so well. I'm proud of you. Outside, a news broadcast plays on TV. Bakugo and Kirishima are featured on the screen, capturing a villain. One child looks at the screen, then up at Izumi. Little girl, Sensei, you kind of look like that old hero Deku. Izumi flinches, then smiles gently. Izumi, haha, do I? Maybe just a little. It's late afternoon in Yuzudafu's open-air market. Warm sunlight pours over the crowd. The scent of roasted meat and vegetables fills the air. Izumi walks quietly among the stalls, her long green hair tied loosely over her shoulder. She holds a basket as she carefully selects potatoes and pork slices. Izumi, muttering softly, pork cutlet and my mom's potato snack recipe. Just like home, vendors smile at her as she walks by, her beauty turning heads and natural charm with grace in every step. Some men pause mid-conversation, watching as she inspects produce with focused calm. A tall man with a cocky grin finally approaches. Stranger, hey miss. That hair, those curves. Mind giving me your name and number? Izumi doesn't look up, only gives a wry smile. Izumi, sarcastically, sure, and maybe next I'll give you my bank pin. Beat it. The man laughs and tries to walk beside her. When she turns to leave, he suddenly grabs her arm and gropes her lower back. Stranger, feisty. I like him that way. In one swift motion, Izumi grabs his wrist and twists it back painfully. He yelps and drops to one knee, shocked. Izumi, coldly, you ever touch another woman like that again, you won't need that hand. At that moment, two heroes arrive, Kaminari and Mineta, mid-patrol. Kaminari calling out, whoa, what's going on here? Mineta, blinking at Izumi, green hair, tight jeans, she's like a goddess. They approach. Kaminari squints. Kaminari, hey, are you alright, ma'am? We saw him grab you. Izumi, keeping cool, I'm fine. This guy thought harassment was cute. I reminded him it's not. Mineta eyes the twisted wrist and chuckles awkwardly. Mineta, remind me never to cross you. Kaminari pulls out cuffs and turns to the man. Kaminari, all right, buddy. You're under arrest for assault and harassment. Say the excuses. Stranger, in pain, she broke my wrist. Izumi, deadpan, I barely bent it. You'll live. Kaminari glances at her again, suspicious. Something about her tone, her poise, it's familiar. But she shows no sign of recognition. Kaminari, thanks for staying calm, miss. Can we get your name for the report? Izumi, shaking her head politely, just call me Izumi. That's all you need. She smiles slightly, picks up her basket, and walks away without looking back. Both heroes watch her go, stunned. Mineta, dreamily did she say Izumi. Goddess tier name too, Kaminari, muttering there's something about her, but I can't place it. Evening hits the Bakugo's agency. The common room is alive with energy. Mina is lounging on the couch, scrolling through social media while Jairu adjusts her hero boots. Kirishima and Siro are sparring near the training room. Kaminari and Mineta walk in with wide grins, clearly energized from their patrol. Mina, smirking, okay, what's with the goofy smiles? You two find a bakery or something. Kaminari, grinning, even better. We ran into the most gorgeous woman we've ever seen. Mineta, swooning tall, green hair, curves like a dream. Her name's Izumi, and she broke some guy's wrist for touching her. Mina, rolling her eyes, of course. Heroes of chivalry and bub. Achiko, raising an eyebrow. Here we go again, you two fall in love with every girl who can stand on her own feet. Ida, sternly adjusting his glasses, you're on patrol. You're supposed to be vigilant, not distracted by appearances. Kaminari, laughing, Ida, come on. She literally helped us subdue a creep. And she had this vibe. Mineta, like a appealing enigma from a novel. While they chat, Bakugo sits nearby, glancing over reports with Todoroki and Tokoyami. Todoroki, the Hosu incident might be linked to the League's remnants. 2 sightings. We're narrowing it down. Tokoyami, the pattern of movement is unnatural. We need recon squads. Bakugo listens, but his attention flickers to Kaminari and Mineta's story. His eyes narrow slightly at the name Izumi. Bakugo muttering green hair. Todoroki, looking up something wrong. Bakugo, gruffly, just sounds familiar. Can't place it. He stands and walks to the window, eyes on the city lights. Somewhere out there, someone's watching. He doesn't know who yet, but his instincts are stirring. Evening light filters through the windows of Izumi's small, cozy apartment. It's simple, a small kitchen, a table in the corner of the living room, soft green curtains, and walls lined with books and subtle, all-might memorabilia. Izumi, now wearing an apron, sets a plate of pork cutlet and homemade potato chips on the table. A cold barley tea sits beside her. She sits down, tucking her hair behind her ear and picking up the remote to turn on the news. News reporter, TV. Earlier today, Pro Heroes Ground Zero, Shoto Todoroki, and Tokoyami responded to an emergency in Hosa City. The coordinated effort rescued 10 civilians and resulted in the arrest of multiple suspects believed to be tied to remnant villain cells. Footage plays on screen. Bakugo shouting orders, Todoroki freezing debris to protect civilians, and Tokoyami shielding a child with dark shadow. Izumi smiles softly, eyes filled with warmth and quiet longing. Izumi, softly, to herself Kaken. Shoto, Tokoyami, you're all so strong now. She takes a bite of her cutlet, closing her eyes. Izumi, thoughts, you're protecting them just like we dreamed. I'm proud of you. I just wish I could tell you that. She watches the screen a little longer before lowering the volume. Her fingers gently trace the edge of her plate. Izumi, whispering, Mom, I hope you're eating well. Later that night, the stars peek through the clouds. The streets of Mizudafu are peaceful, dimly lit by soft amber streetlights. Izumi, dressed plainly in pants, a t-shirt, slippers, and a light jacket, steps outside her apartment. She walks to a nearby park bench, sitting down and looking at the night sky. A breeze lifts strands of her green hair. Izumi, quietly, it's been 3 years. I wonder if you've all moved on. Maybe that's better. I shouldn't be part of that world anymore. After a few moments of silence, she stands up and begins to walk, her hands tucked in her pockets. She absent-mindedly takes a familiar route, her feet guiding her without thought. Soon, she finds herself outside a sleek building lit with a glowing sign, Ground Zero Hero Agency. The glass windows show the warm interior where familiar faces gather. Inside, Bakugo sits at the head of a table, leaning back with a drink in hand. Kaminari is laughing at something Mineta said. Kirishima and Mina are arm wrestling while Shiro watches with snacks. Laughter fills the air. Izumi pauses. She steps closer to the glass, hidden just beyond the light. A small smile creeps on her lips as she sees them. Izumi, softly, you guys haven't changed. Still loud. Still chaotic. Still home. Suddenly, Kaminari's eyes flick toward the window. He squints, then suddenly straightens up. Kaminari, hey, that girl outside. He nudges Mineta hard. Mineta, wait. That's her. The green-haired girl from earlier. Kirishima glances over, curious. Kirishima, she really does look like someone we knew. Bakugo doesn't look up yet. But Achiko, standing nearby, furrows her brow. Achiko, she looks familiar. Izumi's eyes widen slightly as she sees everyone turning. She steps back quickly, her heart skipping. Her smile fades into a panic. Izumi, muttering, no, not now. Not like this. She quickly turns on her heel and walks away down the sidewalk, disappearing into the dark street. Back inside, the group watches her retreat. Mina, okay, that's weird. Shiro, she looked like she recognized us, but didn't want to be seen. Bakugo, finally looking up, TCH, you're all acting like you saw a ghost. Outside the agency, the street is quiet again. Izumi has already disappeared down the block. Kaminari squints through the window, then notices something on the ground. Kaminari, huh? What's this? He jogs outside, bends down, and picks up a slim wallet resting near the bench. He flips it open slightly. Inside are a few yen bills, a Mizudafu City bank card, a folded photo, and a teacher ID badge with the name Izumi Midoriya and her picture. Kaminari, returning inside, guys. She dropped her wallet. Gyro, bring it back to her. Kirishima, wait, don't mess with it too much, man. That's private stuff. Kaminari lifts the ID card. Kaminari, looks like she's a teacher. Izumi Midoriya. Cute name. Mineta, wiggling eyebrows, ooh, a hot teacher. She can DSBLN me anytime. Mina, rolling her eyes, you two are seriously hopeless. Jeru, bonks Kaminari and Mineta with her ear jacks. This is why no one takes you seriously. Kaminari, rubbing his head, hey, I just said she was hot. Not that I was going to stalk her or something. Kirishima chuckles, leaning back on the couch. Kirishima, she did seem nice. Hope she realizes soon she lost it. Bakugo, meanwhile, sits at his desk across the room, typing something on his computer. He sips his coffee quietly, but his crimson eyes flick briefly toward the wallet. Bakugo, without looking, TCH, just return the DMN thing. Mina, grinning, oh, Bakugo noticed. That means he thinks she's pretty too. Bakugo, deadpan. I noticed the wallet, not her. Don't be stupid. The team laughs and teases. The atmosphere's light, but there's a curious tension in Bakugo's glance that lingers just for a moment. Izumi rushes back to the park bench. Her breathing quickens when she sees nothing. Izumi, muttering, "Oh no, I must have dropped it at the agency." She hesitates. Her feet shift, but then, with a breath to calm her nerves, she turns and walks down the street again toward the building glowing in the night. Inside the Bakugo's agency, Kaminari is still admiring the wallet when the door chimes open. The group turns. Izumi walks in a little shy but composed. "Izumi, hi. I think I might have dropped my wallet near here earlier. Has anyone found it?" Kaminari lights up. "Kaminari, oh, yes, we did. You're Izumi, right? I saw your ID. Not in a creepy way." He hurries to hand it to her, grinning wide. Minette, grinning. "We were just talking about you. You have a really nice smile. Got a number, Miss Teacher." Izumi tilts her head slightly, smiling with amused sarcasm. "Izumi, I do, but I don't hand it out to self-proclaimed comedians." Jairu and Mina bonk Minetta and Kaminari's heads simultaneously again. Jairu, "Sorry about them. They have no filter." Mina, "They're harmless. Just dumb." Izumi chuckles and accepts the wallet, gently bowing. Izumi, "Thank you. Really, I didn't want to bother you, but I'm glad it was safe." As she turns to leave, her eyes flick toward the back room. Through the glass wall, she spots Bakugo, still at his desk, eyes focused on his screen. Her expression softens involuntarily for just a moment. Izumi, in thought-kaken. She quickly composes herself, tightening her grip on the wallet, then faces the others with a smile. Izumi, "Well, have a good night. And thank you again." She walks out calmly, even as her heart races. The group watches her leave. Mina, smirking, "Did you guys see that?" She looked straight at Bakugo when she thought we weren't watching. Kirishima, "Maybe she knows him." Bakugo, gruffly, without looking up, "You're all reading too much into it." Minetta, rubbing his head, "She could read into me all she wants." Kaminari, "Seriously, though, that girl is Izumi. There's just something familiar about her." Bakugo finally stops typing. His eyes stay fixed on the screen, but his mind seems elsewhere. Bakugo, low voice, "Izumi Midoriya." Morning at Bakugo's agency, Bakugo types rapidly on his computer, eyes focused. His desk is buried in mission reports, agency logistics, and upcoming patrol schedules. The door opens. Todoroki and Ida step in. Ida, formal tone, "Bakugo, we've received notice from UA. They're organizing a hands-on training course for students, and they've requested active pro heroes to join." Todoroki, "It's not mandatory, but your experience could really help." Bakugo groans without even looking at them. Bakugo, "Hell no. I'm not babysitting a bunch of brats right now. I'll send Ciro. He's got time." He presses a button on his earpiece. Bakugo, "Ciro, you're up for that UA training gig. Don't screw it up." Ciro's voice from Kamwami, Roger." Mina leans over the desk, teasingly crossing her arms. Mina, "Katsuki, you're overworking yourself. You need to chill. Maybe go to the beach or a date." Bakugo raises an eyebrow, frowning. Bakugo, "TC, I don't have time for CRP like that." Kaminari, grinning, "Come on, man. When was the last time you did anything fun that wasn't blowing stuff up?" Minetta, "Yeah. Or maybe time you found someone to blow up your heart. You need a lady in your life." Bakugo chokes on his coffee. Bakugo, "What?" Mina bursts into laughter, elbowing him playfully. Mina, "You're seriously hopeless. Come on. You're a top hero, rich, cool, explosive. Fans are crazy for you." Bakugo, scowling, "And that's exactly the problem. I can't tell who's genuine and who's just a gold digger." "Screw that." Todoroki, calmly, "He's not wrong. I've heard fan forums speculate on everything about you, even what kind of socks you wear. They'd throw themselves at you." Bakugo, "DMN stalkers. I'm not living for that CRP." Kaminari, "You could just find someone normal, you know? Not everyone is chasing fame." Bakugo, crossing arms, "Whatever. I'd rather fight villains every day than deal with that soap opera. Everyone laughs, but Bakugo subtly looks out the window for a moment, his expression unreadable. Izumi's day at the kindergarten inside a bright and colorful classroom. Children laugh and play. Izumi stands at the front, holding up a flashcard. Izumi, smiling, "Okay, class. What sound does this letter make?" The kids raise their hands, eager and shouting guesses. Izumi's voice is gentle but firm as she guides them. Later, in the teacher's lounge, the school principal approaches her with a kind smile and a document. "Principal, Miss Izumi, a recommendation came from the education board. UA High School is requesting top teaching candidates, and your name came up. They're very impressed with your work." Izumi's eyes widen for a second, but her smile quickly falters. Izumi, carefully, "I'm honored, but I'm happy here. I love working with children. And besides, I don't think I'm suited for high school students." The principal senses the discomfort and nods gently. "Principal, of course. I understand. Just know the offer stands if you ever change your mind." Back in the classroom, Izumi notices something wrong. A small girl is crying in the corner while two other children whisper and giggle behind her. Izumi, walking over Hannah. "What's wrong?" Hannah, sniffling, "They said my quirk is weird and that I'm scary." Izumi's smile fades. She kneels down beside the group, her tone calm but serious. "Izumi, everyone, listen closely. A quirk is part of who someone is, just like their smile or laugh. Making fun of someone's quirk is the same as bullying their heart." The children look down, ashamed. "Izumi, we're here to lift each other up, not tear each other down." "Okay." Kids, mumbling sorry, "Miss Izumi." Izumi gently pats Hannah's back, offering her tissue. Hannah smiles, clinging to her hand. "Izumi, thinking this is enough for me. Even if they never know who I was, this is how I'll help." Afternoon outside, the kindergarten, the golden sunlight filters through the trees as children wave goodbye to their parents. Izumi steps out of the school gate, adjusting the bag on her shoulder, rustling through it in a rush. Izumi, muttering, "Where did I put that phone? I swear it was just here." Suddenly, she bumps into someone. The impact knocks her off balance and sends her books and lesson plans flying. She stumbles, scraping her knee on the pavement. Izumi, startled, "I'm so sorry." She quickly bends down, trying to gather her scattered materials, wincing from the scrape on her leg. Before she can grab everything, a hand picks up the last few papers. She looks up. Izumi, inner thoughts cackling. It's Bakugo, standing there silently, holding out the papers. His sharp eyes narrow slightly. He recognizes her. Bakugo gruffly, "TC, it's you. You're that green-haired girl Kaminari wouldn't shut up about." Izumi forces a polite smile, hiding her panic behind her eyes. Izumi, softly, "I think you've got the wrong person. Thank you, though." She tries to stand but wobbles. Bakugo's gaze drops to her bleeding knee. Without a word, he sighs and steps forward. "Bakugo, you're hurt." "Izumi, it's just a scratch. I can handle it." Bakugo, firm, "You're limping. You can't just brush it off." Izumi, "No, really, I don't want to bother anyone. I'll just head home." Bakugo interrupts by taking the heavy load of books and materials from her arms. "Bakugo, I'm not asking. You're coming with me. I got a med kit at the agency." Izumi hesitates, conflicted, but she can't make a scene. Not now. She forces herself to stay calm. "Izumi, soft chuckle, you're oddly stubborn for someone who doesn't even know me." Bakugo glances sideways at her, not smiling but not cold either. "Bakugo, maybe I don't, but you look like someone who doesn't let anyone help them, and that pisses me off." She blinks, caught off guard. Her heart aches hearing him talk like that. Izumi, thinking still the same, "Hakakin, always reading me, even when I'm someone else." Bakugo's agency. Bakugo walks beside Izumi, carrying her things. She walks slowly, trying not to limp too obviously. He doesn't rush her. "Bakugo, quietly, you're a teacher, huh?" Izumi, nodding, "Kindergarten. I love kids." Bakugo, "Figured. You got the tired eyes of someone who has to chase little monsters all day." Izumi laughs softly, her voice light. Izumi, they're sweet. Most of the time. Bakugo glances at her again, his tone casual but curious. Bakugo, you live around here. Izumi, careful, yeah. Just a few blocks away. Small place. Quiet. Bakugo, he doesn't press further, but his sharp mind is already filing away every detail. Izumi's green hair, her eyes, her way of smiling like she's hiding something. Bakugo, thinking she's familiar. But why? Inside the agency infirmary room, Bakugo carefully kneels in front of Izumi, dabbing antiseptic on her scraped knee. The scent of alcohol stings the air. Izumi watches quietly, sitting still on the small couch. She keeps her tone casual, like just another stranger. Izumi, softly, you're doing great, you know, as a pro. I saw the Hosu incident on the broadcast. You, Todoroki, and Tokoyami handled it like total pros. Bakugo doesn't look up, taping a gauze over the clean wound. Bakugo, gruff, just doing my job. Don't care about the cameras or the glory. Izumi, I can tell. You're serious about your duty. She smiles faintly. He still hasn't changed. Bakugo, suspiciously, you a fan or something. He lifts his gaze, finally, locking eyes with her. Izumi doesn't flinch, but smirks a little. Izumi, I was back then. But not like those toxic girls who scream your name and stalk your agency. I'm not into all that idle stuff. Bakugo, T-Seat good. I hate clingy types. Most of them don't care what I actually do, just how I look. Izumi, gently. Well, some people admire you for more than just the explosive personality. Even my students talk about you. You're one of their favorites. Bakugo blinks. Something about the way she says it, like she really knows him, strikes him. He tries to brush it off. Bakugo, half smirking, guess you're not a regular fan. Hutteach. He tapes down the last of the gauze and pulls back, standing up. Izumi adjusts her skirt and smiles softly. Izumi, thanks for the treatment, Dr. Dynamite. Bakugo scoffs with a short chuckle. The door swings open just as Bakugo helps Izumi out. The rest of the crew barges in. Mina, Kirishima, Todoroki, Kaminari, Mineta, and Jairu. They all freeze upon seeing Bakugo holding a medkit and standing beside a peeling woman. Mina, grinning, what? Since when did you play nurse, Bakugo? Kirishima, laughing, yo, bro helping a lady. That's so manly of you. Jairu, this must be a fever dream. Bakugo grumbles and scowls, snapping the medkit shut. Bakugo, irritated she was injured. That's all. Kaminari and Mineta both light up, recognizing her. Kaminari, hey, it's the green-haired hottie from the market. Mineta, see? I told you she was gorgeous up close. Izumi waves her hand politely, a little awkward but still smiling. She tries to exit calmly. Izumi, thank you again. I should get going, still have to prep tomorrow's lesson plan. Bye, and thank you, Kakin. The room goes dead silent. Everyone stares at her. Mina's jaw drops. Mina, wait, what did you just call him? Jairu, did she say Kakin? Bakugo, snapping, what the hell, how do you know that name? Izumi freezes, realizing her slip. Her smile falters, but she quickly recovers. Izumi, awkwardly. Oh, haha, one of my students mentioned that nickname once. Fans talk, you know. It's kind of public. Bakugo narrows his eyes suspiciously. Izumi bows quickly and makes her escape. Izumi, thanks again, Dynamite. Goodbye, everyone. She exits briskly. The others watch the door close, then slowly look at Bakugo, grinning. Mina, teasing, she so called you Kakin with feeling. Kaminari, she must be a super fan. Mineta, she's into you, bro. Bakugo, exploding, shut up, all of you. Todoroki, deadpan, but she did look at you like she knew you. Kirishima, nudging Bakugo, come on, man, don't tell me you didn't feel something. Bakugo turns away, flustered, sipping his now cold coffee. Bakugo muttering, TCH. That woman's weird. Izumi's apartment. Evening. Izumi unlocks the door to her quiet apartment. She sighs, closes it behind her, and leans back, placing a hand over her heart. Izumi, muttering, that was close, I almost blew my cover. She walks over to the kitchen, setting her bag down. Her fingers tremble slightly as she pulls ingredients out. Izumi, softly, to herself. If they found out, would they even believe me? After 3 years, after a funeral, she shakes her head and starts preparing curry. The warm scent fills the air. She glances over at the TV where a Hero News broadcast plays. Reporter on screen earlier today, 4 of Japan's top young pro heroes Dynamite, Uravity, Ingenium, and Shoto intervened in the Mizudafu City attack, rescuing dozens and safely capturing the villain. A clip shows Bakugo shouting orders while Achiko floats rubble away. Ida dashes by with an injured person, and Todoroki freezes collapsing debris midair. Izumi, softly smiling. They're not just fighting, they're working together. Just like we did back then. She sits on the couch with her warm bowl of curry, eyes lingering on Bakugo's expression on screen, serious, protective. Izumi, softly, you've all grown so much. And you're still fighting. I'm proud of you. Everyone, even if I can only watch from afar. Morning at Bakugo's agency, Izumi stands nervously outside the building, holding a small box with a red ribbon. She straightens her skirt, breathes in, and steps through the doors. Kaminari spits his tea. It's her again. Mineta, adjusting his collar, she came back. For me, probably. Mina, grinning, oh. Second visit. This isn't a coincidence. Bakugo, looking up from paperwork, what now? Izumi approaches confidently, but her heart races. She holds out the box. Izumi, smiling, good morning. I just wanted to thank you again for helping me yesterday. So I brought this. Bakugo slowly takes the box, eyes narrowing slightly. Bakugo, red velvet. He lifts the lid to see a neat slice of red velvet cake, the exact kind he always got on his birthday. His expression darkens in thought. Bakugo, thinking, only my parents and Deku knew I like this flavor, even the exact bakery style. Izumi, quickly, I should go now. My class starts soon. Thanks again. She turns and walks briskly out the door. Mina, immediately grinning, she so likes you. Kaminari, that's like classic flirting right there. Jiru, smirking, cake offering. Pretty sure she's trying to charm you, Dynamite. Bakugo sets the cake down slowly, staring after her. Bakugo, quietly, to himself, how the hell does she know that? Kirishima, teasing, yo bro, you okay? You're getting that weird Deku face again. Bakugo, growling, shut it. He glares, but his mind's clearly not on the teasing. His hand lingers near the cake box. Bakugo, thinking, no one outside my circle knows that detail. Not unless... Kindergarten, the classroom is filled with laughter and concentration as small hands shape colorful clay. Izumi kneels between the tables, gently guiding and encouraging her students. Izumi, smiling, great job, Rico. That flower looks appealing. And you, Kaido, what are you making? A little girl with pigtails holds up 3 tiny clay figures. One with spiky hair, one with half white, half red, and the last with unruly curls. Little girl, excitedly, this is Dynamite. And that's Shoto. And that one is Deku. They're my heroes. Izumi's smile falters slightly as she stares at the tiny green figure. Her fingers twitch. Izumi, softly, Deku, little girl, my mom says Deku was the kindest hero. He saved lots of people. I want to be like him. Izumi kneels beside her, trying to keep her voice steady. Izumi, gently, I'm sure he'd be happy to hear that. The little girl grins and continues sculpting. Izumi stands, staring out the window. Her chest tightens. Izumi, thinking they still remember me even after all this time, even if they think I'm gone. She glances at the children playing with their creations and lets out a small breath. Izumi, softly, I miss them too. Streets of Mizudafu, late afternoon, the sun starts to dip lower. Izumi walks with a few shopping bags from the bookstore, slightly off balance from the weight. She adjusts her grip, carefully navigating the street. Izumi, muttering, I should have brought my backpack, this was dumb, a familiar voice calls out behind her. Kirishima, cheerfully, whoa. Miss Izumi, need a hand. Izumi freezes for a beat, then smiles and turns around. Izumi, oh no, I'm okay. Really? Kirishima, grinning, come on, can't let a teacher struggle like that. Let me help manliness code. He gently takes some of the heavier bags and walks beside her toward her car. Izumi, thinking, watching him, Kirishima, you didn't change at all. Still so warm and kind. Always the dependable one. Izumi, speaking, you're still the same from back then. Huh. Kirishima, smiling, haha. Hope that's a good thing. They share a small laugh as he loads the bags into her car. Izumi thanks him and gets in, waving before driving off. Bakugo, Kaminari, Mina, and Todoroki finish up a patrol stop nearby. Kaminari stretches and spots someone familiar across the street. Kaminari, hey, isn't that Kirishima? And that's her. That's Miss Izumi. Mina's eyes light up with mischief as they all watch the two laugh and talk. Mina, oh, look at Red Right being a gentleman. Mineta, jealous. Why does she always run into the nice guys? Todoroki, calmly. She seems to attract attention without meaning to. Izumi drives off. Bakugo watches the car, arms crossed, brow furrowed. Kaminari, jokingly, you okay, Bakugo? You're staring like you saw a ghost. Bakugo snaps back, shut it. Mina, nudging him, getting jealous of Red. Or maybe just curious about that pretty teacher. Bakugo doesn't answer. Todoroki watches him quietly. Todoroki, softly, you're thinking again, aren't you? Bakugo narrows his eyes in the direction Izumi drove off, still scowling, but beneath it, he's unsettled. Bakugo, thinking, why do I keep running into her? Why the hell does she feel so damn familiar? Izumi's apartment, evening. The apartment hallway is quiet, the soft thud of Izumi's heels echoing as she unlocks her door, arms full of groceries and books. Just as she's about to go inside, a raspy voice cuts through the silence. Creepy man, Toshio, evening. Missy Toshio, a new neighbor here. Izumi freezes for a second. Slowly turns to see the same man from before Toshio. His eyes don't blink as he leans against the wall, arms folded, his yellowing teeth visible through a crooked smile. Izumi, softly, ah, hello. Didn't see you there. Toshio, smirking, you must be the teacher. I can tell. You've got that gentle voice, very nurturing. Izumi feels her stomach twist. She forces a smile and nods politely. Izumi, yes. I teach kindergarten. Well, I should get going. Long day tomorrow. Toshio, sure. Sure, you have a good night now. Sleep tight. Izumi hurries inside and locks the door. Click, click, click. She leans her back against it, eyes wide. Izumi, thinking, that man, something's wrong with him. He gives off the same chill I used to feel before a villain strike. Later, the bathroom fills with steam as Izumi finishes her shower. She dries her hair with a towel, puts on light purple pajamas, and stares out the window. Izumi, relieved, good he's gone. She sits down at her modest desk, opens her laptop, and begins typing her lesson plan. She scrolls through her browser for inspiration and pauses. Breaking. Unknown man wanted for multiple assaults and murders in Mizudafu. Suspect is known to move frequently and hide in quiet neighborhoods. Police released only a sketch due to lack of current photos. Izumi clicks on the sketch. Her eyes widen. The strong jawline, the wrinkled forehead, the narrowed eyes, it's almost certainly Toshio. Izumi whispers no. Her hands slowly move to lock the window beside her. Izumi, thinking, I can't blow my cover. I can't draw attention. But I also can't let this monster walk around freely if he's what I think he is. Someone will get hurt. She takes a deep breath, steeling herself. Izumi, I'm not Deku anymore, but I'm still me. I won't let fear win. Morning outside Izumi's apartment, dressed in her white blouse, red necktie, and navy skirt, Izumi steps outside with her laptop bag, lesson plan papers, and school books in hand. Her keys jingle as she locks the door. Toshio is there. Again, sitting on a plastic lawn chair, sipping coffee, staring at her like a hawk. Toshio, tilting head, mornin'. You look lovely today. Izumi says nothing. She walks directly to her car, pretending not to hear, pretending her stomach isn't twisting. Izumi, thinking as she drives off, he doesn't act like a neighbor. He acts like a predator. The kindergarten is bright, colorful, and safe. The laughter of children melts some of the tension from Izumi's shoulders as she walks in. Children, cheerfully good morning, Miss Izumi. Izumi, smiling, cheerful tone, good morning, my little stars. Are you ready to sing and count and have fun today? The children cheer. She leads them in a counting song, making hand gestures as they repeat after her. Izumi, 1, 2, 3, clap your hands with me. 4, 5, 6, jump up quick. The kids jump and clap. Izumi's heart eases a little as she watches them giggle. Later, during clay activity time, one little girl tugs at her sleeve. Little girl, Miss Izumi, look, I made the 3 strongest heroes. She holds up clay figures, one spiky-haired, one half-white, half-red, and one curly-haired with freckles. Izumi, softly Kakenshoto, and me little girl. I like the green one the most. She's strong like my mom. Izumi kneels to eye level with the girl, her expression tender. Izumi, they were the best of friends, and they always protected each other. Little girl, I wish they could visit our school. Izumi, soft laugh. Maybe one day if they're not too busy saving the world. As she helps the girl reshape the figures, her thoughts drift to the past, to All Might, to the war, to how far they've all come. Izumi, thinking, I gave up being Deku, but I can never give up being a protector. After a long day of teaching, Izumi steps into the bakery to buy herself a small loaf of her favorite bread. She smiles softly at the cashier, pays, and steps outside, only for her breath to catch when she spots a familiar black sedan parked across the street. Inside, Mr. Toshio sits behind the wheel, pretending to scroll on his phone, but his eyes are fixed directly on her. Izumi quickly looks away, clutching her bag tighter and walking faster down the sidewalk. Izumi, thinking, why is he always there? Why is he following me? She turns a corner only to slam into someone's chest. Her bread and books fall to the ground. Izumi, panicked as sorry dash. Kirishima, blinking Miss Izumi. Hey, easy, it's okay. Bakugo crouches to help pick up the books. Todoroki notices her shaking hand as she gathers the bread. Todoroki, concerned, you're trembling. Bakugo, low voice, what happened? Izumi stammers but quickly straightens up, eyes darting nervously toward the end of the street where Toshio's car had vanished. Izumi, it's nothing, I'm just clumsy. Kirishima tilts his head, sensing something isn't right. Kirishima, clumsy doesn't usually come with this level of panic. Todoroki, you're not okay. Come to the agency. You don't have to say anything yet. Just come with us. Bakugo, short but serious. You can't handle whatever this is alone. After a moment of hesitation, Izumi gives in, nodding silently. The 3 escort her to the agency. Bakugo's hero agency briefing room. Izumi sits stiffly on a couch, her posture calm but her eyes alert. Around her, Bakugo leans against the wall, arms crossed. Todoroki sits nearby with a tablet, and Kirishima watches quietly. Kaminari soon joins, sensing tension. Bakugo, flatly, we're not idiots. You were being followed. Izumi, calm, it's nothing really. Maybe I overreacted. Todoroki, soft but firm, we've seen panic before. You're not imagining it. Izumi, firmly, I appreciate the concern, but I can take care of myself. I'm not weak just because I'm a teacher now. Bakugo tosses a small black keychain onto the table. It glows faintly red. Bakugo, emergency beacon. Press the button if you need help. No questions, we come. Izumi, shaking her head, I won't need it. Thank you, but I'm capable of defending myself. Kirishima, gently, we're not doubting that. But there's a difference between being brave and being alone. Kaminari, frowning, she really isn't going to take it. Izumi, smiling politely, thank you. Truly, but I'm fine. She stands and bows politely, then leaves the room. The beacon remains untouched on the table. Silence lingers for a beat. Bakugo, gruffly, she's lying to herself. Todoroki, she might think she's protecting us or hiding something deeper. Kirishima, nodding, she's scared. I could feel it. Bakugo, deciding Kirishima. Kaminari, I'm assigning you to keep an eye on her. Stay subtle. She's not just a teacher, we all felt it. Kaminari, saluting playfully, but serious, you got it. Kirishima, we won't let anything happen to her. Izumi's house late night. The quiet of the night blankets the neighborhood. Izumi, in her soft green pajamas set, sits at her study desk. Her laptop screen glows as she types up tomorrow's lesson plan. She yawns, stretches, and finally closes the screen with a soft click. Izumi, murmuring, tomorrow's math activity check. I better sleep before my eyes give up on me. She stands, walks to the SWCH, and turns off the light. The house falls into darkness. In the stillness, she slips under the covers, unaware of the shadow that slithers inside. Through the small, unlocked bathroom window, Mr. Toshio creeps in, quiet like a predator. His shoes leave light scuff marks on the floor as he steps deeper into the house. His eyes gleam as he reaches the door to her bedroom. Inside, Izumi sleeps soundly until she feels something brush her bangs. Her eyes snap open. Izumi. Sharp gasp, what the dash? Toshio grins. She shoves him back with both hands. He snarls and throws a punch landing across her cheek. Izumi stumbles back, BLD at the corner of her lip. Izumi, fury building. You shouldn't have done that. She channels 1% one for all, lightning flickering faintly around her limbs. With quick precision, she kicks him hard in the stomach, sending him tumbling back into the hallway. The walls shake slightly with the impact. Toshio struggles to rise, but Izumi lunges and slams him down with a well-timed shoulder grip. Her fists are fast but calculated. She grabs a rope from her emergency drawer, restraining him. Toshio, struggling, panicking, what are you? Izumi, calm, cold. I'm just a kindergarten teacher who's very good at protecting her kids. And herself. Once he's unconscious, she deactivates her quirk. The lightning fades. She breathes deeply, her body trembling slightly. She knows the risk, too much force, and someone might recognize her. Izumi, whispering, no one can know, not yet. Bakugo's hero agency. Midnight, the door slams open. The heroes on night shift jolt awake from their desks. Standing in the lobby, her cheek bruised but her eyes burning, Izumi drags an unconscious man tied and rope still in her pajamas. Bakugo, wide-eyed, what the dash? Mina, half asleep, Miss Izumi. Are you okay? Izumi, panting slightly, he broke into my house. Tried to hurt me. I fought him off. Everyone stares in shock at the size of the man she dragged in. He's built like a brute, but he's unconscious, tied and bleeding lightly from the nose. Izumi's lip is split, but she's standing tall. Tokoyami, professional tone, will take him from here. He fits the description of the wanted suspect from the serial assaults. Ida, stepping forward, this was incredibly brave, Miss Izumi. You could have been seriously harmed. Kaminari, muttering to Kirishima, she's not even supposed to have a combat quirk, Kirishima. Softly, she's no ordinary teacher, no way. Bakugo, narrowing eyes at her, you sure you're quirkless? Izumi, smiling faintly, tired, not everything's written on a profile, is it? The others are left in awe. Her quiet power, her courage, it leaves an impression. Izumi, bowing slightly, thank you. But I need to go now. My kids have music class tomorrow. She turns and walks away, bruised but composed, leaving the heroes stunned. Bakugo, to himself, and woman, who the hell are you? Kindergarten, late morning laughter echoed through the colorful classroom. Izumi, in her gentle and upbeat tone, led her students in singing the alphabet song while mimicking hand gestures to each letter. Izumi, A is for apple, B is for ball, C is for cat, and we love them all. The kids clapped, giggling, some offbeat but excited. After the song, a few students tugged at her skirt, pointing to the window. Little girl, teacher Izumi, can we play at the playground now? Izumi, smiling of course, but stay where I can see you and remember, no pushing. The children rushed out joyfully. Izumi followed behind, standing by the sandbox area, making sure they played safely. Just then, the gates opened and 4 familiar heroes walked in. Achiko, Koda, and Hagakure in neat uniforms with badges of a child-centered hero organization. Achiko, waving brightly, good afternoon. We're from Q Friends. We're here for the approved visitation to educate and inspire kids about their quirks. Izumi, with a soft smile, you're very welcome. They've been looking forward to today. Achiko and the others sat with the children, showing how quirks can be used kindly, demonstrating with toys and soft interactions. Koda had little birds land gently on his shoulders, delighting the children. Tsuyu told a story about being a hero who helps frogs cross the road safely. Izumi watched from the side, her eyes softening with pride. She saw Achiko glow with warmth, surrounded by little ones. A whisper of nostalgia welled up. Izumi, in her mind, she's really become everything she dreamed of. As the session ended, Achiko approached Izumi, holding a handmade thank you card from the kids. Achiko, gently, Miss Izumi, thank you for letting us come. The way you manage the kids, it's incredible. Izumi, grinning softly, they're bright. They just need the right people to believe in them. Achiko, tilting her head, you remind me of someone, but more patient. Izumi, chuckling while I try. You're doing good work, Achiko. They exchanged a firm handshake. Izumi bowed her head slightly as the Q Friends team left. Streets of Mizutafu. Afternoon, the sun was just starting to dip, painting the sky amber. Izumi walked along the sidewalk carrying her groceries. Children's laughter echoed nearby as they played. A ball suddenly rolled into the street. A young boy darted after it, unaware of a speeding truck coming around the corner. Parent, screaming REN. Stop. Without thinking, Izumi's eyes locked on the child. Her hands trembled slightly, but instinct took over. Lightning sparked. Izumi, low voice 3%. In a blink, she vanished from the sidewalk, one for all igniting faintly around her limbs. She scooped the boy up and leapt out of the road just as the truck screeched past. The crowd gasped. Boy, wide-eyed. You were glowing? The mother rushed over, tears in her eyes, grabbing her child. Mother choked, thank you. Thank you, miss. Izumi, bowing softly, just glad he's okay. Before anyone could ask more, Izumi ducked away, walking fast to her parked car, her hood up. She didn't realize that someone across the street had seen everything. Someone sharp, hidden partially by a vending machine. Shinso Hitoshi stood still, holding his drink in one hand. Shinso, to himself, that wasn't an ordinary rescue. He remembered the flicker of energy, that familiar lightning, that familiar movement. Shinso, eyes narrowing, I've only seen one for all used like that once. And it wasn't from a teacher. He stared at the direction Izumi drove off, his thoughts swirling in disbelief. Shinso, low voice, no way. Izuku. Pro-Hero Agency afternoon, the break room buzzed with casual chatter. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Mina munched on their lunches while Todoroki and Bakugo sat at a long table signing patrol reports. Just then, Shinso entered, dropping a stack of signed community liaison papers on the desk. Shinso, here's the paperwork from the school board patrol review. Bakugo, grunting about dim in time. Todoroki, noticing you all right, Shinso? You're unusually quiet. Shinso stood still, lips pressed together. He hesitated before speaking, eyes darting between the two. Shinso, I saw something weird today. I was walking past downtown after patrol. Saw Miss Izumi. That made Mina and Kirishima glance over, pausing mid-bite. Shinso, there was a kid who ran into traffic, and she saved him. But it wasn't just a jump. She used a quirk. It had that lightning, that same blue spark. The room fell quiet. Bakugo, slowly, eyes narrowing, lightning. Shinso, serious, one for all. I've seen Deku use it. It was just like that. Her arm lit up, and she moved like him. Kaminari, blinking, wait. Are you saying Miss Izumi? Our kindergarten teacher, Miss Izumi, used Deku's quirk. Todoroki, frowning, that's not possible. Izuku died 3 years ago. Bakugo, voice low, dead people don't leave behind quirks like hand-me-downs. Shinso, I'm telling you what I saw. Clear as day. She took off fast after she didn't want anyone to notice. Kirishima, maybe you're just stressed, man. You've been pulling double shifts. Shinso, shaking his head, no, I'm not imagining it. Everyone now looked at each other, pieces of the puzzle floating in their minds. The night she dragged a criminal into their agency. The time she refused a help button, saying she didn't need it. The red velvet cake she gave Bakugo. Her reactions. Her habits. Her strength. Bakugo, arms crossed, deep in thought, she tied up that intruder by herself. Took a hit. Knocked him out. Not normal for a quirkless teacher. Ida, firmly, but that's not enough to assume. Achiko, softly interrupting, maybe she's hiding her quirk. To protect the kids. If people knew she was strong, someone might try to use them against her. Kirishima, that makes sense. She's really protective. Bakugo, gritting his teeth, she called me Kaken once. Only a handful of people call me that. Todoroki, raising an eyebrow, you think. Bakugo, she knew my favorite cake. Red velvet. Only Deku and my mom knew that. It's not even on the menu. Mina, wide-eyed, wait. Are you saying you think she's Deku? That is Izumi. Ida, cutting and hold on. Even if she is, or was connected to Midoriya, we can't just investigate a civilian. That's a breach of privacy. Bakugo, clenching fists, then I'll find out myself. If she's hiding something, I'll figure it out. I need to know. Todoroki, quietly, I won't stop you, but be careful. If she's really Izuku, she's been through something. And she's hiding for a reason. The room sat in stunned silence as the possibility weighed down on them all. Night, quiet city street, the moon glowed softly over the quiet neighborhood. Izumi, tired from a long day, walked slowly toward her parked car. Her hands were full, lesson plans, books, her laptop bag tugging at her shoulder. High above, Bakugo crouched on a rooftop, arms resting on his knees, eyes locked on her. Bakugo, internal monologue in it. Why do I feel like I know her? Izumi opened the car door, slid her things inside, then noticed one of her books had fallen and landed several feet away near a bush. She looked around, sighed, and extended a thin, flickering strand of black energy, a small black whip, to retrieve it. Bakugo's eyes widened. His breath caught in his throat. Bakugo, in disbelief, whispering black whip. That's not possible. The WHB vanished as quickly as it appeared. Izumi, unaware of the eyes on her, got into her car and drove off into the night. Bakugo remained on the rooftop, frozen, his hands clenched, a storm in his chest. Bakugo, internal monologue, that was OFA. That's Deku's quirk. Deku's dead. She, who the hell is she? Pro-hero agency the next day, tension filled the air. Bakugo leaned on the table, scowling. Todoroki, Ida, Yaruzu, Kaminari, Jairu, and others circled around him. Todoroki, calmly, you saw it yourself. Bakugo, gritting his teeth, yeah. She used Black Whip. Same way Deku did. Same DMN quirk. Kaminari, wide-eyed, no way so, she is OFA. But Deku, he's been gone 3 years. How does that work? Ida, adjusting his glasses, it shouldn't be possible. OFA can only be passed on willingly. Once the holder dies, it should end. Yaruzu, thoughtfully, unless it didn't end. What if, hypothetically, Izuku was reborn into a new vessel? Everyone paused, staring at her. Yaruzu continued, a reincarnation. It sounds strange, but her eyes, hair color, freckles, everything matches Izuku. Todoroki, she even moves like him. Jairu, quietly, could she be Deku in a new life? As Izumi. Kaminari, half joking, half spook, like, oh hey, our old friend died and came back as a cute teacher. That's messed up, but kind of poetic. Bakugo, still staring at the table, voice low, she gave me a red velvet cake. My favorite. Only Deku and my old lady knew that. She called me Kaken. Ida, serious. Bakugo, if she is Izuku, in any form, would you want to confront her? Bakugo, eyes sharp now, I have to. I need answers. I need the truth. Morning quiet park, the sun cast a warm golden light over the soft grass of Mizutofu Park. Izumi, dressed in a light yellow dress, sat beneath a tall cherry tree. A picnic basket beside her, she had a notebook in her lap, a pen in her hand. As birds chirped nearby, she quietly scribbled notes with intense focus. Across the park, Bakugo, Todoroki, Kirishima, Ida, Kaminari, Hagakure, and Achiko walked in their patrol uniforms. Kaminari, murmuring, "Is that Miss Izumi?" Todoroki, "She's writing something." Alone. Bakugo, firm, Hagakure, "Get closer. I want to know what she's writing." Hagakure, already invisible, slipped off her gloves and snuck toward Izumi. She crouched beside a bush just a few feet away, peeking into the notebook. Hagakure, quietly through comms, she's analyzing hero patterns, notes on all of us, fighting styles, personalities, weaknesses. She returned quickly. Hagakure, whispering, "It's just like Midoriya's notebooks. Hero analysis, everything." She even sketched Bakugo's old AP shot stance. Kirishima, nervously, "That's way too specific. Only Deku ever wrote stuff like that." Achiko, softly, "She even uses the same symbols Deku used. That's not a coincidence." Ida, serious, "There's no public record of Midoriya's notebooks. She shouldn't even know those details." Todoroki, "Then that confirms it. She's not just some civilian." Bakugo, gritting his teeth, "She's Deku, or part of him, somehow." Izumi looked up and smiled, noticing them. Izumi, "Oh, what a coincidence. You all on patrol?" Bakugo, forcing a cool expression, "TCH. Just part of the route." Achiko, quickly, "Why, yeah, we're just making sure the area's safe." Izumi, smiling warmly, "Well, thank you for always watching over us. It means a lot." She glanced at her watch, then began placing her notebook and leftovers back into the basket. Izumi, "I've got somewhere to be. It was nice seeing all of you. Stay safe." She walked away gracefully, the breeze playing with her dress as the team silently watched. Kaminari, whistling low, and Miss Izumi's seriously appealing. All the boys blushed slightly, caught off guard. Even Todoroki adjusted his collar awkwardly. Bakugo, snapping, "Focus, idiots. We're investigating her, not crushing on her." Kirishima, still dazed, "But she really reminds me of Midoriya." Her smile, her words, Ida, nodding, everything adds up. From her analysis, her quirk use, her instincts, Achiko, whispers, her presence. Like he never left. Bakugo tightens his fists, "We keep watching. Until we get answers. I'll get the truth, no matter what." Afternoon. Street near the park. Izumi strolled down the street peacefully, licking a soft-serve ice cream cone. She stopped at a small crosswalk, smiling at a flower shop nearby. Just as she pulled out her wallet to pay, a hand slid in front of her and dropped the money. "Bakugo, I got it." Izumi blinked in surprise, looking up at him. "Izumi, Kakin, what are you?" Bakugo, shrugging, "Coincidence. I was nearby." Izumi, smiling softly, "Well, thank you." She turned to walk off, but a car sped toward the intersection. Without hesitation, Bakugo grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her back against him, away from the street's edge. Izumi gasped, her free hand pressing against his chest. "Izumi, thank you. I didn't see it coming." Bakugo gruffly, "You gotta watch where you're going, dumbass." They stood there close. Too close. Both suddenly became aware of how near their faces were. Izumi's eyes widened slightly, and Bakugo's breath hitched. They quickly pulled away, flustered. Izumi, awkward chuckle, "I should go." "Thank you again, Kakin." Bakugo, clearing his throat, "Wait. I'll take you home." Izumi, waving her hand, "That's not necessary. I'll be fine." Bakugo, firm, "I wasn't asking." Izumi blinked, surprised by his tone, but didn't argue. She nodded slowly and followed him to his car. Bakugo gripped the wheel, eyes flicking to the passenger seat. Izumi stared out the window quietly, the wind gently playing with her green hair. He studied her, those freckles, that calm smile, the distant look in her eyes when she thought no one was watching. It was uncanny. She was Izuku, just not. Izumi, glancing at him, "Is something wrong?" "You've been staring a lot." Bakugo, quickly looking away, just thinking. "You reminded me of someone." Izumi, softly, "Oh, I get that a lot." She smiled again, but there was something distant in her voice, like she knew. They arrived at her house. Bakugo stopped the car and turned off the engine. Izumi, undoing her seatbelt, thank you for the ride and the ice cream. And the save. Bakugo, nodding, yeah. Be careful. Don't let your guard down. Izumi, I won't. Good night, Kaken. She stepped out and closed the door gently. As she entered her home, Bakugo stared down at his hand, a single green hair between his fingers, caught from her shoulder in the car. He held it tightly. Bakugo, in a whisper, if you really are Deku, I'll find out. He turned the engine back on and sped off into the night. His next stop, Izuku Midoriya. Morning Bakugo sat at his desk, eyes locked on his computer screen, furiously typing while the others gathered for their patrol briefing. Todoroki leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching him quietly. Todoroki, you didn't touch your coffee. That's not like you. Bakugo, low growl, shut up, I'm working. Kaminari, jokingly, yeah, Mr. Grumpy always says that. Wait, are you still thinking about Miss Izumi? Bakugo, snapping, it's not thinking, it's investigating. The room quieted when Bakugo reached for the folder on his desk marked with a red stamp. Confidential DNA match report. Just then, the private investigator entered with a respectful nod and handed over the final report. Private investigator, cross-checked with a sample from Miss Izuku Midoriya and the subject you requested. It's confirmed. Bakugo tore open the folder, his eyes scanning the page rapidly. The bold words at the bottom hit like a punch to the chest. Positive match. 99. 98% maternal genetic alignment. Subject Izumi is directly related to Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo sat back, stunned. Bakugo, quietly, she's really related to Deku. Ida. Stiff. Are you absolutely certain this is correct? Bakugo, it's a full DNA match. Same bloodline. Hell, she's his daughter, or Yozu, softly, or some kind of reincarnation. We were joking about it, but Kirishima, rubbing the back of his neck, what do we do now? Bakugo, firm, I need to talk to her. Face to face. I won't press her. I just need to know the truth from her lips. Everyone exchanged tense glances. They had their answer, but the real confrontation was still to come. Late morning, downtown, Muzutafu Izumi stepped out of her car, her skin pale, her breath unsteady. Her hands shook as she opened the door to the bookstore, determined to keep going despite her chills. She grabbed a few teaching materials before nearly dropping them. Shinso, catching her stack, need a hand, Miss Izumi. Izumi, weak smile, it's fine, just a little lightheaded. Her knees buckled before she could finish the sentence. Shinso caught her just in time, shocked by how warm she felt against his arm. Shinso, you're burning up. Hey, stay with me. Without a second thought, Shinso hoisted her into his arms and darted off toward the agency. Agency infirmary room, Bakugo and the others rushed over as Shinso kicked open the doors with Izumi in his arms. Shinso, urgent, she collapsed outside the bookstore. Fever. She didn't want help, but I didn't have a choice. Todoroki, I'll get the med kit. Kirishima, help me with cold compresses. Kaminari, panicking, why didn't she say anything earlier? She looked pale yesterday. Bakugo stood frozen for a second, staring down at Izumi on the infirmary cot. Izumi mumbled, no Kaken All Might, his fists clenched. So she knew who he was. And maybe she remembered more than she ever let on. Bakugo, under his breath, Deku, what the hell happened to you? He pulled a chair up beside the bed, taking a seat, eyes never leaving her face. Bakugo, when you wake up, we talk. No more running. Agency infirmary room, Izumi lay unconscious, her cheeks flushed and breath shallow from a fever. The room was quiet except for the occasional soft clink of water being poured and compresses being soaked. Achiko gently dabbed Izumi's forehead, while Yaoyorozu adjusted the blanket. Todoroki, stoic, her fever still high. This wasn't just exhaustion. Kirishima, concerned, she must have been holding it in for days, pushing herself too hard. Across the room, Bakugo sat on a chair, arms crossed, eyes never leaving Izumi. Kaminari leaned toward him, whispering with a glance at the sleeping girl. Kaminari, Bakugo, are you absolutely sure about the DNA thing? No mistakes. Bakugo, low voice, it's real. Private lab. No tampering. 98% match. She's directly related to Deku. Shinso, quietly, maybe she's a cousin or a hidden sibling. Bakugo, shaking his head, Deku didn't have siblings. He was an only child, and his mom would have told him if there was someone else. This ain't no cousin-level match either. It's almost like a clone. Or, he trailed off. The silence was thick. Ida, adjusting glasses, if that's true, and she is him, somehow, it would explain her behavior. The quirk. The instincts. The hero analysis book Hagakure saw Kaminari, but then why lie about it? Why hide? Bakugo, gruffly, because she has a reason to. I want to find out what it is. Later, Izumi wakes up. Izumi stirred, her fingers twitching slightly as her eyes slowly blinked open. She looked around, confused by the sterile white walls and familiar voices. Izumi, groggy where Achiko leaned in gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. Achiko, don't move too fast, Miss Izumi. You passed out earlier. Shinso brought you here. Izumi sat up slowly, despite her dizziness, her instincts already kicking in. Her eyes caught Bakugo across the room, stern, silent, watching. Izumi, tense, I should go. I need to get back. Todoroki, serious. You're not going anywhere until your fever breaks. You need rest. Bakugo, firm, and answers. Izumi stiffened. She turned to him slowly. Izumi, faint smile, answers. About what? Bakugo, standing, who you really are. We know, Izumi. About the quirk. About the DNA. You've got one for all. You've got Deku's bloodline. And we all know Deku died 3 years ago. The room fell silent. Izumi looked down, her face unreadable. Izumi, soft. Maybe Deku's mother is a distant relative of mine. Maybe my quirk just looks similar. Bakugo, cutting and don't play dumb. You saved a kid with a 3% OFA charge. I saw you use Black Whip with my own eyes. You think I wouldn't recognize it? You call me Kakin that day with the red velvet cake. Izumi's eyes flickered. Her lips trembled slightly before she turned her face away. Izumi, barely a whisper, you're wrong. I'm just a teacher. Bakugo, quiet, intense, you're lying. He didn't yell, but everyone in the room felt the weight behind those words. Izumi clutched her blanket tighter, her expression unreadable. Bakugo, you don't have to keep running, Deku. Just tell me the truth. Agency infirmary room. Izumi stood slowly, trembling slightly as she pulled her bag over her shoulder. Her fever was still high, her legs unsteady, but her eyes burned with frustration and fear. Bakugo, stepping forward, you're not going anywhere in that condition. Just talk to us. Todoroki, calmly, we're not trying to hurt you. We just want the truth. Achiko, softly, if it's really you, Izuku, please, let us help. Izumi's grip on her bag tightened. Her voice was cold but shaking. Izumi, I'm not Deku. I'm not your friend. I'm Izumi, a teacher. That's all. Kaminari blinked, confused. Kaminari. Then how do you explain the quirk? The DNA. The way you fight. Izumi, firmly, cutting him off. There's nothing to explain. Stop digging into something you won't understand. Bakugo stepped closer, eyes narrow and voice low. Bakugo, I'll find out, whether you tell me or not. Izumi gave him one last look, hurt and guarded, then turned her back and walked out, ignoring Todoroki and Ida trying to stop her. She flagged down a taxi, nearly stumbling as she got in. Silence fell in the agency. Kaminari whispers, so what now? Bakugo, clenched fists, we keep going? She's hiding something huge. I need to know why. Izumi's apartment night, the room was quiet. Dim. The only sound was the rustling of fabric as Izumi locked the door behind her and leaned against it. She slowly slid down, hugging her knees, her bag slipping from her shoulder. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Izumi, soft, broken, they'll never understand. If they knew the truth, they'd never see me the same again. She clenched her jaw, trying to keep herself composed. But the dam broke. Silent sobs shook her shoulders. She pulled herself to her feet and walked numbly to the bathroom. The water from the shower echoed in the silence, mixing with her quiet cries. Her reflection in the mirror was blurred through steam and tears. After showering, Izumi dried off, pulled on a loose shirt, and curled into bed. Her notebook lay on the nightstand, but she couldn't write tonight. She just stared at the ceiling, the weight of her secret crushing her. Izumi whispered to herself, "I'm sorry, All Might. I'm not strong enough, not yet." Eventually, exhaustion claimed her. She fell asleep, heart heavy, dreams uncertain. Morning at kindergarten, sunlight filtered through colorful curtains as Izumi knelt beside a small circle of kids, their faces bright with dreams. Izumi, cheerfully, "All right, class. Today, I want to hear your dreams. What do you want to be when you grow up?" Hands shot up. A little girl shouted, "I want to be like MT Lady." A boy chimed in, "Endeavor." Then a small, quiet voice came from the corner. "Child, I want to be like Hero Deku. He always saved people with a big smile." Izumi's breath caught. For a moment, her warm smile faltered, replaced by silent emotion. Her fingers clenched the chalk softly. Izumi, in her mind, just like me back then. Afternoon, outside the kindergarten, parents arrived to pick up their children. Izumi handed a drawing to one of the mothers with a soft smile. "Izumi, Yuki worked really hard on this today." Suddenly, crash. The front gate exploded inward. A masked villain stormed in, snarling, with a metallic claw for a hand. "Villain, I need leverage. 3 kids will do." In an instant, chaos broke out. Screaming. Parents shielding children. The villain grabbed 3 kids, blasting off with explosive speed. Izumi's heart pounded, then ignited. Izumi, stepping forward, firm, "Everyone. Inside. Lock the doors and stay away from the windows. I'll handle this." A mother pleaded with her, but Izumi was already turning away. Izumi, softly to herself, "No more hiding, not when children are in danger." Green lightning crackled at her feet as she blasted into the sky, 10% of 1 for all surging in her limbs. She flew after the villain with a sharp, determined gaze. Bakugo's hero, Agency Jiru, panicked on comms. "Bakugo, I just got a report. A villain attacked Izumi's kindergarten. 3 kids were taken." Bakugo shot up. The others, Todoroki, Kaminari, Yaozu, Kirishima, grabbed their gear. Bakugo, angrily, "I knew something like this would happen. Move." Before they could leave, a sonic boom rang out overhead. They looked up, Todoroki, wide-eyed, "That's her." In the distance, a brilliant trail of green lightning flashed across the sky. On a rooftop, the villain and Izumi fought viciously. Izumi's hair fluttered wildly. Her eyes glowed with power. Izumi, furious, "You don't touch children." She charged in. A powerful right hook struck the villain, launching him through a wall. The kid screamed. Izumi shot out Black Whip, wrapping them midair and safely lowering them down to a rooftop terrace. The villain leapt back, but Izumi was faster. She spun midair, delivering a fierce dropkick to his gut. The crowd below gasped, among them Bakugo and the rest, who had just arrived. They watched in stunned silence as Izumi powered up again, blasting the villain down with a final, quaking punch that shattered the rooftop beneath them. Silence fell. The wind blew. Kaminari, barely whispering, "That's 1 for all." Bakugo's jaw tightened. His fists clenched. He wasn't shocked anymore. Bakugo softly, "Deku, who the hell are you now, Izumi?" Izumi landed gently on the pavement, setting the children down into the arms of their relieved parents. Mothers and fathers rushed forward, hugging their kids tightly through tears and gratitude. "Parent, thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Izumi." Izumi gave a soft smile, but her eyes were still sharp. She turned toward the restrained villain, her expression cold and threatening. "Izumi, quiet but firm, try hurting children again, and next time, I won't hold back." Villain, sneering, defiant. "And who the hell are you supposed to be?" "A teacher pretending to be a hero." Izumi, glaring, "My identity doesn't matter." What matters is that you're done. She turned away, but paused, her eyes locking with a small group of pro-heroes across the street. Bakugo, Todoroki, Yamamoto, Achiko, Kaminari, all staring, confused, stunned. Watching her, Izumi's confident expression faltered. Fear flickered behind her eyes. She took a step back, then disappeared into the sky with a quick, powerful leap. At the same time, police vehicles skidded in. Sirens echoed. The villain was arrested, but the mystery of the flying teacher hung in the air. Back at the kindergarten, Izumi stood quietly among the staff and families. Izumi, the situation is safe now. You can all head home. Please take care on your way. Parents thanked her again, but Izumi's heart wasn't in her replies. She stayed composed until she left through the back gate, walking the empty side streets with her head low and her thoughts spiraling. Izumi, thinking I messed up. They saw. What happens now? But then she froze. Just ahead, blocking her path, stood Bakugo. He didn't say a word, just watched her, calm, unmoving. Izumi immediately looked away, picking up her pace. But Bakugo stepped forward and grabbed her wrist, halting her. Bakugo, quietly but seriously, tell me the truth. Now. Izumi, low, tense, you've got the wrong person. Let go. Bakugo, not letting go, no. I know that quirk. I know you. You can't lie to me. Izumi, even if you saw something, it doesn't mean you know who I am. Bakugo, stop running, a minute. Who are you really? Izumi, looking away, I told you before. I'm nobody special. Bakugo, angrily, bullshit. You use one for all. You fought like Deku. You are someone. Izumi, rolled eyes. I'm not the one you were looking for, it isn't your concern. Just leave me alone. She finally yanked free, stepping back with her eyes shadowed. The pain and fear were written across her face, even as she turned to walk away again. Without a warning, Bakugo grabbed her again, this time tossing her over his shoulder like a sack of flour. Izumi, furious, shouting, "Put me down, Kakin." Bakugo, flying up, "You lost the right to run the second you used that quirk." He soared over the city. Izumi hit his back in protest, but he didn't budge. Moments later, they landed on the rooftop of the agency. Bakugo set her down. She tried to run, but Todoroki, Ida, and Yamamoto were already at the exit. Blocking her, Achiko, Kirishima, Kaminari, Jairu, and others arrived too, forming a tense circle around her. Ida, we're not here to hurt you. We just want answers. Izumi, whispering, I can't, please leave me alone. Achiko, softly, please just tell us the truth. Izumi, breathing heavy, eyes burning, I don't owe any of you an explanation. Kaminari, gently, but you saved those kids. You did what heroes do. Why hide that? Izumi didn't answer. Her fists were clenched. She slowly moved to sit on the nearest chair, back straight, expression sharp. Ida, you won't speak. Izumi, coldly, I will sit here, but I won't say a word. Bakugo, eyes narrowed, then we'll wait. For as long as it takes. The silence was thick. Everyone stared at her, waiting for the dam to break. But Izumi stayed still, hiding the storm behind her eyes. 1 hour later, Izumi sat motionless in the chair, arms crossed, leg bouncing impatiently, her eyes fixed on the floor. The tension in the room was thick. Bakugo stood leaning on the wall, Todoroki beside him. Achiko sat quietly, watching Izumi with concern, while Ida adjusted his glasses anxiously. Bakugo, gruffly, still not talking. It's been an hour. Ida, firm, Miss Izumi, we've been patient, but you owe us the truth. Todoroki, you have one for all. The DNA proves you're not just anyone. Who are you really? Izumi slowly turned her head toward them, her expression flat. Izumi, deadpan, I'm tired. I want to sleep. Is that a crime now? Achiko, gently, we're not accusing you. We just need to understand. Izumi, dryly, you don't need to understand anything. I'm nothing special. Bakugo, sharp, bullshit. You fight like Deku, right? Like Deku. And your demon DNA is Deku's. You expect us to believe that's all coincidence. Izumi's jaw tensed. She looked away, refusing to answer, tapping her foot again. Her silence wasn't arrogance. It was protection. The room was silent again. No one knew what else to say. Izumi finally stood up and moved toward the exit. Ida, hesitant, let her go. We can't force the truth out of her. Bakugo looked like he wanted to stop her, but he didn't move. They all watched as Izumi walked slowly to the door. She paused right before touching the handle. Her hand trembled just slightly. She turned her head just enough to speak, her voice low and thick with emotion. Izumi, it's me. But I changed for a reason. I hope you all understand. The words hung in the air like thunder. Everyone froze. Eyes widened, hearts dropped. She walked out and didn't look back. Silence followed. Kaminari's jaw hung open. Achiko covered her mouth. Todoroki stared at the door in disbelief. Bakugo whispering Deku. Izumi stood on the sidewalk, arms wrapped around herself as the wind whispered through the quiet evening. The lights from Bakugo's agency spilled behind her. A taxi hadn't arrived yet. She didn't look back, even as footsteps echoed behind her. Achiko, softly, is it really you? Izumi blinked, her eyes already glistening. She didn't turn around. Todoroki, Midoriya, Izuku, is that you? Finally, she turned, her eyes filled with unshed tears but her face still composed. She nodded once. Izumi, voice shaking yes. It's me. A heavy silence followed, one no one dare break. Ida, soft, breathless, but how he saw you, you died. Izumi took a step forward, her arms trembling slightly. Izumi, I did. 3 years ago I was gone. But one for all it brought me back. Not in the same body, not as the same person. I woke up again different. A new life, a new face as Izumi. Kaminari, so you've been alive this whole time. Izumi, nodding, I wanted to live. Quietly. Help people in small ways. I couldn't come back as Izuku. Everything would have changed. You'd all look at me differently, maybe even pity me. Maybe treat me like a stranger, and weird 1 inch she looked up, tears SDRKNG down her cheeks now. Izumi, choking, so I stayed away. But not a day passed I didn't miss you all. I watched you grow. I cheered when I saw you on TV. I cried when you got hurt and smiled when you smiled. The group was completely silent. Tears gathered in Achiko's eyes. Kirishima's hand curled into a fist. Kaminari wiped his face with his sleeve. Ida stood frozen. Izumi, whispering, I'm proud of all of you. But I'm not Izuku anymore. I'm Izumi, a boy who gave his all for the world, and came back as someone new. Silence lingered. Everyone wanted to speak, but the pain weighed heavy. Izumi turned to the taxi that finally pulled up, her tears still falling. Izumi, trembling, please forget this happened. Forget me. It's easier that way. Achiko, teary, Izuku Izumi wait, but she was already stepping into the car, her expression shutting down again. The door closed. The taxi pulled away. Bakugo didn't move. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, eyes unreadable. Bakugo quietly dim in it. Kaminari, sniffling, wiping his face. I had a crush on her, man. What the hell, my Netta? Half laughing, crying. Same here, turns out I was in a Deku this whole time. Even Kirishima let out a pained laugh, shaking his head. Achiko was crying openly now. Ida bowed his head in sorrow. Todoroki looked toward the street where the taxi vanished. Todoroki, resolute. No matter what body she's in, it's still him. It's still her. She's still our friend. Bakugo, gritting his teeth, she thinks we'd push her away. We didn't get the damn end chance to prove her wrong. Yaoyorozu, then let's give her that chance. All of us. Bakugo, yeah, we're not done yet. Morning sunlight poured through Izumi's apartment windows as she finished sealing the last box of her things. Her expression was tired, but resolute. With her bag slung over her shoulder and her eyes swollen from crying the night before, she walked out without looking back. Hours later, in front of Izumi's old place, Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, and Achiko stood in confusion. Bakugo knocked HRD on the door again. Bakugo, TCH, she's not here. A woman in an apron peeked out from the neighboring doorframe. Izumi's landlady. Landlady? Oh, the young lady. She left this morning. Moved out, said she was transferring closer to her work. Ida, she left already. The group exchanged glances. The weight of realization settled over them. Achiko, softly, she's really running from us. Todoroki, thinking aloud, she's trying to cut us off completely. Kirishima, but we can't just let her disappear. Bakugo, clenching his fists, she works at a kindergarten, right? That's the only lead we've got. Todoroki nods, then we go there. If we want to fix this, we don't stop. At the kindergarten, the room was full of children's laughter. Izumi knelt beside a group of students, singing a catchy tune about shapes and colors. Her voice gentle, her smile warm, but her eyes were distant. Children, singing circle, square, triangle too. Shapes are everywhere, can you find a few? As the song ended and the kids clapped, one little girl pointed toward the window. Child, Miss Izumi. Look, heroes. Izumi turned sharply. Her heart dropped. Outside the window and at the door stood Bakugo, Todoroki, Achiko, Ida, Kirishima, and Kaminari, watching quietly. Some of the kids gasped in excitement and rushed toward the door. Child 2, it's dynamite. And Shoto. Child 3, that's charge bolt. Izumi stood frozen for a second before walking toward the children quickly, her voice calm but firm. Izumi, okay, everyone. Remember your manners, okay? They're here for something else. But the kids were already crowding around Bakugo and Todoroki, eager and smiling. Izumi stood behind the group, arms crossed, lips pressed tight. She didn't speak to her former friends. Achiko, gently Izumi. No response. Izumi just knelt down to adjust a child's shoelace, avoiding eye contact. Bakugo, stepping closer, we're not leaving until we talk. Izumi didn't look up. Izumi, there's nothing to talk about. Todoroki, softly, then just listen. After school, the schoolyard slowly emptied as parents came to collect their children. The laughter and chatter faded, leaving only the soft rustling of trees and footsteps on pavement. Izumi remained in the classroom, quietly placing books and papers in her bag, avoiding the group of pro-heroes lingering near the door. Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, Achiko, Kirishima, and Kaminari stood quietly, watching her every movement. Tension hung heavy in the room. Bakugo, finally speaking, you weren't going to say anything, were you? Just vanish again. Izumi, not turning, I didn't ask you to come. Achiko, we came because you matter. Because you're Deku. Izumi, shoulders tensing, no. I'm not. Not anymore. Kaminari, softly, you're still you, different look, yeah? But same heart. Izumi, voice cracking, everything's changed, I've changed. My body, my name, you all deserve the Deku you remember, not this. Ida, we don't care what form you take. What matters is you're alive. You came back. Todoroki, stepping forward, you think we'd abandon you over this? After everything we've been through. Izumi clenched her fists, trembling. Izumi, you'll say that now, but sooner or later you'll look at me differently. You'll flinch, you'll hesitate. I'll never be Deku to you again. Just a memory in someone else's face. Achiko, tears in her eyes. You're still Deku. You're still you to me, to all of us. Izumi, whispers, crying, please just leave. Izumi turned to hide her tears, but Bakugo moved in front of her, gently but firmly placing his hand on her cheek, tilting her head up. Izumi resisted, but he wouldn't let her retreat anymore. Bakugo, gently, oi, look at me. She looked down, trembling, tears falling freely now. Izumi, I don't know how to be around you anymore. You're my best friend, Kakin. How am I supposed to be that again when I can't even look at myself? Bakugo, then let us help. We'll figure it out together. Izumi, brokenly, but it'll be weird. It is weird, Bakugo, gruffly, so what? It's not about what's weird. It's about who you are. And you're Deku, damn it. You my nerdy rival always have been. Without waiting, Bakugo pulled her into a tight hug. Izumi froze, then broke down completely in his arms, crying against his chest. One by one, the others surrounded them, no words, just warmth, understanding, and the weight of all the years lost. Kirishima, grinning through tears, she's alive. Guys, our Deku's alive. Ida, voice cracking, welcome home, Izuku. Achiko, whispering, or Izumi. Whatever name you want. We're just glad you're here. Izumi clung to Bakugo, overwhelmed by emotion, but for the first time in years, a sense of belonging wrapped around her like that embrace. After the embrace, Izumi still held back, arms tucked close, gaze cast low. Izumi, nervously, I don't think I can face them all. Bakugo, gently but firmly, tough. You're coming. They've waited long enough, we've waited long enough. Izumi, but I don't belong anymore. Achiko, smiling softly, yes you do. You always have. We'll be right by your side. With hesitant steps, Izumi walked with them back to the agency. Her heart pounded the closer they got. The moment the doors slid open, cheers echoed through the hall. Everyone, welcome back, Izumi. A long table was set with food, drinks, decorations. A large banner read, "Welcome home, Izumi, our Deku always." Izumi stopped in the entrance, overwhelmed. Her breath caught. Her eyes welled up as the warmth of her friends wrapped around her like sunlight. As she blinked back tears, Mina and Tsu ran to hug her tightly. Mina, grinning, you're gorgeous. You're gonna let us help with makeup and hair, right? Right? Tsu calmly, Karo. I'm just glad you're okay. Izumi chuckled softly. For the first time in a long while, she felt warmth, not fear. Then came Mineta and Kaminari, each dramatically holding out roses. Mineta, posing, I know it's sudden, milady. So I've been thinking, since you're technically new, how about a fresh start? Maybe a date. Give it a shot. Kaminari, winking, I second that. You've got two handsome candidates ready to make you smile. You know I always liked green eyes, especially yours. Before they could finish, Juru, furious seriously. Cool it, Romeo wannabes. Ida, bonking, both show some respect. This is a celebration of friendship, not a speed dating event. Izumi laughed, really laughed. It was bright and soft, the way they hadn't heard in years. Ojiro, smiling, it's really good to see you, Izumi. Sato, you've grown into an appealing woman. Hagakure, excitedly, we need to do a girls' day sometime. How about shopping? Blushing, Izumi nodded, heart fluttering from all the support. At her side, Bakugo and Todoroki stood close, watching her quietly. Bakugo crossing his arms, smirking, tsh. Still a crybaby, even in a new body. Todoroki, deadpan, nodding but still brave. Still kind. Still Deku. They all sat to eat together, laughter and chatter echoing like old times. As Izumi passed food to Bakugo and Todoroki, she smiled gently at them, grateful. Both boys felt their hearts skip. Bakugo, thinking, annoyed, tch, what the hell is this feeling? Todoroki, glancing away, strange, but not unpleasant. Then Kirishima, grinning, oi, Izumi. May I have this dance? He offered a hand like a true gentleman. Izumi hesitated, then shyly nodded. He led her to the center of the room where light music played, and the two began to dance, laughing. Bakugo and Todoroki watched in silence. Then Bakugo, gritting his teeth, what the hell does he think he's doing? Todoroki, calm, but tense, this feels off. Their gazes never left her as she danced, smiled, and lit up the room, still Deku, but different. Appealing. Alive. There. Hearts, now confused, stirred with something deeper. The celebration was still going strong, music, laughter, the clinking of glasses. Plates were full, and spirits were high. Yairozu, cheerfully, Izumi, we thought it was time you had something of your own again. She handed her a sleek briefcase with a familiar green symbol on the side. Achiko, grinning, we redesigned your costume. Female fit. Same vibe as your old one, but made for you now. Izumi, nervously taking it. Oh, I don't know if I can wear right now. Mina, teasing, yes now. We're all in our hero suits. You gotta match the crew. Encouraged by their bright smiles, Izumi nodded. She excused herself to the restroom, her heart pounding in her chest. A few minutes passed. The party went on, chatter filling the room, until Bakugo, impatiently muttering, what's taking her so to dash, the door opened. Everyone turned. Silence fell. There stood Izumi wearing a sleek, female version of Deku's iconic hero costume. Emerald green with black accents, fitted perfectly to her form. The gloves, the red boots, even the cowrie fitted and refined, yet instantly recognizable. The boy's jaws hit the floor. Izumi, nervously clutching her arm. Do I look weird? Is it too much? Her cheeks were pink. Her voice was soft. She couldn't look up at them. Achiko, beaming, you look amazing, Izumi. Yaoyorozu, gently, perfect fit. You wear it with pride. Mina, smirking, you look hot, girl. Don't even try to deny it. The other girls cheered and clapped. The guys, still silent. Kaminari, nose bleeding, stunned, hot, so hot, too hot. I think I short-circuited my Netta. Collapsing, she's like my ultimate dream girl Deku, but upgraded. Jairu promptly kicked both of them under the table. Jairu, perverts. Izumi blushed harder, lowering her head as she returned to her seat, trying to act casual. Izumi, gently, are you guys okay? You're all staring. Did I mess up something? Bakugo, snapping out of it. H.A. And no. I mean, you look fine. He quickly turned his head, ears glowing red. Todoroki, quietly, you look powerful. Kirishima, grinning nervously, you rocked it, Izumi. Totally manlier, I mean cool. Ojiro, Ida, Shinso, Tokoyami, and Sato all offered small nods and shy smiles, each unable to hold eye contact for more than a second. Izumi smiled softly, resting her hands on her lap. Izumi, to herself, they're trying. Even if everything changed, they're still here. The warmth of the room, the laughter, the bashful looks, and the small, shy gestures, it all reminded her maybe she hadn't lost everything after all. Emoan and the sun peeked over the rooftops, casting a warm glow over the quiet street as Izumi carefully lifted a heavy box outside her apartment, arms straining as she tried not to wobble. Izumi, grunting almost got at Shiro, calling out, "Yo, Izumi." Izumi looked up to see Shiro and Shoji jogging over. "Shoji, that looks heavy. Let us help." Izumi, smiling, "I got it, really." "It's not." Shiro, grinning, "No way. A lady like you shouldn't be lifting something this heavy." Izumi, rolling her eyes with a chuckle, "Oh, please. I used to throw villains twice my size." Shoji, dead serious, "Still, you're a woman now. A real man helps when he can." Izumi blinked at him, then giggled softly. "Izumi, you two are too much." "Fine, but don't expect me to act like a damsel in distress." Shiro, playful, "Then give us something in return." Izumi, raising a brow, "Bribery now." Shiro, laughing, "Lunch. You buy." Shoji, smiling, "Fair deal." Izumi, pretending to sigh, "Fine, but I'm picking the place." They reached the kindergarten with the box. The moment they entered the yard, a bunch of kids came rushing toward them. Kids excitedly, "Teacher Izumi." "Whoa, who are these guys? He's got so many arms. Is that tape from his elbows?" "Cool." Shoji knelt gently as the children curiously surrounded him. Shiro made goofy tape tricks and paper stars, making the kids squeal with laughter. Izumi, watching with a smile, "They like you guys." Shiro, "Well, what's not to like?" Shoji, gentle, "They're full of wonder, like a fresh start." Izumi, softly, "Yeah, something like that." The three of them laughed together as the kids climbed around them like a jungle gym. Agency shenanigans back at Bakugo's agency. The morning meeting was supposed to start, but Bakugo was glaring at his screen, distracted, tapping his pen against the table. Mina, teasing, "Someone's in a mood today." Achiko, singing, "Bet I know who he's thinking about, starts with an I." Jairu, grinning, "Rhymes with Izumi." Bakugo, blushing and scowling, "Shut the hell up." Behind them, Todoroki sat at desk, book upside down, eyes glazed over. Kirishima, laughing, "Dude, your book's backwards." Todoroki, quietly flipping it, "I knew that." Tokoyami, stoic, "This level of emotional disruption, unusual." Ida, pushing up glasses, "Everyone, maintain professionalism." Mina, interrupting, "Oh, come on. Even Ida turned red last night when Izumi walked in with that suit." Jairu, snorting, "Everyone did." Hagakure, mischievously, "Feels like we're watching the start of an Izumi HRM." All the boys, shouting at once, "Shut up." The room burst into laughter. Achiko, smiling softly, "Izumi's back in our lives. Even if she's changed, she's still the heart of our team." Bakugo, quietly, "TC." Todoroki, to himself, "She's different, but still her." The mood lightened, but the undercurrent of emotions lingered. Things were different now, but in many ways just like before. Back to kindergarten, inside the bright classroom, soft chatter filled the room. Crayons, markers, and colorful pencils were spread across the tables as children eagerly sketched their dreams. Izumi, smiling gently. Okay, everyone, today we're drawing what you want to be when you grow up. Heroes, chefs, astronauts, anything. The kids cheered in excitement. Izumi walked around, leaning over each child, her voice warm and encouraging. Izumi, to a child, wow, you want to be a nurse. That's amazing. Child, beaming just like my mom. She continued moving from table to table, smiling with admiration at the effort they all put in. When school ended, the kids proudly pinned their drawings on the wall. Parents arrived and were quickly pulled to see the artwork. Parent 1, did you draw this all by yourself? Child, teacher Izumi helped me a little. Izumi, bowing slightly, you have wonderful, creative kids. They all did great. Parent 2, thank you for taking such good care of them. After the goodbyes, Izumi slipped out, walking toward a nearby sushi and ramen shop. Shiro and Shoji were already there, waving as she approached. Izumi, smiling, I told you I'd treat you. Hope you're hungry. Shiro, you're gonna regret this. I can eat 5 bowls. Shoji, don't tempt him. They shared laughs over warm ramen and fresh sushi. Izumi looked relaxed, chatting freely with the two of them. Izumi, between bites, it's weird being around you guys again, but also kind of nice. Shiro, you mean because you're a girl now? Izumi, playfully, because you talk too much. They laughed again. For a moment, it felt like old times, just a little different. At Bakugo's agency, things were slower than usual. Reports were being typed, patrols were assigned, and paperwork flew, but Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, and the other guys kept glancing at the door. Mina, leaning on the counter, smug, you all keep looking at. That door like your crush is going to walk in. Jairu, grinning, wonder who you're waiting for, huh? The boys all looked away in unison. Bakugo grunted and looked back at his screen, trying to hide his pink cheeks. Achiko, laughing, bet it's Izumi. Hagakure, maybe she's bringing sweets again. Suddenly, the door opened. All heads snapped toward it. Bakugo subtly straightened in his seat. Todoroki flipped his book right side up. Kaminari nearly dropped his pen. But, Shiroyo, Shoji, hey everyone. The boys deflated. Their faces dropped in disappointment. The girls immediately noticed. Mina, smirking, oh, you thought it was Izumi, didn't you? Shiro, smiling obliviously, we just came from lunch with her. She treated us sushi and ramen. Kirishima, muttering lucky Todoroki, under his breath, she promised me soba first. Bakugo, gritting teeth, Kaminari, not fair. Mina, teasing, you're all hopeless. Ida, blushing but composed, it's not about favoritism. It's professional interest. Jairu, snorting, yeah, sure. Professional interest in how good she looked yesterday. The boys shouted in embarrassment while the girls laughed in unison. Achiko, smiling softly, she's really pulling you all together again, huh? They all paused a little, realizing just how much they missed her. The bookstore bell jingled as Izumi stepped out, clutching a bag filled with supplies for the kids. She smiled to herself, imagining their excited faces. Izumi, softly, tomorrow's going to be fun, but as she walked down the alley shortcut, she slowed. Her instincts screamed danger. Her eyes darted to shadows. A man suddenly blocked her path. Man 1, smirking, well, what's a pretty thing like you doing alone? 2 others stepped in behind her. Their eyes dragged over her figure shamelessly. Izumi's fingers clenched her bag tightly. Izumi, coldly move. You won't like what happens if you don't. Man 2, oh, she's got fire. What are you going to do, sweetheart? Before they could move in further, Izumi activated 1 for all at 3%. A flash of green lightning danced along her limbs. In quick moves, she punched the first man square in the jaw, spun and landed a kick on the second, and flipped the third into a pile of trash bins. But just when she thought she was clear, a 4th attacker emerged from the shadows. A small spider-like creature leapt from his palm, spraying a glowing silk that neutralized her quirk. Her limbs locked up for a second. The man pinned her to the wall. Man 4, grinning, low voice. Izumi, HM, pretty name, bet nobody's touched you like this before. He grabbed her chest with a disgusting laugh. Izumi's breath caught in her throat, her heart pounding, her body frozen in panic. Her vision blurred. Izumi, tears forming. No, don't. With all her strength, she kicked him in the gut, broke free, and ran. Her quirk flickered back as the spider's effect wore off, but she didn't use it. She just ran. She ducked into an alley behind a store and dropped to her knees, sobbing into her arms. At the agency, Shiro was chatting casually with Ojiro near the entrance of the agency when he noticed someone staggering toward them. Shiro, eyes widening. Wait, Izumi. Izumi's eyes were wide, red and wet. Her shoulders trembled. Ojiro rushed to her side, while Shiro held her arms gently. Ojiro, what happened? Are you hurt? She couldn't speak. Her throat only let out a broken sob. Shiro didn't ask again. He pulled her close and led her inside, her body still shaking. The door opened with a bang. Inside, the atmosphere immediately changed. Bakugo startled the hell Izumi. Everyone turned, their smiles vanishing. The girls stood instantly. Mina dropped her drink. Achiko rushed with a water bottle, and Ida took a step forward, his jaw clenched. Achiko, softly, take your time. You're safe. We're here. Izumi took the water, but her hand shook too badly to lift it. Achiko gently helped her sip. Izumi didn't calm down. She broke again, tears streaming down her cheeks. After several long minutes, and the gentle comfort of her friends, Izumi found her voice, broken and shaking. Izumi, quietly, I was just buying things for the kids. Then, 3 guys, they cornered me. I fought back. I thought I beat them. Everyone leaned in silent. Her voice trembled harder. Izumi, barely audible, but there was a 4th. He used some spider quirk. Deactivated my power. I couldn't move. He pinned me, and he touched me here. Her hand trembled, brushing over her chest. The moment those words left her lips, the room went still as death. Bakugo, low growl. Kaminari, coldly, he touched you. Kirishima, eyes blazing, I'll tear him apart. Mineta, worried. I mean, I'm a pervert sometimes, but I'm not like that. That man was gross as hell. Shinso, serious, we'll catch them for you. Midoriya, Shiro, righteous fury in his tone. This cannot stand. That is criminal. Bakugo, growling. Who the hell were they? I swear, Tokoyami. Eyes narrowed, they picked the wrong person to mess with. Todoroki, calm, but ice forming at his fingertips. She shouldn't have gone through that. We'll make sure they regret it. Ida, standing tall. I shall alert the local authorities and request surveillance footage of the area near the bookstore. Shoji, fist trembling, tell us everything. Please. Izumi, sobbing, I kicked him. I ran. I couldn't. I felt so dirty. Mina and Jairu wrapped their arms around her tightly. Achiko cradled her from behind. Achiko, whispering gently, you're not dirty. He's filth. Jairu, holding her close, we're going to protect you, Izumi. Always. Bakugo's palms flared, sweat popping and popping like small detonations. Bakugo, gritted teeth, I'll kill him. Todoroki, his voice colder than ice, will find him. Izumi's vision swam again from all the panic and crying. Her knees buckled. Todoroki stepped forward and caught her gently in his arms before she hit the floor. Todoroki, softly, it's okay. I got you. She passed out, her face still wet with tears, but her friends all gathered around her in a silent circle of safety and resolve. Later night, Izumi slowly blinked her eyes open, the light in the room dim. She felt warmth around her, realizing she was no longer in the alley, but in a familiar space. A soft voice broke the silence. Yamamo, smiling softly, you're awake. You're still at the agency. Izumi blinked again, trying to make sense of the room around her. Her body still trembled lightly, but her heart wasn't as tight with fear as it had been before. Izumi, hoarsely, where are the others? Mina was sitting nearby, smiling gently. Mina, teasing lightly, they're taking care of something. The boys don't let things like this slide. When it comes to friends, they'll get what they want. Fight for it, too. Izumi frowned, worried. She sat up slightly, her voice small. Izumi, what are they doing? Achiko, who had been sitting by the window, grinned mischievously. Achiko, smirking, they're catching those BSDRDS who harassed you. Izumi's eyes widened as realization hit her. The boys were out for justice, for her. But a part of her didn't want them to get hurt. At the bookstore, Bakugo, Ida, and Todoroki stood in front of the CCTV monitor with the store manager. The tension in the air was thick as they replayed the footage. Bakugo's eyes never left the screen as the footage showed Izumi walking alone, followed by the four men. Bakugo, growling under his breath, there they are, those BSDRDS. Ida clenched his fists in frustration. Ida, they're the ones who did this. We're gonna make them pay. Todoroki's usual calm demeanor shifted to something colder, darker. His eyes locked on the footage, the anger simmering beneath the surface. Todoroki, in a low, controlled voice, we need to make sure this ends now. Bakugo snapped, his face turning grim and determined. Bakugo, grinning with a dark edge, let's go. We'll make them regret, even thinking they could get away with it. The staff handed them a copy of the footage, and the trio quickly left the store, their minds set on bringing justice to Izumi. In an alleyway on the outskirts of the city, the four men who harassed Izumi were laughing, completely unaware of the incoming storm. They were casually eating takeout, talking about how easy it had been to intimidate the girl. Man 1, laughing, can't believe she actually tried to fight back. Did she think she could beat us? Man 2, chuckling, she was cute though, wasn't she? Almost made me feel bad for her. The laughter stopped when a sudden blast of explosions shattered the silence. Bakugo's signature explosions lit up the alley, sending debris flying as the men scrambled, startled. Bakugo, grinning darkly, wrong place, wrong time. You've messed with the wrong person. From the shadows, Todoroki stepped forward, his ice powers instantly freezing the alley around the men, trapping them in place. Todoroki, coldly, don't even think about running. Ida, with his enhanced speed, appeared beside Bakugo in a flash, his glare intense. Ida, authoritative, your actions will not be tolerated. You will pay for what you've done. The rest of the group arrived, emerging from the shadows one by one. Kirishima, Kaminari, Shiro, Mineta, Shoji, Ojiro, and Tokoimi, all ready for revenge. Kirishima, grinning, you thought you could get away with that. Not happening. Kaminari, grinning nervously, honestly, you guys are lucky we don't just blow you away. But this is much better. The four men froze, fear seeping into their faces as the heroes gathered around them. Man 3, nervously, what do you want from us? Bakugo laughed, his voice dripping with venom. Bakugo, mocking what we want. You think we're here to negotiate. You messed with one of our own. Now, you're gonna regret it. The tension in the air was palpable. The men took a defensive stance, but they were clearly outmatched. Man 4, sweating, trembling, you think you can just... Bakugo cut him off with an explosion, sending the man stumbling back. Bakugo, snarling, we don't just think, we do. In an instant, the fight erupted. Ida took one man down with a perfectly executed kick. Todoroki iced another to the ground, and Kirishima, Kaminari, and Shoji tackled the remaining two with sheer force. Mineta and Shiro worked together to restrain the last one with a quick move. Todoroki, glancing at the group, let's finish this. With a combined effort, they knocked out the last man, their resolve unwavering. The police soon arrived, after a call from Ida, and the four men were swiftly arrested. The heroes watched with a sense of satisfaction and justice fulfilled. Back at the agency, the group returned victorious, though their expressions were still serious. They gathered in the common room, Izumi sitting on the couch, waiting for news. The moment the door opened, the boys walked in, bruised but determined, their faces hard with resolve. Bakugo, gruffly, but his voice softened slightly, they're gone. You don't have to worry about them anymore. Izumi stood up quickly, wiping away the last traces of her tears. Her eyes met Bakugo's, and she could see the pain in his eyes, the anger he'd held back for her sake. Izumi, quietly, thank you all for doing that. Kaminari, grinning, though a bit nervous, it was nothing. You know we'd do anything for you. Mineta, genuinely serious, you're part of the family always. Our friend Izumi. We protect each other. Izumi's eyes softened as she looked around at everyone, each one of them standing by her, protecting her, loving her. Izumi, smiling softly, voice shaking, I don't deserve all of this. Achiko, teasing but kind, don't say that. You're one of us, and we protect our own. Always. Todoroki, glancing at her with a small, comforting smile, just focus on healing. You're safe now. Izumi sat back down, finally feeling some peace wash over her. But she knew one thing for sure. With these people by her side, she could face anything. The quiet hum of the car engine played under Izumi and Bakugo's soft conversation. Streetlights passed by, casting flickers of light across Izumi's thoughtful expression. Izumi, you've really changed, Kaken. I mean, you still yell, still competitive, but you're more patient now. Kinder. Bakugo kept his eyes on the road, jaw clenching. Bakugo, I haven't changed that much. Izumi, you have, but in a good way. He glanced at her briefly, noticing the way her lips curved into a warm smile. It made something flutter in his chest again. Bakugo, gruffly, still an nerd. Izumi, giggling, I know. But I'm your nerd, right? Bakugo stiffened, nearly missing a turn. His ears went red. Before he could respond, Izumi gently reached out and held his hand again. This time, deliberately. Bakugo's heart skipped. He stared at their joined hands like they were foreign objects. Izumi, softly, I'm glad I always believed in you, Kaken, even when everyone said you were too rough or too prideful. I knew you'd be someone amazing. Bakugo, hoarsely, did not say CRP like that, but he didn't pull away. In front of her house, the car rolled to a stop. Bakugo stayed frozen for a second before he wordlessly got out and rounded the front of the car to open her door. Izumi blinked, caught off guard. Izumi, grinning, Kaken, what's gotten into you? Gentleman mode activated. Bakugo, muttering, just get out before I regret it. Izumi laughed, stepping out slowly. She lingered near him a moment longer, eyes twinkling with mischief. Izumi, you're really sweet. Don't hide it. Bakugo, flushed, shut up. Izumi, good night, Kaken. I'll see you tomorrow. Bakugo, nodding, quiet at night. She waved as she walked to her door, occasionally glancing back. Once she was inside and the door closed, Bakugo exhaled hard and dragged a hand down his face. He returned to his car, slammed the door shut, and just sat there for a long moment, trying to calm his racing pulse. Bakugo, growling at himself, stupid, what the hell's wrong with me? It's just Deku. But even as he grumbled, his hand still tingled from where she touched it. And for once, Bakugo Katsuki didn't mind the burn. Morning at you. The sun was high over you. Hey. As Izumi walked through the familiar halls, her heart pounding with anticipation. She adjusted her bag and took a deep breath before opening the staff lounge door. Inside were All Might, Aizawa, Present Mike, Cementos, and Principal Nizu, all mid-conversation until they turned and saw her. All Might, gasping, why young Midoriya? Aizawa, calmly, she's back. Different in form, same in soul. Present Mike, no way, this is the real deal. Our Deku. Izumi nodded with a shy smile. All Might looked overwhelmed, tears pooling in his eyes. All Might, you're alive, my boy, no? My girl, you've returned to us. Principal Nizu squeaked with joy, clapping his paws. Just then, Koda and Eri came in. At first confused, they stopped when Aizawa gently knelt and explained. Aizawa, she's still the Deku you love, just in a new form. She came back to us. Koda's eyes trembled, and Eri began to cry. Both of them ran to Izumi and hugged her tightly. Eri, Miss Deku, I missed you so much. Koda, sniffling, you promised you'd always come back. Izumi, holding them, I'm sorry I made you wait. I'm here now. Everyone watched in silence, the room heavy with warmth and relief. At Bakugo's mansion later that afternoon, Izumi pulled up to the Bakugo residence to pick up her mother. The gate opened, and Inko was already outside, eyes red from crying but filled with joy. Inko, embracing Izumi, "I never thought I'd hold you again, my sweet child." Izumi, tearfully, "I'm sorry, Mom. I'll never leave you alone again." Mitsuki came over, carrying a suitcase, and Masaru followed with another. Mitsuki, smirking, "About time you came and got her. She's been crying every morning over you." Masaru, kindly, "She's in good hands now." Izumi, bowing slightly, "Thank you both for everything. I'll take care of her now." Just then, Bakugo stepped out of the front door, crossing his arms with a lazy smirk. Bakugo, "Took you long enough, Deku." Izumi, smiling warmly, "Thanks for being there for her when I couldn't. I owe you, Kaken." Bakugo's smirk twitched slightly before he looked away, mumbling, "Bakugo, yeah, whatever." Izumi and Inko got into the car. As they drove off, Inko glanced at her daughter with love. "Inko, you've grown up so much, Izumi, and you're even more appealing now." Izumi laughed softly, glancing at the rearview mirror to catch one last look at Bakugo standing outside his home, watching them go. The car pulled into a cozy suburban house with a small front garden and white fences. Izumi and Inko stepped out, and Inko gasped as she looked around. Inko, "Oh my, this is perfect, sweetie. Just right for the two of us." Izumi, smiling, "I made sure it was. I used my savings. I've been working as a kindergarten teacher, and I help people when I can." They entered the house. It was warm, filled with sunlight, and decorated with peaceful colors. On one wall, a display of framed awards and certificates caught Inko's eyes. Inko, in awe, "You've achieved so much, Izumi. I'm so proud of you." Izumi's eyes welled up as she touched one of the frames. Izumi, voice trembling, "I missed hearing that I missed you so much, Mom. Every day, every night. I wanted to hear you say you're proud again." Inko, tearfully, "I missed you too. You don't know how many nights I cried, hoping you were still out there." They embraced tightly, both crying, both holding on like they'd never let go again. Izumi, smiling through tears, "I'll unpack your clothes. You rest and relax, Mom." Inko, "Nonsense. I'll cook something nice. You haven't had my cooking in 3 years." Izumi, laughing softly, "I miss that too." Back at the agency, the usual buzz of activity was a bit lighter today. Achiko, Mina, Jairu, and the others were lounging in the meeting room with fans blowing in every direction. Mina, groaning, "It's so hot today. I'm melting." Kaminari, grinning, "Hey, I've got an idea. Let's go to the beach. Just us. Heroes deserve a break too." Jairu, "Honestly, I'm in. As long as we don't bring work talk." Achiko, "That sounds so fun. I'll tell Izumi about it later. I'm sure she'll want to come." Tokoyami, calmly, "The beach trip sounds acceptable." Kirishima, grinning, "Yeah, let's do it." When? Bakugo, half listening, "While working tomorrow morning. I've got paperwork to finish today." Ida, "Then let us all ensure our schedules are clear. A coordinated day off will be refreshing." The girls all cheered, already imagining beach games and relaxing under the sun. Mina leaned over and teased Bakugo, who was smirking faintly. Mina, teasing, "Don't forget sunscreen for your girlfriend." Bakugo, blushing, "She's not Dash." "Shut up, raccoon eyes." The group erupted in laughter, buzzing with excitement. Lunch at Izumi's house. The house smelled of warmth and home as Inko placed a tray of freshly cooked tempura and miso soup on the table. Izumi smiled brightly, taking a bite. Izumi, still the best cooking in the world. Inko, smiling softly, "I'm glad you still like it, sweetheart." She sipped her tea and looked over fondly. "So how's work at the kindergarten? Are the kids nice to you? How about your co-workers?" Izumi, "They're all great, Mom. The kids are adorable and full of energy. The staff is supportive. It feels peaceful, purposeful." Inko, nostalgic, I still remember little Izuku running around in all-might pajamas, try to rescue the laundry basket from imaginary villains." Izumi, blushing, chuckling, "Oh no, don't remind me. I used to jump off the couch shouting Detroit Smash." They laughed together, the kind of laughter only a mother and daughter could share after years of longing. Suddenly, Izumi's phone buzzed. She checked the message. Izumi, oh, it's Achiko. She says the gang is going on a beach outing tomorrow morning. I told her I'll join. Inko, teasing Achiko, huh? That sounds fun. Just be careful not to get sunburned. Izumi, don't worry, Mom. We'll have sunblock. And if anyone gets out of hand, well, I've still got 3%. They shared a light laugh again as they finished their meal. Meanwhile, department store shopping at the local department store, Yayuzu, Ida, Achiko, Jairu, and Todoroki pushed carts through the fresh food section. Yairozu, holding a tomato thoughtfully, this one's a good balance of firmness and ripeness. Let's take a few of these. Ida, nodding, agreed. And these skewers will be ideal for quick grilling. Protein and balance are key. Achiko, to Jairu, whispering they're like grocery shopping parents. Jairu, grinning totally. Ida's going to start reciting nutritional facts any second. Meanwhile, Todoroki stood in front of a tank of fresh fish, staring intensely. Todoroki, deadpan, this fish is staring at me. Achiko, snorting, maybe it senses your icy aura. Jairu, laughing, or maybe it knows you're the main dish in your own cold way. Todoroki, deadpan. They're many. They keep staring at me, looks like they're threatening me. Achiko, laugh, come on. Let's go the next way. Drew, laugh, he's so innocent. Todoroki blinked, then turned away slightly. His ears were a bit red. Department store shopping in another aisle, Bakugo, Kaminari, Mina, Kirishima, and Mineta were busy stuffing their cart with snacks, drinks, and beach essentials. Kirishima, holding 2 different sunscreens, okay, SPF 50 for sensitive skin, or the waterproof one. Think the girls will care. Mina, winking, they'll care if you forget it. Just grab both. Bakugo, grumbling, TCH. You're all better not slack off tomorrow. I'm bringing the good spicy chips and that flaming hot sauce. Kaminari, oh, the one that makes your nose cry. Awesome. Mineta, excited, let's grab marshmallows too. And maybe some adult precautions, if you know what I mean. Mina, laughing, teasing, condoms, you little grape. Planning something. Kaminari, laughing too, hey, safety first. Kirishima, blushing hard, I am not ready to die like that. Bakugo, red in the face, bonking all 3 on the head, idiots. This is a beach trip, not a DM and LV HTL. Mina, cackling, oh, Bakugo's embarrassed. That means someone's on his mind. Bakugo, growling, keep talking, raccoon, and you're getting buried in San tomorrow. The group kept laughing, grabbing their bags as they headed to check out, excited for their big day. Later summer where shop the group entered a large, colorful summer where shop filled with racks of swimsuits, shorts, sandals, and beach hats. Mina, grinning wide. Okay, girls, let's find the cutest 2-piece sets before the guys buy up all the snacks again. Achiko, oh, how about this one? Pink with little stars. Yairozu, holding up a modest navy set. I think this one is elegant yet functional. Jairu, blushing, holding a black and purple combo. Ugh, I'm only wearing this because you all made me promise to dress fun. Mina sneakily grabbed a mint green 2-piece bikini and a lightweight white summer dress, whispering to Achiko. Mina, grinning, this one's for Izumi. Don't tell her. Let's surprise her tomorrow. Achiko, smiling, she's going to look so cute. And after all she's been through, she deserves a little sunshine. Meanwhile, the boys were rummaging through the racks nearby. Kaminari, holding up floral swim trunks, dude. What if we just wore these and nothing else? Mineta, snorting, even better, just underwear. Ultimate freedom. Bakugo, glaring, face twitching. You do that, and I'll explode your freedom into space. Todoroki, holding a plain white tank and blue trunks. I don't really get the point of pattern matching. Can I just pick something cool looking? Kirishima, patting his back, bro. Simple works. Just match the vibe. Beach style is chill. Ida, pointing at the sizes, make sure you're checking for the correct fit. Todoroki. Comfort is as important as aesthetics. They all gathered at the front to pay, teasing one another and joking along the way. Meanwhile, in another part of the mall, Izumi was walking with Inko, holding a few bags of clothes and accessories for her mother. Inko, softly, Izumi, you don't need to buy me all of this. I'm just happy to be here with you. Izumi, smiling, her voice gentle. Mom, I've been gone for 3 years. I missed every birthday, every dinner, everything. Let me do this for you. It makes me happy. Inko looked at her daughter with misty eyes, placing a hand on her cheek. Inko, you've grown up so much, my brave girl. They hugged briefly. Not far off, the group of heroes exited the summer shop, chatting and laughing. Bakugo, at the back, glanced across the hall and saw Izumi and Inko shopping. Kaminari, noticing, yo, it's Izumi and Auntie Inko. Achiko, gently let them be. They need that time together. Look at how happy they are. They paused to watch from afar, the group quieting down. Izumi held a scarf up to Inko's neck and smiled as she helped her try it on. Bakugo, thinking quietly, she's smiling again. Even Mineta didn't crack a joke. For once, they all just quietly appreciated the moment. Izumi, alive, free, and finally spending time with her mother. It was a peaceful, heartfelt sight. Inko excused herself to use the restroom, leaving Izumi waiting just outside near the benches. She looked graceful in her pink top and white skirt, scrolling on her phone with a relaxed smile. That peaceful moment didn't last long. Old Man 1, grinning. Well, now aren't you a sight? What's your name, sweetheart? Old Man 2, got a number, pretty girl. We're not too old to show you a good time. Izumi stepped back politely, trying not to escalate it. Izumi, calmly, please leave me alone. I'm not interested. Old Man 1, smirking, come on now. No need to be shy. Suddenly, the men flinched as Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki, Kaminari, Mineta, and Ida approached fast, all glaring, or in Bakugo's case, burning with silent rage. Kirishima, firm, she said she's not interested. Ida, gesturing politely but authoritatively, gentlemen, I recommend you walk away now before things become regrettable. Todoroki, cold, 5 seconds before I freeze the ground under your feet. Bakugo, growling, 3 seconds before I blow your teeth out. The two old men, instantly intimidated by the sheer presence of the boys, backed off and quickly disappeared. Izumi, wide-eyed, Kaken, everyone, what are you doing here? Kaminari, grinning, buying stuff for the beach tomorrow. Snacks, swimsuits, and condoms. Well, that was Mina's idea. Mineta, Snickers, don't look at me. I was just here for the chips. Izumi blinked, then giggled. Just then, Inko returned from the restroom and spotted the group. Inko, pleasantly surprised, oh, Katsuki, Tenya, Shoto, everyone. How nice to see you. Everyone, bowing slightly or waving, good afternoon, Mrs. Midoriya. Izumi subtly shook her head behind Inko, mouthing, don't tell her. The boys and girls nodded in understanding, instantly changing the topic. Achiko, we were just talking about the beach trip tomorrow. We thought it'd be fun to catch some sun together. Mina, smiling, yup. And Izumi's totally coming with us, right? Izumi, smiling at Inko, yup. They invited me. Inko, delighted, that sounds so fun, sweetie. You deserve a nice break. The group talked a little more about food, music, and games for the outing. Izumi laughed softly, holding her mom's arm, visibly touched by the casual way everyone had her back again. Izumi and Inko waved goodbye and left with their bags. The rest of the group watched them go. Mina, pouting, that's the 3rd time someone's tried something with Izumi. She's like a magnet for creeps lately. Achiko, concerned, she shouldn't be wandering alone, especially in quiet or empty spots. Even pretty places can be dangerous. Todoroki, serious, it's not fair, but she really needs someone around until this calms down. Kirishima, totally. We'll just keep an eye out more often. Kaminari, maybe we can set up a buddy system or something. Hero style. Mineta, she is kind of turning into that unreachable goddess type. Appealing, mysterious, badass. Bakugo, grumbling, shut it before I reach your face. Ida, nodding, let us protect her. We've already failed once. Never again. Bakugo's fist tightened slightly in his pocket, staring at the spot Izumi had just stood, heart silently vowing the same thing. Night at the agency. The sun had long set, and the group finally returned to the agency with shopping bags full of food, swimsuits, and supplies. As they walked in, they were met by Shiro, Shinso, Hagakure, and a few other interns lounging in the common area. Shiro, grinning, "So, how'd the shopping trip go? Get anything interesting?" Kaminari, smirking, tossing a bag down, "You wouldn't believe what Mina tried to make us buy." Mineta, laughing, "Condoms. I mean, really." Mina, laughing too, "Hey, safety first." Jerk, deadpan, arms crossed, they giggled the whole time like middle schoolers. Mina, pointing, and Todoroki. He got freaked out by a dead fish. Todoroki, flat, "It was staring at me." Everyone laughter erupts. Hagakure, giggling, "That's so Todoroki." Meanwhile, off to the side in the lounge, Bakugo, Todoroki, Ida, and Kirishima sat together, the humor behind them slowly fading into concern. Kirishima, brows furrowed, "I've been thinking about what Achiko and Mina said. About Izumi becoming a target ever since, you know. She's appealing and all, but it's dangerous how people keep approaching her." Todoroki, nodding slowly, "She's strong, but even then what happened last time was a close call." Ida, sternly, "It is our duty as both her classmates and pro-heroes in training to protect our companions, especially in public areas where threats may emerge unnoticed." Bakugo, arms crossed, eyes intense, "Tomorrow, no one's let any of the girls go anywhere alone. We keep him in sight buddied up at minimum. No creeps get near them again." Kirishima, "I'm with you. We split into rotations if needed." Todoroki, "And we do it quietly. Don't make a big deal, just stay close." Ida, adjusting his glasses, "Will stay alert at all times." Later in the evening, the boys huddled up again in the lounge, this time joined by Shinso, Tokoyami, Shiro, Kaminari, Mineta, Shoji, and Koda. The mood was focused and brotherly. Bakugo, serious, "All right, listen up. Tomorrow's a beach trip. Yeah, but we're not just there to swim and grill. The girls, especially Izumi, have been getting way too much unwanted attention lately." Kirishima, nodding, "She's tough, yeah, but this isn't about how strong they are. It's about respect and not letting creeps get a second chance." Shiro, "So what's the plan?" Ida, pulling out a notepad, "We divide into groups. Wherever the girls go, at least 2 to 3 of us should be nearby. Don't make it obvious. Just casual." Shinso, smart. "And if something happens?" Bakugo, "Then we don't hold back. Heroes or not, they touch our girls, they regret breathing." Tokoyami, "I approve of this shadow operation." Shoji, quiet but solid, "I'll stay with anyone heading toward the woods or rocks." Kaminari, smiling but serious, "I got your backs. Especially Izumi's." Mineta, muttering, "I'm all for defending them, but this just reminds me how unattainable they are." Bakugo, bonking Mineta, lightly focused, "Perv." Just then, Mina peeked into the lounge suspiciously. Mina, "Okawe, what's with the super-secret boys-only huddle? You all look like you're planning world domination." Shinso, coolly, "Strategy meeting. Tactical logistics." Shiro, grinning, "Super top secret. Classified." Mina, squinting, "You're all acting weird." Achiko, joining in with a towel, "I bet they're just talking about who's grilling tomorrow." Todoroki, perfectly deadpan, "Yeah. Meet protocol." Mina, groans, "Ugh, you're all dorks." To steer the conversation away, Kirishima clapped his hands. Kirishima, "All right, let's get the rest house sorted. Kaminari, you owe me, book it. Jairu and Momo can handle the music playlist. Who's driving which car?" Bakugo, pointing at Kaminari, "You're not touching the stereo." Mineta, shotgun. Ida, stern, "No loud music above legal decibel limits during transit." The group laughed, slowly turning their intense conversation into the usual fun chaos of preparation. Morning at Izumi's house, sunlight poured into the cozy kitchen as Izumi tied her white sun hat gently under her chin, the soft rim fluttering in the breeze coming through the window. She looked stunning in her airy white summer dress, holding a pale yellow crochet bag with snacks and sunscreen inside. Izumi, to herself, checking the mirror, "Too much. Nah, it's just a beach trip." Just then, a honk from outside. Izumi rushed to the front door. Achiko, Mina, Yamamo, Jairu, Izumi, and Hagakure were all waiting in a sleek rented van. Siro was at the driver's seat, sunglasses on, finger gunning playfully at her. Mina gasped dramatically, "Oh my god, Izumi. You look like a beach goddess." Achiko, grinning, "We're gonna have to watch out for you this time, not creeps." Jairu, blushing slightly, "You're gonna make Bakugo crash the grill if he sees you like that." Izumi, shy but smiling, "Stop it. You guys, it's just a dress." Yamamoto, elegant but breezy, "Great choice." Hagakure, "I love your bag. Did you crochet that?" Izumi, "Actually, yeah. Handmade." Tsu, smiling ribbit, "It suits you, Izumi-chan." Izumi turned to Inko, who was watching proudly from the porch. "Inko, have fun, sweetie. And don't let the boys hog the grill." Izumi, hugging her, "I won't. Love you, Mom." Inko, tearing up, "Love you more. Take lots of pictures." They all waved goodbye, and the van rolled out, full of laughter and girlish chatter as they headed toward the ocean. At the beach was alive with ocean breeze, laughter of nearby families, and the smell of sea salt in the air. Bakugo and Ida were standing with two uniformed staff members near the entrance of a sleek, wooden beach rest house. Bakugo, pointing at clipboard, 3 bedrooms, right? We paid for 2 nights, just in case. Ida, nodding yes. And we verified the lounge, kitchen utilities, and bathroom conditions. All checked. Meanwhile, near the open-air grilling area under 2 newly installed umbrellas, Kirishima, Todoroki, Mineta, and Tokoyami were hard at work. Kirishima, skewering meat, "Let's make this spicy. I got a marinade that'll blow minds." Todoroki, slicing watermelon with cool precision, "These aren't staring at me." "Much better." Mineta, already munching, "1 for the grill, 1 for me." Tokoyami, calmly arranging the vegetables, "The fruits of Elbar shall bear flames." At another corner, Kaminari and Sato were hammering sun umbrellas into the sand, shading the food tables. Kaminari, "We got 2 up, food will be safe from sunburn." Sato, laughing, "Let's not forget dessert after grilling." Shoji and Koda were nearby, setting up a volleyball net and lining up colorful life preservers and inflatable toys near the shore. Asterisk Shoji, "Net's steady. We'll split into teams later." Koda, smiling with small chirps from birds, "Everyone's gonna love this back at the rest house." Bakugo and Ida did a final sweep inside, simple but comfortable. Lounge with couches, a clean kitchen, and 2 bedrooms for girls and boys respectively. Bakugo, "Where the hell are they? Thought they left already." Ida, checking his phone, "They're on the way. ETA 10 minutes. Bakugo, clenching fists slightly, "All right. Time to activate Operation Shield the Queens. Stick to the plan." Ida, nodding seriously, "We'll assign passive coverage when they arrive. We rotate and remain discreet." Bakugo gave a quick glance toward the waves. Bakugo, quietly, "Ain't letting anything happen to her again." The van rolled to a stop on the edge of the sun-drenched shore. Doors opened and Izumi, Achiko, Mina, Yamamoto, Jairu, Hagakure, and Azui stepped out with bright energy and beach bags in hand. Their laughter floated in the salty air. Kirishima, grinning, pointing, "Hey, the queens have arrived." The boys looked up from their tasks. Mina, Achiko, and Hagakure immediately sniffed the air, eyes sparkling. Mina, drooling, "Those skewers smell illegal, gimme 5. Achiko, "Ugh, I haven't eaten since breakfast, I need 10. Hagakure, cheerfully, "You guys really went all out." Meanwhile, Yamamoto walked toward Ida, clipboard in hand, focused as ever. Yamamoto, 10 out of 10 on location, Ida. The rest house is tidy and well ventilated. Good work. Ida, adjusting glasses, smiling, "Your seal of approval means a lot, Yayorozu." On the far side, Izumi, in her flowing white dress, was laughing at something Jairu whispered, unaware of the attention she was drawing. Bakugo, leaning on the cooler box, glanced up and froze. Bakugo, inner monologue, jaw tensing, "Tisich, seriously, how could she look like that just standing there?" Around him, Todoroki, Kirishima, Shinso, Tokoyami, Shoji, and even Kamojiro were caught in the same stunned daze. Kaminari and Mineta approached Izumi with proud, goofy grins. Kaminari, hey, Miss Model, is that sunflower hat bulletproof or are you just drop-dead stunning? Mineta, forget beach waves, you're the one making waves here. Izumi, laughing shyly, you two never stop, huh? She gave a soft smile. The sight made Bakugo's ear tips flush. He quickly looked away, muttering to himself. Bakugo, grumbling, idiots, beach fun begins. The group split up, the sun high and the ocean glistening. Fun took over. Under a wide umbrella, Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Shinso, and Kirishima sat shirtless, relaxed, and watching the scene. A cooler of soda stood between them. Kirishima, sipping, this is life, huh? Todoroki, I brought extra aloe gel. I don't plan on burning again. Bakugo, flat, I ain't sharing it. Near the grill, Ida and Ojiro tended to the sizzling skewers with precision. Ida, rotate every 2 minutes. Uniform heat. Ojiro, got it. You handle the corn next. By the volleyball net, Kaminari, Mineta, and Zero were in the middle of a rally when Mineta freezes mid-jump with WHOA-0. Eyes wide, game over, Kaminari. Jaw dropped. I'm seeing heaven. All heads turned as the girls returned now, changed into their swimsuits. Achiko wore a sporty red two-piece with a tied sarong. Mina rocked a bright, glittery yellow bikini with stylish shades. Yamamo looked elegant in a navy blue designer piece with a sheer wrap. Jairu went simple in black with headphones hanging on her shoulder. Azui wore a green halter that matched her vibe. Hagakure, well, her swimsuit floated midair. And finally, Izumi stepped out in a stunning emerald two-piece, her sunflower hat still on, confidence in her stride. Kirishima, gulping, dude, she looks like a freaking anime heroine. Tokoyami, quietly, dark beauty like a goddess in summer bloom. Bakugo's throat tightened as he looked up, gaze landing directly on Izumi. She smiled, gave a little wave, and walked toward them. Bakugo, muttering to himself, she's gonna kill me one of these days. Mina, smirking, caught you staring. Bakugo, snaps, blushing, shut up, Pinky. Kaminari, grinning, just admit it. Man, she's hot. Bakugo, glancing away, voice low, I noticed. Kaminari and Mineta suddenly dropped to their knees in the sand in front of Izumi, hands clasped together dramatically. Kaminari, grinning, Izumi, marry me and let me be the beach king beside your beauty. Mineta, hopeful, I'll build you a sandcastle every day if you say yes. Kirishima, face-palming, oh, for the love of bonk. He smacked both their heads lightly with a rolled-up towel. Izumi, giggling, you two are hopeless. She turned to Kirishima with a playful smile. So how do I look? Kirishima, face flushed, stammering, why you look amazing. Like seriously awesome. Not far, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Shinso sat under an umbrella sipping coconut juice through straws, observing with mixed amusement and interest. Todoroki, I give Kaminari and Mineta a 2 out of 10 for the proposal approach. Shinso dried their lucky. Kirishima stepped in. Izumi walked over to the three, sun-kissed and smiling. Izumi, mind if I grab one of those? Gesturing at the coconut drinks. The three boys froze for a second, then snapped into action like startled cats. Todoroki, handing her his, take mine. I barely started. Shinso, smiling slightly, you were Summerwell. It's a strong look. Izumi turned to Bakugo, waiting. Bakugo gave a tiny smirk, leaning back a little. Bakugo, teasing, not bad. Deku, you clean up decent. Izumi raised a brow, unimpressed. Bakugo, blushing, glancing away, fine. You look good. Happy now. Izumi chuckled and accepted the juice from Todoroki, sitting between them. Suddenly, Yamamo walked up holding a tray of skewers. Yamamo, sighing here. Before those three eat everything. Bakugo, glaring at the horizon, alien girl. Dunce face. Round face. Quit inhaling the food. Izumi laughed at a shout, nudging him playfully. Izumi, they're hungry, let them be. Bakugo, grumbling, bunch of dim-end locusts. He got up and came back with a chilled plate of pineapple slices and watermelon cubes, handing it to Izumi with a grunt. Bakugo, We'll split this. Don't hog the watermelon. Izumi, smiling softly, thanks, Kaken. The five of them sat in a half-circle. Izumi, Bakugo, Todoroki, Shinso, and Kirishima talking, eating fruit, laughing under the shade. The girls were in the water, splashing around with joyful shrieks. Mina, Achiko, Hagakure, Azui, Yamamo, and Jairu tossing water at each other. Moments later, Kaminari, Mineta, Siro, and Kirishima charged in. Kaminari, yelling, "This is a water robbery. Everyone gets soaked." Mineta, laughing like a maniac, no mercy for the appealing. He and Kaminari blasted Mina and Achiko with colorful water guns. They screamed and chased them in retaliation, creating waves of laughter. Back on the sand, Bakugo was still sitting, arms crossed, a small smile tugging at his lips. He watched everyone play. Izumi swam toward the shore, noticing him. Izumi, oi, Kaken, what are you doing sitting there like a grump? Bakugo, yawning, not feeling it yet. Izumi, grinning, oh really? She splashed him with a sharp flick of water. Bakugo, wiping his face, narrowing eyes, did you just start a war? Izumi, mocking, you scared a little water. Bakugo, smirking, tch. You're dead, Deku. He bolted into the water and launched a wave at her. Izumi screamed and laughed, retaliating with both hands. The two splashed, laughed, chased, their competitive energy igniting like always but now with a soft, flirty edge. Then, Izumi, yelping sorry. She bumped into Todoroki, who was calmly floating nearby. Todoroki, blinking, I was ambushed by a Deku. He lifted a water gun and sprayed Bakugo point-blank in the chest. Bakugo, grinning wildly, oh it's on, icy hot. Now it was a full-on splash war. Izumi, Bakugo, and Todoroki in an all-out laughing, chaotic battle. Others joined, the beach filled with screams, splashes, and non-stop laughter. As Todoroki quietly exited the water toward the grill, Bakugo and Izumi remained behind, splashing and playfully tossing water at each other. Their laughter echoed lightly under the bright sky. Izumi, laughing, you're terrible at aiming, Kaken dash. Bakugo, grinning because I'm not trying yet. Suddenly, a strong wave crashed over them. Izumi disappeared beneath it for a split second. When she surfaced, her face was pale, and her arms were crossed tightly over her chest, clearly flustered. Izumi, panic, don't look. Don't dash. Bakugo, alarmed, oi. What happened? He noticed her scrambling. Izumi, quietly, my top, it's gone. Bakugo's eyes widened briefly, realizing the situation. Bakugo, gruffly, SHD, hold on. Stay there. Without hesitation, he dove underwater, swimming quickly with sharp movements. Seconds later, he surfaced with her bikini top in hand, gripping it tightly. Bakugo, calmly, got it. Keep covered, turn around a bit. Izumi's cheeks burned as she nodded, turning slightly. Bakugo stood behind her and quickly helped her tie it back on with careful, respectful hands. He avoided making her more embarrassed. Izumi, quietly, thanks really. Bakugo, gruffly, not like I'd let you stand there like that in public. Next time, tie that thing tighter. You could have gotten a sunburn or worse. Izumi, smiling faintly, sipping the juice, I didn't expect the wave to be that strong. Thanks for saving me, Kaken. Bakugo, shrugging, looking away, yeah. Well, can't let you flash the whole ocean. They left the water, dripping wet, but more composed now. As they approached the others near the food, Mina spotted them and hurried over, noticing the odd tension. Mina, smirking, oh, what happened with you two? Bakugo, dry wave hit. Deku lost her top. I got it back. Mina, teasing, Kaken, the savior of dignity. Look at you getting all heroic and up close. Bakugo, gritting, shut it, alien queen. Izumi, blushing, it wasn't like that, Mina. Mina, grinning, I didn't say anything, but hey, he dove for you. That's gotta mean something. Bakugo growled as the group chuckled, and Izumi just smiled shyly, stealing a glance at him. Later, as the sun started to lower, Izumi stepped out from her room at the rest house. She wore a pink crochet top over shorts, her damp hair braided loosely down her back. She stood quietly at the balcony, looking out at the sea, lost in thought. Bakugo, having come inside to grab milk and ice from the cooler, caught sight of her through the open doorway. He paused. The golden hour light kissed her skin. The ocean breeze toyed with her braid. Something tugged in his chest. Bakugo, walking over the view, is really that deep, Deku. Izumi, smiling softly, it is just thinking. Bakugo, joining her teach dangerous pastime. Izumi, sighing honestly. I didn't think life would turn out this full. I'm a teacher. I have a home. Mom's back. Friends. And you're still here. Bakugo, smirking. You make it sound like I'm some rare creature. Izumi, teasing, you kinda are. Bakugo, you've changed a hell of a lot. But you're still that nerd who won't quit. He glanced sideways at her. I respect that. Izumi, laughing softly, you changed too. You made it big, Kakin. Own agency, pro hero, rich guy not bad. Bakugo, gruff, Tisich, doesn't mean much if I don't beat you at everything. Izumi, bring it. They both laughed gently, leaning closer without realizing. Their faces now just inches apart. The world around them grew quiet for a heartbeat. Izumi's eyes flicked to Bakugo's lips. Bakugo's hand brushed the railing near hers. Then, Izumi, barely a whisper, Kakin. They leaned more closer, their lips inches apart, but suddenly Zero, yelling from outside, Bakugo. Ice and milk, man. Ida's going full mom mode. Bakugo froze mid-motion, teeth gritted. Bakugo, low growl, are you kidding me? In his mind, next time, I'm locking the DMN door. Izumi, teasing, go on. They need the milk. Bakugo, grumbling, DMN timing. Every single time. He grabbed the milk and ice, casting one last glance at her over his shoulder. Bakugo, thinking as he walked off, I swear next time, I'm not letting anything stop me. I'll tell her. For real. He stomped off toward the kitchen, muttering under his breath. Izumi giggled behind him, her fingers lightly brushing her lips. Left the rest house irritated that he lost his chance. The night had settled with warm ocean breezes and gentle music playing from gyro speaker. Everyone was gathered in the rest house lounge, sitting on beach towels and beanbags. The table was full of fruit juices, chips, grilled skewers, and sweet pastries. Ida stood proudly with Yaozu beside him, holding a mic. Ida, all right, everyone. Time to start our Bring Me party game. Momo and I will be the hosts. Yaozu, smiling. The first challenge is bring me something funny. You have 10 seconds. Laughter erupted as everyone scrambled. Suddenly, grabbing Kaminari by the hood here. I brought something funny. A human disaster. Zero, laughing as he drags Mineta, beat this living meme right here. Everyone bursts into laughter. Kaminari and Mineta both play along, striking ridiculous poses. Yaozu gives the point to Gyru, handing her a raffle chocolate prize. Gyru, smirking, totally worth it. Ida, next. Bring me something orange. Achiko runs over and places a pumpkin fruit in Yaozu's hand. Mina tosses her orange scarf on the table. Mineta, appearing with a mysterious object. I brought this someone's orange bar. Gasps and howls of laughter follow. Kaminari nearly chokes on his drink. Mina, yelling into Mike, Mineta. Whose BR is that? Mineta, I don't know. It was hanging on a drying line. The group laughs, but Yaozu quickly confiscates the BR with a blush, ending the round. Yaozu, okay. Final round, bring me someone appealing. Hagakure brought Achiko, while Zero brought Gyro. Mineta pulled out a hot magazine, a beat of silence. Then chaos. Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, Ojiro, and Shinso all move at once, each grabbing Izumi's hand from different directions. Izumi, startled, huh? Wait, what dash? Mina, giggling into the mic, whoa-ho. We got a beauty battle here, folks. The five boys begin to lightly argue. Todoroki, I was first. Bakugo, you were too slow, half and half. Kirishima, come on guys, I saw her first. Ojiro, let's not turn this into a fight. Shinso, she's not a prize, you know. Izumi, pulling her hands free, flustered, okay enough. I'm out. She turns and walks out of the rest house. The atmosphere turns quiet. Achiko, whispering to the boys, "Nice job, geniuses. Now go apologize." Izumi sat alone on the sand, hugging her knees, staring at the moonlit ocean. The distant laughter from the house now seemed muffled. She took a breath when she heard quiet footsteps behind her. Todoroki. Izumi, she turned slightly, seeing all 5 boys approaching slowly. Kirishima, "Hey, we're sorry." Ojiro, "We didn't mean to upset you." Shinso, "It got out of hand. We should have thought before doing that." Bakugo, quiet but sincere, "You're not a trophy. We weren't thinking straight." Izumi, sighing, I felt like I was being dragged around like some prize. It didn't feel nice." Todoroki, softly, "We understand. You're right. It was wrong." Izumi, "I don't mind if you think I'm pretty, but don't turn me into a contest." The boys nodded solemnly. Shinso gently extended his hand. "Shinso, can we go back now? Everyone's waiting." Izumi smiled a little and took his hand, walking with him back to the rest house. Back inside, the energy was still light but quieter. Izumi sat beside Achiko again, who handed her a fruit juice. Achiko, whispering, "You okay?" Izumi, "Yeah, I cleared it with them. They were just being dumb boys." Achiko, smirking, "I could have told you that." They both chuckled. Across the room, the boys sat down quietly, sneaking glances at Izumi, clearly still thinking about what happened. Mina broke the tension with a sudden cheer. Mina, grinning, "Next game, charades. Kaminari, you're up." Kaminari stumbled into the center, ready to act, as laughter returned to the group once more. Morning at the beach, the golden morning sun bathed the beach in warmth as the waves gently lapped the shore. Everyone had gathered outside the rest house, lounging on picnic mats and benches, surrounded by trays of grilled seafood, tropical fruits, and fresh juice. The aroma of buttered crab and spicy shrimp filled the air. Izumi, struggling with a crab leg, "Ugh, it won't break. Why is this crab stronger than my willpower?" Achiko, also struggling with lobster, "Mine's a fortress. I think it's mocking me." Kirishima, sitting nearby, noticed the two struggling. With a big grin, he hardened his hands using his quirk and walked over. Kirishima, cheerful, "Need a hero. Let the Crimson Riot Apprentice do the honors." He easily cracked the crab shells and lobster claws, handing the meat to Izumi and Achiko. Izumi, giggling, "Thanks, Seiji. You're the crab conqueror." She gave him a warm hug, catching him off guard. Kirishima, blushing and scratching his head, "In no problem at all." Across the table, Bakugo, Todoroki, Shinso, Ojiro, Mineta, and Kaminari watched in silence, biting into their own food a little too aggressively. Kaminari, pouting, "Why does he always get hugs?" "I cracked a walnut once, Mineta. I'd let a crab pinch me if it got me a hug like that." Mina and Jairu noticed the intense stares and whispered, giggling. Mina, "Look at them all jealous like it's a telenovela." Jairu, "This drama's better than cable TV." Ciro suddenly ran up, dripping wet and holding a surfboard. Ciro, "Yo, waves are perfect right now. Who's in for surfing?" Mina, already grabbing her board, "You know I'm down." Bakugo stood up, cracking his neck with a smirk. Bakugo, "Tisich, move over. I'll show you how it's done." Todoroki, calmly standing, "I'll join." Shinso, stretching, "Why not? I could use a little adrenaline." Ojiro, nodding, "Sounds fun." All 5 glanced briefly at Izumi. Though none of them said it out loud, it wasn't just about fun anymore. It was about showing off, impressing her. Over by the grill, Shoji, Tokoyami, and Ito were hard at work again, flipping skewers, brushing corn with butter, and slicing watermelon with precision. Ida, adjusting his glasses, "Let's ensure the food is evenly cooked. Balance is key." Tokoyami, stoic, "This is an acceptable way to begin the day." Shoji, "I'll go prep the fruit trays next." Nearby, Kaminari and Mineta were in the middle of a sand sculpture competition. Kaminari, behold, Castle Kaminari, with towers, flags, and locomote. Mineta, proudly pointing, and "I present the sand goddess. Curves and all." Kaminari, "You're hopeless." Further down the beach, Koda, Hagakure, and Azui were gently guiding baby turtles toward the water. Hagakure, they're so tiny and precious. Azui, they look happy. Koda, smiling and silently waving to one turtle. Out in the water, Izumi, Ozu, and Achiko were floating and swimming casually, enjoying the calm waves. Suddenly, Jairu gasped and pointed. Jairu, guys, look, there they go. They turned to see Mina riding a wave like a natural, spinning her board and laughing. Then came Bakugo, his board cutting through the water like a blade. He did a sharp flip, landing with a powerful splash. Achiko, whoa, Todoroki followed, cool and collected, balancing a hand of ice trailing in the wave's wake as he slid down the curl of water with elegance. Yayuzu, I didn't know Todoroki could surf like that. Further out, Ojiro and Shinso were also riding waves, not doing tricks, but showing control and strength with every turn. They looked confident, calm, and honestly handsome. Izumi, smiling, impressed. This is a side of them I've never seen. She couldn't help but be captivated by the energy, the effort, and yes, the obvious showboating from a few. But instead of rolling her eyes, she let out a small, entertained laugh. Izumi, quietly to herself, I guess boys will be boys. The waves crashed around them, the sky above bright and clear. And something deeper than summer fun was growing in the air, something a little more serious, a little more real. Mina and the boys came up from the ocean, boards in hand, shaking off water and laughing. Jairu, grinning, not bad, Surf Squad. You guys were showing off. Yamamo, smiling, very impressive. You've been practicing. Izumi, teasing, especially you, Kaken. Didn't know you were aiming for a career in surfing too. Achiko, laughing, flipping like that, just impress, huh? The boys smirked, some rubbing the back of their necks, a few side-eyeing Izumi. She waved it off with a laugh and took a slice of watermelon. Izumi, to Achiko, let's go back in. The water feels amazing. Achiko, grabbing another slice, wait. Let me grab one more piece. Be right behind you. Izumi giggled and jogged into the water, wading in waist-deep. The others were spread out, eating and chatting. Some of the boys couldn't help watching her as she floated and splashed around. Izumi laughed, floating on her back under the sun, waving playfully at the others. Izumi, calling out, come on already, lazy heads. Suddenly her body jerked downward. She gasped, but it was too late. A strong force yanked her under. Her eyes opened in shock, bubbles escaping her lips. Below the surface, a man with a mutated sea monster slick green skin, webbed claws, gills on his neck, and jagged teeth grinned at her. His hands tightened around her ankle. Izumi, thinking what the dash. She thrashed, heart racing. She summoned Black Whip, wrapping it around him, and launched herself upward with a powerful Detroit smash. It hit, but she was already deep below, and her energy was draining fast. The surface looked so far away, her strokes slowed, her chest burned. She reached for the light, but her limbs gave out. Her body began to sink again as the sea monster swam toward her, gripping her arm. Izumi, Kaken, darkness swallowed her. Above the surface, Achiko turned toward the water and blinked. Achiko, where's Izumi? Siro, laughing nervously. She's probably messing around. Watch, she'll jump scare us. But seconds passed, then a minute. No sign of Izumi. Mina, standing up, voice rising, guys. Something's wrong. She's not coming up. Panic hit the group. Yamamo spotted something, Izumi's floating slipper near the shore. Yamamo, gasping, that's hers. Shoji, eyes sharpening there. Out there someone's sinking. Mina, screaming, she's drowning. Help her. Bakugo, snapping, TCHDMNIT. He, Todoroki, and Kirishima dove in at once, slicing through the waves with urgency. The others watched, helpless and tense. Underwater, the monster was dragging Izumi's limp body back into the depths. Todoroki sent a freezing blast to block its path. Kirishima charged in, his hardened arms slamming into the creature. It hissed and retreated. Bakugo reached Izumi, eyes wild. Bakugo, gritting his teeth, no, you're not dying on me. He pulled her close and swam upward with raw power. Back on shore, Bakugo laid Izumi down. She wasn't breathing. Ochiko teary-eyed Izumi. The girls gasped, hands over their mouths. Bakugo began chest compressions focused, desperate. Then he tilted her chin and gave CPR. 1 breath. 2. Another compression. Mina, clutching her shirt, come on, please. Izumi suddenly choked, then coughed violently, water spilling from her mouth. Her eyes opened wide, gasping, trembling. Izumi, between breaths, Kakin Bakugo, relieved, voice low, dumb nerd, don't scare me like that. Ida, firmly, I'm reporting this to the staff. That wasn't an accident, there's something dangerous out there. Todoroki, coldly, no one goes back in the water. Not until we know it's safe. The group formed a protective circle around Izumi. Her arms bore red marks, and her breathing was uneven, but she was alive, and they were not letting anything happen to her again. Later, the beach was surrounded by police tape. Pro-hero staff and officers patrolled the sand as a captured man, restrained with cork-dampening cuffs, was dragged away. His monstrous sea features flickered as the quirk suppressors did their job. Officer, he'll be investigated thoroughly. That wasn't a random attack. Yamamo, serious, thank you for your quick response. That man nearly took one of our own. Ida, adjusting his glasses, we're grateful justice was served swiftly. At the rest house, Izumi sat wrapped in a towel, her skin marked by bruises and red welts. Her hands trembled lightly as her classmates surrounded her, concern written all over their faces. Izumi, softly, thank you to all of you. Especially you, Kakin, Todoroki, Kirishima, I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't jumped in. Todoroki, calmly, don't thank us. We did what anyone would have done. Kirishima, grinning, try to lighten the mood. Still, I gotta say that was the manliest save ever. They smiled gently before filtering out, giving her space. Only Bakugo remained, kneeling beside her with a med kit. He carefully dabbed ointment on the red marks across her arm. Izumi flinched. Bakugo gruff but soft, sorry. Hold still. Izumi, quietly, Kakin, what if I didn't make it? What if I died again? His hands froze. Then his brows furrowed hard. Bakugo, growling, don't say that, dumbass. I won't let that happen. Not again. Izumi, eyes wide, Kakin, you don't want to lose me. Bakugo's gaze dropped. His hand still rested lightly on her arm. A flush crept up his neck. Bakugo, grumbling, TCH, of course I don't. Izumi stared at him, a slow, warm smile forming. Izumi, good because I can't lose you either. Bakugo looked up, startled. Izumi, softly, if you knew how angry I was when Shigaraki almost killed you, I went insane. You're my weakness, Kakin. His eyes widened. Silence hung in the room, heavy and vulnerable. Bakugo, quietly, mine took it. They stared, eyes locked, emotions unspoken for years flickering between them. Slowly, they leaned closer, breath mingling, lips nearly touching. Mina, bursting in Izumi. OCRP, sorry dash. Ochiko, awkward. Oh, the investigators are here, they need to talk to you. Izumi chuckled softly, pulling back, cheeks tinted pink. Izumi, whispering to Bakugo, thanks again, kicking. Bakugo, muttering, irritated in his mind, they'd better not keep ruining it. She smiled at him warmly before walking out to meet the investigators. Bakugo sat there alone for a second, gripping the edge of the bed, heart pounding. Bakugo, thinking, one of these days I'm going to tell her. No matter what. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in warm oranges and pinks. A bonfire crackled in the center of a wide circle, casting dancing shadows on everyone's faces. They sat on logs and beach towels, laughter echoing, the flames softening their expressions. Jiru, strumming her guitar softly. All right, guys, let's make this night unforgettable. They sang a few songs, voices mixing in harmony, offbeat, joyful, honest. When the music faded, Yamamo suggested a moment of sharing. Yamamo, gently, how about we share something, a burden, a gratitude, anything? We've all been through so much. A silence passed. Then, Kaminari slowly stood up, smiling nervously. Kaminari, I guess I'll start. I joke around a lot. Yeah, but behind the laughs he'd been drowning. Everyone's faces turned toward him, concern rising. Kaminari, voice cracking, my shop's failing. I'm in debt. I smiled to cover it, but I feel like I'm losing everything. Silence. Then Bakugo stood abruptly. Bakugo, firmly, then I'll help you. Kaminari shocked Hadash. Bakugo, I'll help you rebuild. You've never been scared to ask me stupid things, so don't be scared to ask me for real help. Kaminari's lips quivered. He suddenly burst into tears, burying his face in his hands. Jairu pulled him into a hug. Kirishima patted his back. The others leaned closer, forming a circle of support. Achiko's turn. Achiko stood next, fingers clutching the hem of her jacket. Achiko, softly, I'm thankful for the kids, for the organization we built, and for all of you. Her voice trembled slightly. Achiko, I still think about Toga. She gave up her life so I could keep mine. If I had met her earlier, maybe she wouldn't have gone down that path. She wiped her eyes. Mina took her hand. Mina, gently, she'd be proud of you, Achiko. Izumi's turn. Izumi rose slowly, her gaze flicking to the fire, then to her friends. Izumi, I'm thankful for this second life. Everyone went silent. Izumi, 3 years ago I died, and yet here I am alive. Not everyone gets that chance. I won't waste it. I'll keep helping people, loving the ones who matter, and holding on to this new start. Her voice grew steady. Izumi, I'm thankful for my friends, my mom, All Might, and Kaken. Bakugo blinked, caught off guard by the way she said his name, soft, sincere. Bakugo turned and stood, stuffing his hands into his pockets, his expression unreadable. Bakugo, dryly, I'm thankful I'm a billionaire. Everyone groaned and laughed. Kirishima, then treat us, bro. Mina, give us some money, Scrooge. Bakugo, smirking, no way. I've got plans. Mina, teasing, what kind of plans, huh? Bakugo's gaze drifted toward Izumi. His voice lowered slightly, serious now. Bakugo, for my family, for my company, for myself. His eyes locked with Izumi's. Bakugo, firmly, and for the future I'm planning with someone I chose. Gasps echoed from the girls. Mina's jaw dropped. Jairu elbowed Achiko, who just smiled knowingly. Izumi's eyes widened. Her heart thumped loud in her chest. She couldn't speak. She just stared at Bakugo, lips slightly parted, breath catching. Kaminari, sniffling. Okay, now that's not fair. You're trying to kill us with emotions. Siro, laughing, bro. Just propose already. Everyone laughed, but Izumi's face was glowing with warmth. She glanced away, touching her chest. Izumi, thinking, what future are you planning, Kaken? The fire crackled louder as the next figure stood. Todoroki adjusted his beach hoodie, eyes reflecting the flames, voice calm as always. Todoroki, I'm thankful for the blessings I've received. I'm a billionaire too, but that doesn't define me. Everyone nodded, listening intently. Todoroki, my father's mistakes shaped my past. I want my future to be my own choice. That's why I plan to use my resources for donations, my family, and for the one I wish to share that future with. He glanced straight at Izumi. For a second, everything else faded for her. Izumi, in her mind, he's looking at me. Bakugo's jaw clenched subtly. His eyes narrowed. Kirishima, rising cheerfully, all right, my turn. He placed his hand on his chest with his usual warm smile. Kirishima, I'm thankful I became a man who can stand tall for my friends, for my business, and for the ones I love. He looked directly at Izumi now, grin softening. Kirishima, if I'm lucky enough, I'll keep working hard until I can give her the world. She deserves that. Izumi's cheeks flushed, lips parting slightly in surprise. The air grew thick with emotion. Mina, whispering, oh my God, did AG just soft confess? Jairu, no, he definitely did. Bakugo muttered a low tsh, visibly annoyed. Ojiro stood up, brushing sand off his shorts. He spoke quietly but firmly. Ojiro, I don't have quirk for flash, but I've got grit. I've worked for everything I have, and I'll keep doing it. He then turned toward Izumi, sincerity in his voice. Ojiro, if I ever find love, I'll give everything to protect and cherish her. Every day. Izumi looked down shyly, her heart racing. Yamamo, whispering, it's like all of them are drawn to her. Achiko, tense smile, yeah, like a love war. The fire flickered again as Shinso stood, brushing back his hair with one hand. His gaze remained down for a beat before he looked up right at Izumi. Shinso, I used to think I wasn't meant for the hero path, that I was just a tool with a shady quirk. He paused, voice growing softer. Shinso, but someone made me believe I'm worth more, that I can be a hero too. He took a breath. Shinso, I'll fight for that person, no matter who else stands in the way. Gasps and giggles filled the circle. Mina, mouth open. Shinso too. Kaminari, laughing nervously, is this a bonfire or a romance show? Izumi, inner thoughts, what's happening? Why are they all why me? She felt overwhelmed, her heart pounding louder than the waves. Meanwhile, Bakugo sat silently, flames dancing in his eyes. Bakugo, thinking you guys really want to test me, huh? Fine, bring it. Morning in the city was lively with a gentle breeze. Small flags waved and children's laughter filled the streets. A line of tiny kindergartners marched cheerfully, holding onto a rope with loops like a chain train. Each wore a costume, a little girl in a white coat pretending to be a doctor, a boy with cardboard wings calling himself Sky Hero, others dressed as firefighters, singers, or even mini versions of pro heroes. Izumi, walking backward and facing them with a smile. All right, little stars. Let's stay in line, hold onto your rope, and don't forget to wave at the crowd. The children giggled and waved at the bystanders who were snapping pictures and clapping. One child, dressed like a mini All Might, posed dramatically. Little boy, I am here. Izumi, giggling, you even got the catchphrase. A few parents followed behind at a distance, snapping photos. A citizen nearby approached her. Citizen, smiling, Miss Midoriya, they're all so adorable. You're doing a wonderful job. Izumi, grateful, thank you. They worked really HRD on their costumes this week. The parade reached a small park circle where they'd take a break and perform a simple chant song. Izumi gathered them in a half circle. Izumi, now remember, big voices and bright smiles. Across the street, Bakugo, Todoroki, Achiko, and Mina were wrapping up patrol duties when they spotted the small parade. Achiko, wait guys, isn't that Izumi? Mina, squealing awe. Look at the babies. They're like chibi heroes. Bakugo looked ahead and narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, there she was, Izumi leading the group, smiling like sunlight in human form. Todoroki, she looks peaceful. Bakugo scoffed, but said nothing. He just watched her quietly, gaze lingering. Mina, grinning, come on, let's go say hi. They crossed over, and one of the kids gasped loudly. Little girl, look, real heroes. Suddenly, the kids burst out in cheers. Some jumped excitedly in place while still holding onto their rope loops. A boy dressed like Bakugo ran up in tiny makeshift gauntlets. Mini Bakugo kid, Mr. Bakugo, I want to make boom booms too. Bakugo, raising an eyebrow, tsh. You better not blow your house up, kid. The boy laughed, clearly delighted. Izumi, beaming, hi guys. You're just in time. The kids were about to sing their hero chant. Achiko, this is the cutest thing I've ever seen. Mina, kneeling beside a kid, you look just like me. Oh my gosh, can I take a picture with you? Izumi turned to the kids. Izumi, okay everyone, who wants to show the heroes your chant? The kids all raised their hands with a loud me. They all began their simple chant in rhythm. Kids, chanting, we are strong, we are kind. We protect and help in time. Heroes, heroes, just like you, one day we'll be heroes too. Bakugo crossed his arms, clearly pretending to not be moved, but Izumi caught his faint smirk. Izumi, teasing, come on, Kakan, even you have to admit that was cute. Bakugo, gruff of, yeah maybe. As the kids huddled around the heroes, asking questions, Izumi looked over the scene fondly. Izumi, thinking this is the kind of peace we've all fought for. The little heroes in training waved their tiny arms enthusiastically as Izumi kneeled beside them. Izumi, okay my stars. Say thank you to our visitors and it's time to head back to school. Children, chorusing, thank you, heroes. Bye-bye. One child tried to hug Bakugo's leg, which he awkwardly dodged, while Mina burst into giggles. Todoroki gave a little smile and waved softly. The kids lined back up, and Izumi gave a quick bow to the heroes before leading the parade away. Mina, watching them leave, she's seriously glowing. Huh, I swear, Izumi's gonna make the best mom someday. And wife. Achiko, smiling warmly. Yeah, she's really good with kids. Like, really good. Bakugo and Todoroki stood silently, watching Izumi walk off, the rope of children trailing behind her like ducklings. Neither spoke, but their eyes didn't leave her figure. Mina, grinning, arms crossed. Oh, I know that look. Both of you are doing it. Todoroki, glancing sideways, doing what? Mina, thinking I won't be the guy she marries. Bakugo scowled, turning away with a click of his tongue. Bakugo, Tisich, shut it, Pinky. Mina, teasing, come on. You're both obviously head over heels. Even the kids could feel the love triangle tension. Achiko, nervously laughing, Mina, don't start a war. Mina, smirking, too late. This is better than a drama series. Bakugo didn't respond. He stared at the distant green figure leading a crowd of future dreamers. His expression softened just slightly. Bakugo, thinking she really is something else, the children burst through the kindergarten gates, still buzzing with excitement. Izumi clapped her hands to get their attention. Izumi, all right, mini heroes. Before you go home, you have one last mission. Operation Clean Up. Children, saluting dramatically, yes, Miss Midoriya. The classroom buzzed with action. Tiny hands grabbed brooms twice their height. Others swiped desks with little towels. A pair fought over who gets to hold them up. Izumi, gently, teamwork, not tug-of-war. She walked through the classroom, watching proudly as the children put in their best effort. Izumi, softly, smiling. You guys are fast learners. I'm so proud of all of you. A few minutes later, parents began arriving at the doors. One by one, the children left with hugs and cheerful stories about their hero parade. A little girl handed Izumi a flower before leaving. Little girl, for you, Miss Midoriya, because you're our hero. Izumi, touched, thank you, sweetheart, that means the world. When the last student left and the classroom quieted, Izumi stood at the center, looking around the tidy room. She breathed in, then exhaled with peaceful joy. Izumi, thinking they're growing, learning, dreaming. This is why I came back. Her phone buzzed. It was a message from Bakugo. Bakugo, you free tonight? I need to talk. Izumi looked at the message, her heart skipping just a little. She typed back quickly, Izumi, sure. I'll be home soon. Nightfall draped the city in gold and indigo. Izumi stood by the sidewalk in a simple green dress and a cardigan, glancing at her phone. The message from Bakugo read, Bakugo, come to this address. Dress casual. Don't be late, nerd. She smiled gently, heart fluttering a little. A taxi pulled up. She got in, full of hope. Meanwhile, at a fancy rooftop restaurant, Bakugo sat in his parked car across the street, holding a small bouquet of white lilies and red camellias. He stared at himself in the rearview mirror and sighed. Bakugo, muttering, why the hell am I nervous? It's just her, it's just DM in it. Just as he stepped out of the car, his phone rang. Hawks, urgently, Dynamite. We need you now. It's code red. Explosion at 9th District. Villains escaped, civilians trapped. This one's bad. Bakugo, TCH-. He glanced at the bouquet, then the restaurant doors. I'll be there. He dropped the bouquet back in the seat, slammed the door, and switched into his hero suit mid-flight. He didn't send a message. Izumi entered the restaurant with a soft smile. She walked to the counter and addressed the waiter. Izumi, reservation for Bakugo. Waiter, yes, this way, ma'am. She followed him to a table near the window, looking out at the softly lit skyline. She sat, smoothing her skirt, eyes flicking to the entrance every minute. Waiter, would you like to order, ma'am? Izumi, smiling politely, just juice for now. I'm waiting for someone. Elsewhere in the city, Bakugo and Hawks were in the thick of battle. Flames, rubble, civilians trapped in a half-collapsed building. Bakugo blasted a falling support beam and shouted to Hawks. Bakugo, get those kids out now. Hawks, wings shielding a family on it. Just try not to bring the whole place down. Dynamite. Bakugo, gritting his teeth, dim in it. Hours passed. The restaurant emptied. Plates clinked. Lights dimmed. Izumi sat alone, her juice now warm and untouched. The waiter approached again, sympathy in his eyes. Waiter, I'm sorry, miss. We're closing for the night. Izumi blinked, then stood, voice small. Izumi, it's all right. Thank you. She stepped out into the cold air. The city felt quieter now. Her heels clicked faintly on the sidewalk as she walked, head down, hands gripping her bag. Her eyes welled. Izumi, softly, Kaken you didn't even call. Bakugo landed near the restaurant, heart hammering. He checked his phone, 10 missed calls. For unread messages. Bakugo, panicked disishti. He ran to the entrance, only to find the lights off and the doors locked. He gripped the handle tightly, jaw clenched. Bakugo, thinking I screwed it up again. Izumi arrived home, her shoulders heavy. Inko was setting the table. Inko, Izumi. You're home just in time. I made katsudon dash. Izumi gave a small, forced smile but didn't speak. She walked past the dining area and straight to the bathroom. Inko watched her, confused and concerned. Inside the shower, Izumi sat down, hugging her knees as the water poured over her. Her eyes were red and swollen. Izumi whispers to herself, "Why did you make fun of me, Kaken?" After changing into her pajamas, Izumi sat on her bed. Her heart ached. She picked up her phone and called Achiko. Achiko, cheerful Izu. How was the night with Kaken? Did he surprise you, Dash? Izumi, shaky, he didn't come. Achiko, pause, wait, what? Izumi, I waited for 4 hours just sitting there. I didn't even eat. I thought he'd arrive any time, but he never showed. Achiko, angrily, he stood you up. He didn't even message. Izumi, crying softly, not even once. I don't want to see him. Uraraka, I just wanted to feel special. Achiko, he made you cry, that's enough. I'm going to talk to him myself. Izumi, please don't let him come near me. Not yet. At the agency, Bakugo slammed the door open, irritated. He still had his hero uniform half on, and he looked pissed off at himself. Kirishima, Todoroki, Shiro, and Kaminari turned to him. Kirishima, yo, bro, what happened? You look like you're about to explode. Before Bakugo could answer, Uraraka appeared from behind, her face furious. Uraraka, Bakugo. The boy stepped aside as she stormed up to him. Uraraka, what the hell is wrong with you? You made Izumi wait for 4 hours. She didn't eat. She just sat there hoping you'd come. Kaminari, shocked, wait, what? Todoroki, serious, you stood her up. Bakugo, frustrated, TCH, it wasn't like that. I got called for an emergency mission. Hawks needed me. There were civilians in danger. I had to go. Shiro, why didn't you at least text her? Bakugo, I didn't even check my DMN phone. I rushed straight from the restaurant to the scene. When I looked, I saw her missed calls. The others exchanged disappointed glances. Uraraka, angry. She was crying. She thought you made fun of her. You were the one who invited her. She trusted you. Kirishima, quietly, she really didn't eat. Uraraka, she waited in that restaurant alone. One by one, customers left. She was the last one. The staff had to ask her to leave. Bakugo's eyes widened. His breath caught. Guilt crashed down on him hard. Bakugo, clenching his fists, she doesn't want to see me. Uraraka, she doesn't even want to hear your name right now. The room was silent. Kirishima, Todoroki, and the others looked disappointed. Bakugo lowered his head, then stood up slowly. Bakugo, low but firm, I messed up. I get it, but I'm not letting it end like this. I'll fix it. Bakugo stormed toward the exit, eyes burning with determination, but Kirishima, Todoroki, Ojiro, and Shinso blocked his way. Kirishima, firm, Bakugo, you've hurt her enough tonight. Let her breathe. Bakugo, growl, move, shitty hair. I need to fix this. Todoroki, coldly, if you're not going to take proper responsibility for her, then I will. Bakugo's eyes narrowed as Todoroki stepped closer. Todoroki, she deserves someone who won't let her cry herself to sleep. Ojiro, soft but serious, I agree. I care about her too. If you're not going to cherish her the way she deserves, then someone else should. Shinso, calm but stern, She's not just a name in your world. She's everything to someone like me. Bakugo clenched his fists. Bakugo gritted teeth. Don't even think about it. She's mine. I'm not backing down, not after this. I know I messed up, but I'll make it right. No matter what it takes. Achiko stepped forward from behind them. Achiko, she doesn't want to see you, Bakugo. Bakugo, sharply, I don't care. I'm not walking away. I'll face her even if she throws me out. Izumi sat on her bed, her face buried in a pillow. The room was dim, her cheeks soaked with tears. There was a knock. Inko, gentle, Izumi, sweetie, someone's here to see you. Izumi, voice hoarse, I don't want to see anyone. Please just leave me alone tonight. There was silence for a second, then the sound of the lock turning. Inko, quietly, I know, but maybe you should hear him out. The door opened, and Bakugo stepped in. He was holding a bouquet, but he didn't offer it. He walked quietly, slowly, sitting on the edge of the bed. Izumi didn't look at him, her body trembled. Bakugo, softly, I'm sorry, Izumi. Izumi's eyes snapped up, red and swollen. Izumi shouted, get out. Just go. Bakugo looked at her, but didn't flinch. Bakugo, then hit me. Punch me. Kick me out. I'll take it. I deserve it. Izumi stared at him, her lip trembling. She didn't move, only more tears flowed down her cheeks. Bakugo took a breath, voice low and rough. Bakugo, Hawks called. A building was under attack. People were trapped inside. Villains were escaping. I had no time. I left everything, even my phone. Izumi didn't interrupt. She just cried quietly as she listened. Bakugo, I didn't forget you. I didn't mean to hurt you. I couldn't let people die while I sat in a restaurant. He lowered himself to the floor, kneeling before her. Bakugo, I should have called. I should have messaged. I know that. But please, I'm sorry. I never meant to make you feel that way. He gently reached for her hand. She didn't pull away. Izumi, sniffling, next time just tell me. I was so scared. I thought I wasn't important to you. Bakugo pulled her into a tight embrace. Bakugo, voice trembling, you are. You're the most important thing in my DMN life. I'll never let this happen again. I promise. Izumi buried her face in his chest, crying harder, but this time he held her through it. Bakugo slowly pulled away from their embrace and gently wiped the tears on Izumi's cheeks with his thumb. His brows furrowed as he remembered something Uraraka had told him earlier. Bakugo, softly, Achiko said you didn't eat anything while waiting. Izumi looked down and gave a small nod. As if on cue, her stomach growled softly. She flushed with embarrassment. Izumi whispers, I didn't feel hungry at that time. Bakugo stood up without another word, left the room briefly, and returned holding a paper bag and 2 drink cups. He set them down on the desk beside her. Bakugo, gruff but kind, takeout from a station on the way here. Donuts, Starbucks, and Katsudon. Your favorite. Eat. Izumi looked at the food, hesitating. Izumi, I don't think I should accept it. Bakugo, mock glare. I swear to God, if you don't eat this, I'll be pissed. That made her laugh, just a little. She reached out, finally taking the Katsudon tray and chopsticks. Izumi, smiling softly, you remember what I like. Bakugo, grinning, of course I do. You think I'd forget that? Izumi quietly began to eat, and Bakugo just watched her with warm eyes. At the door, Inko peeked slightly through the crack, opening her hand over her heart, smiling tenderly. She had heard everything and silently stepped away to give them space. Later that night, Bakugo found Inko in the kitchen finishing up some cleaning. Bakugo, quietly, Annie, would it be okay if I stayed the night? Inko turned and looked at him, surprised, but then nodded. Inko, gently, I trust you, Katsuki. Just take care of her. She needs that. Bakugo, serious, I will. Upstairs, Izumi was seated at her desk, working on a lesson plan for her students. Paper spread out, books open, and her pen scribbling notes. Bakugo stood by the door, leaning on the frame with arms crossed, a small smirk playing on his lips. Bakugo, you're such a nerd. Izumi turned, confused for a second before laughing. Izumi, what's that look for? Bakugo, sincerely, you're appealing, you know that. Whether you're fighting villains or making a lesson plan. Izumi turned away, blushing. Izumi, teasing, you're getting way too cheesy, Kakin. She finished her work, stacked her papers, and walked over to her bed, flopping down with a yawn. Izumi, I'm tired today was too much. Bakugo hovered beside her bed, eyes hopeful. Bakugo, can I sleep next to you? Just sleep, I swear. Izumi, pointing at the couch, nope. Couch. Right now. Bakugo, mock offended seriously. After all that? Izumi, kicking him away grinning, rules are rules, Mr. Katsuki Bakugo. He sighed dramatically, grabbing a pillow and walking to the couch. Bakugo, muttering, this is cruel and unusual punishment. As Izumi drifted asleep, Bakugo looked back one more time and whispered, Bakugo, good night, Deku. He stood, walked over to her quietly, and tucked the blanket over her shoulders before returning to the couch and laying down, his eyes watching the ceiling, heart full but conflicted. The morning sun filtered through the curtains, gently waking Izumi and Bakugo. They joined Inko in the kitchen where a simple yet warm breakfast was already prepared: steamed rice, grilled salmon, miso soup, and tamagoyaki. Inko, smiling, good morning, you too. Did you sleep well? Izumi, softly, yes, Mom. Thank you for the breakfast. Inko to Bakugo and you, Katsuki. How's the agency been treating you? Bakugo, grunting lightly, busy, but manageable. Izumi chuckled softly at his usual tone. After breakfast, she stood and picked up her lesson planner. Izumi, I'll go get changed. She came back moments later in her teacher uniform, neatly pressed, calm, radiant, the kind of look that always made Bakugo forget how to breathe for a second. Bakugo, thinking how the hell is she this perfect? He quickly turned away, pretending to focus on adjusting his gauntlet cuffs while heat rose to his cheeks. Once they got in the car, silence lingered soft and peaceful. As Bakugo drove, he couldn't help glancing at her. Her eyes sparkled as she reviewed her notes, humming softly. Bakugo, thinking I've messed up every DMN time. The kiss, the date, even my confession. I'm done letting the world interfere. I'll make this right, no villains, no disasters, no interruptions. When they arrived at the kindergarten, Izumi turned to him with a grateful smile. Izumi, thanks for the ride, Kakin. Bakugo, smirking faintly, anytime, nerd. She got out and waved before heading into the school, and Bakugo sat in the car a moment longer, gripping the steering wheel. Bakugo, to himself, I'll make the next time perfect, just wait. Later that morning, Bakugo sat in his office at the agency, reviewing mission reports. He was calm until the door slammed open and in walked Todoroki, Kirishima, Shinso, Ojiro, and Achiko. Achiko, arms crossed, all right, Bakugo. Talk. What happened with Izumi? Bakugo, sighing, tiredly, she forgave me. We talked out last night. We're okay now. There was a heavy pause before Kirishima stepped forward. Kirishima, firmly, glad to hear it. But you know I'm not backing off. Todoroki, calm but intense, neither am I. I still have feelings for her. Ojiro, quietly, she's someone worth fighting for. I won't step down until she chooses. Shinso, same here. No games. Bakugo stood slowly, the chair scraping behind him. His expression was sharp, eyes narrowed. Bakugo, growling, I don't care who steps forward. I'm not backing down either. She's mine to fight for. A powerful silence filled the room. The tension between the five heroes thickened in invisible fire and storms swirling in the space between them. They didn't need quirks to make the atmosphere heavy. The rivalry was raw, real, and dangerous. Just then, Mina, Achiko, and Ida appeared at the doorway, eyes wide. Mina, laughing nervously. Oh, what's going on in here? Why does it feel like a boss battle is about to break out? Achiko, pointing at them, you guys are acting like teenagers, not pro-heroes. Ida, sternly, this is highly inappropriate conduct inside a professional agency. None of the boys moved, their glares still locked. Bakugo, gritting his teeth, I'm not losing her again. Todoroki, coldly, then prove you deserve her. And the battle lines were drawn once more, quiet, invisible but undeniable. The bell rang as Izumi entered her favorite quiet coffee shop tucked in the corner of the city. She found her usual seat by the window, placed her laptop and notebook on the table, and ordered a caramel coffee and a slice of strawberry shortcake. As she sipped the warm drink, her green eyes flickered with inspiration. Her fingers typed rapidly across the keyboard, organizing hero data and statistics, her old habit of making hero analysis for the future Reborn. She smiled softly to herself. Izumi, muttering, "Still gotta guess you can take the hero away from the field, but you can't take the strategist out of me." After finishing her coffee, she ordered another slice of cake to go, packed her things, and walked briskly to her car. Her destination was clear. In her mind, Hatsum Maze Lab. At Hatsum's, sparks flew literally. The workshop was as chaotic as ever, filled with tools, spare parts, and half-finished inventions. Hatsum looked up, goggles perched on her forehead. Hatsum, grinning, "Oh ho. Look who finally remembered she's got potential beyond lesson plans." Izumi, giggling, "I'm not quitting teaching, but I want to test my limits again. Can you upgrade my gloves and boots? Something that can handle high-speed movement, maybe airborne boosts too." Hatsum, eyes lighting up, "You came to the right genius. I've got just the thing. Sit tight. Give me 5 hours, or maybe 6. No, 5.5. Izumi laughed as Hatsum vanished into the chaos. Hours later, Hatsum emerged with a dramatic flourish, holding out a pair of sleek, reinforced gloves and futuristic boots that gleamed under the fluorescent lights. Hatsum proudly tada. Multi-stage boosters in the heels, compressed air thrusters in the gloves for mid-air adjustment, and shock-absorbent soles. "You'll fly like a comet, baby." Izumi quickly changed into her hero costume, slipping on the new gear. She tested the grip in her gloves, the balance in her boots. Izumi, in awe, "This feels amazing." Hatsum winked and opened the rooftop access door. "Hatsum, go on, try them out." With a small hop and a press of her palm, Izumi launched upward, wind rushing past her face as she soared above the skyline. The city lights spread beneath her like stars. She spun once in the air, laughing freely. Landing atop a building, she stood tall, looking down at the people and traffic moving below. Her heart beat faster, not with fear, but purpose. Izumi, quietly to herself, "By day, I'm a teacher, someone to nurture the next generation. But at night, I'll be a hero again. Not for fame, but to protect. Just like I promised myself back then." Her fingers curled into a fist. "Izumi, no more hesitating. I'll be the hero who saves with a smile, like All Might, but my own way." She stepped to the building's edge, wind tugging at her hair. Izumi, smiling, "Let's see what this world's got waiting for me now." And with a burst of light from her gloves, she vanished into the sky. The return of Deku had begun. The night air was cool and still until the screech of tires shattered it. Izumi flew above the city, enjoying the sensation of wind against her face when her eyes locked on a speeding truck careening out of control. It barreled down a crowded intersection, horn blaring wildly. Pedestrians froze in fear. Izumi, eyes widening, "Oh no, dash." Without hesitation, she dove from the sky, her black whip launching out from her glove. It wrapped tightly around the truck's bumper, and with a sharp pull and a blast from her new boots, she halted the vehicle just inches before it could crash into the crowd. Screams turned into stunned silence. People blinked, wide-eyed, unsure what just happened. Then, civilians in awe, "She saved us, that's Deku. But she's a girl." Izumi turned, eyes calm, heart pounding. "Izumi, kindly, is everyone all right?" They nodded rapidly, tears of relief streaming down some faces. Izumi moved to the driver's side and opened the door, finding the man slumped over the wheel. "Izumi, he's unconscious, probably passed out while driving." Just then, sirens echoed. Ambulance and police vehicles arrived at the scene. Medics took over, and officers quickly approached her. "Officer, you saved lives tonight. What's your name, hero?" Izumi looked up, her hair blowing gently in the breeze. "Izumi, firmly, my name is Deku. The symbol of peace has returned." The crowd erupted in cheers, people chanting her name. Civilians, "Deku. Thank you. She's amazing." Izumi smiled, waved, then launched herself back into the sky, her figure disappearing among the stars. Meanwhile, at the agency, Bakugo and the rest of the team were gathered in the lounge, catching a quick break and watching the news. The reporter's voice blared through the speakers. TV reporter. A mysterious female hero identifying herself as Deku intervened and saved civilians from a truck accident earlier tonight. Bakugo looked up from his paperwork. The image of Izumi in her new hero costume appeared on screen, fierce and radiant. Kirishima, jaw dropped, bro, that's Izumi. Kaminari, she's in her hero gear. That's insane, look at those upgrades. Siro, she really said, I'm back, and made a whole moment. Todoroki, softly, she looks unstoppable. Suddenly, the front doors burst open. All heads turned, and there she stood, Izumi Midoriya, a vision in green, her hero costume redesigned with Hatsume's tech, power radiating from her very presence. The room fell completely silent. The boys were frozen in place, eyes wide, stunned into total silence. Mina, snickering, pick your jaws off the floor, boys. Achiko, laughing, I knew this would happen. Izumi walked calmly toward Bakugo's desk, her heels tapping with each step. She dropped a paper in front of him. Izumi, smirking slightly, I'm officially registering with your agency. Hope there's still room for one more. Bakugo blinked, stunned, then stood up. Bakugo, clearing throat, Tisich, took you long enough. Kirishima, fanning his face, dude, we are so doomed. Shinso, deadpan, she just started and already stole the spotlight. Ojiro, still blinking, she's incredible. Izumi turned around with a slight wink, heading to her new locker. Izumi, cheerfully, let's get to work, heroes. The entire room practically vibrated with admiration and new rivalry energy. The night sky shimmered outside the tall windows of the agency as Bakugo led Izumi down the quiet hallway. Bakugo, gruffly, this one's yours. Office is all prepped. You can dump your nerd stuff in tomorrow. He opened the door to a modest, sleek office space with her nameplate already mounted. Pro Hero, Deku. Izumi stepped inside, giving a small smile. Izumi, softly, thanks. I'll bring my gear and files in the morning. As she looked around the room, Bakugo leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, stealing quick glances. Her new hero costume hugged her figure perfectly, blending strength and elegance. Her hair was pulled back in a determined style, her expression as sharp as always, but when she smiled, that familiar softness returned. Bakugo, thinking hot, fierce, cute, she really is everything. Izumi, on the other hand, looked around with a spark in her eyes. The boredom of her quiet nights had become too much. She missed the thrill, the mission. Being a teacher was fulfilling, but her soul craved the battlefield of justice too. Izumi, thoughtfully, it's better than lying around at night, doing nothing. This feels right again. Suddenly the hallway erupted in voices. Kirishima, beaming, Izumi. You're seriously back for real, huh? That's so manly. Todoroki, genuinely, you look strong and stunning. Shinso, with a smirk, welcome back, Deku. The hero world's missed you. Achiko, teary-eyed, I can't believe I'm seeing you in costume again. You look amazing. Mina, playfully, you're glowing, girl. That costume, 10 out of 10. Ida, straightening his glasses, seeing you return fills me with pride. Midoriya, the public will be safer with you on patrol again. Ojiro, smiling, you've always been a great hero. This just proves it. Izumi blushed slightly, touched by the flood of warm welcomes. Izumi, laughing softly, thanks guys. I missed all of you. The group shared a quiet moment of support, pride, and camaraderie, reunited under the same agency roof once again. Izumi stood by the main doors, wind gently ruffling her cape. Izumi, I'll start officially tomorrow. I'll see you all then. She stepped outside, activated One for All, and with a low hum of power, shot up into the sky, gliding over the city with flawless grace, her figure illuminated by the moonlight. Bakugo, watching from behind, even later that night, Izumi arrived home. As she opened the door, Inko gasped from the living room, eyes wide at the sight of her daughter in the full Deku hero costume. Inko, tearing up. Izumi, you're really back out there. Izumi, smiling softly, yeah, Mom. I'm back. It felt like the right time. Inko stepped forward, holding her daughter's hands, filled with emotion. Inko, I miss the old days back when you were my little boy, pretending to be All Might. But seeing you like this, I've never been prouder. They shared a warm hug. Soon after, they sat at the table, eating dinner side by side. For once, there was no lingering sadness, no hesitation, just peace. Inko, smiling, tell me everything about your day. Izumi, grinning, get ready, Mom. It's going to be a long story. Morning, in kindergarten, the sun peeked through the curtains of the classroom, casting a soft glow over the colorful walls. Laughter filled the air as Izumi clapped her hands, leading a group of excited toddlers in a fun nursery rhyme. Izumi, cheerfully, all right, everyone. Let's sing it one more time, dash. Musical notes, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are up above the world, so high like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are up above the world, so high like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. The kids sang in unison, twirling, clapping, and dancing to the rhythm. Some were slightly offbeat, some too loud, but the joy was pure. Izumi watched them with a proud smile, gently guiding them through the moves. Behind her, the classroom door quietly opened. A few parents had arrived early and stood watching, their eyes softening at the sight of their children enjoying themselves. Parent 1, whispering, she's such a good teacher. The kids really love her. Parent 2, smiling, my son never stops talking about Miss Midoriya at home. After the song, Izumi turned toward the door with a surprised smile. Izumi, oh, hello, everyone. I didn't notice you come in. The parents greeted her warmly, and a few stepped closer as their kids ran over. Izumi, they've been doing amazing lately. Really quick learners, and so enthusiastic. It's been such a joy teaching them. Parent 3, we can tell. They're so much more confident now. Izumi, beaming, thank you. That means a lot. The children tugged at her sleeves, wanting to sing another round. Izumi knelt down and laughed softly, promising they could sing it again after snack time. Afternoon, at Bakugo's agency, the hallway buzzed quietly as Izumi stepped into the agency, waving hello to Mina and Kaminari before heading toward the locker room. She returned a few minutes later dressed in her hero costume, straightening her gloves and stretching her arms with a grin. At his desk, Bakugo lifted his head. He had been watching her the whole time, how effortlessly she shifted from gentle teacher to fierce pro-hero. His lips curled into a subtle smirk. Bakugo, you seriously SWCH modes like that, nerd? Izumi, teasingly, and you still haven't figured out how to multitask, Kakin. Bakugo, gruffly, half looking away, you're getting too comfy around here. Izumi, with a smirk, maybe that's because I belong here now. They exchanged a playful glance as Izumi took a seat nearby and started sorting her gear and paperwork. Bakugo leaned back, arms crossed, eyes resting on her longer than necessary. Just then, Jairu rushed in, holding up her comm tablet. Jairu, serious tone, urgent call from Endeavor's agency. They need 4 heroes quick. Bakugo stood up immediately, already grabbing his gauntlets. Bakugo, I'm in. Todoroki, stepping forward, me too. Shinso, from the hallway, count me in. Izumi looked at them, then nodded with determination. Izumi, I'll go too. Within minutes, the 4 heroes suited up and loaded into the vehicle waiting outside. The tension in the car was quiet but strong, each of them focused, ready. Shinso, looking ahead, any idea what kind of mission it is? Bakugo, if Endeavor's calling personally, it's not going to be small. Todoroki, calmly, let's just be ready for anything. Izumi glanced at each of them, her eyes steady. Izumi, quietly, no matter what it is, we'll face it together. While on a car trip, Todoroki used his comm to connect with Endeavor's private line. Todoroki, sir, we've assembled a team of 4. It's me, Bakugo, Shinso, and the female hero is Izumi. There was silence for a beat on the other end before Endeavor replied. Endeavor, confused Izumi. Who is she? Todoroki, calmly, she's Deku. Or rather Izuku's reincarnation. She's female now. Her full name is Izumi Midoriya. Another silence. Then Endeavor's voice returned, this time lower and more stunned. Endeavor, you're telling me Izuku is alive? Your friend green hair boy Deku. Reborn. Todoroki, yes. You'll understand when you meet her. But right now we're en route. Endeavor, serious. I want to meet her personally after this mission. I can't believe it. Deku coming back. As the call ended, the four heroes remained quiet in the car, tension rising in the air. Izumi, softly, staring out the window. I guess I have a lot of people to prove myself to all over again. Bakugo, looking her way. Then let's get this mission done first. Prove it with your actions, just like always. Their cars sped through the city, headed toward Endeavor's agency and toward a dangerous mission waiting in the shadows. The doors of Endeavor's agency opened with a sharp whoosh as the four heroes stepped into the main hall. Staff stood straighter at the sight of Bakugo and Todoroki, but their eyes shifted quickly to the woman in the group, the one walking confidently in a custom-fit hero costume. Her green hair glowing under the overhead lights, freckles dusted softly across her cheeks. Endeavor stood in front of them, arms crossed. His usually stern expression faltered when his gaze landed on Izumi. Endeavor shocked Midoriya. His deep voice was laced with disbelief. He stepped closer, scanning her face. Though the features were softer, more feminine, those bright green eyes, that calm, determined look, those familiar freckles, it was unmistakably her. Endeavor, quietly you're alive. Izumi gave a soft smile and nodded. Izumi, gently yes in a way. It's still Izuku, but now I live as Izumi Midoriya. Endeavor, still stunned, but how? Why? Izumi, it's because of One for All. It gave me a second chance when everything should have ended. It changed everything, including who I am now. I don't understand the full reason yet, but I won't waste the gift. The room fell into a respectful silence. Bakugo crossed his arms, watching Endeavor carefully. Todoroki nodded quietly. Shinso leaned back against the wall, intrigued. Endeavor, lowering his voice, I didn't believe it at first. But looking at you now, I see it. You've got the same fire in your eyes, Izuku Midoriya. Izumi, firmly, call me Izumi now, please. I'm still the same hero inside, but I want to build this new life with my own strength. Endeavor, nodding very well, Izumi. Then let's begin. In the briefing room, the lights dimmed as Endeavor tapped on a holographic projector. A 3D model of a lavish hotel appeared mid-air, a multi-level skyscraper with neon signs and a red carpeted entrance. Endeavor, pointing, this is the primary location. The mission is covert, no costume identifiers. Blend in. There's a formal event tonight Ikkyo Toshibara will be attending. He's our main target. A zoomed-in hologram of a sharp-suited man with slick hair and an arrogant smirk appeared. Endeavor. He's suspected of running illegal quirk-based drag manufacturing. Worse, our informant says he kidnapped a child with a rare creation-type quirk. He's using the child to produce synthetic quirks for high bidders. Izumi, frowning, that's just like Yayarosa's quirk. He's forcing a child to produce materials for him. Bakugo, low growl, sick BSDRD. Todoroki, coldly, where's the child being held? Endeavor, underground, possibly in a secure wing. That's where your team comes in. He pointed to each of them in turn. Endeavor, Shinso and Izumi, you two are the distraction. We need Ikkyo and his personal guards preoccupied. While they're busy, Todoroki, Bakugo, and I will infiltrate the restricted areas and locate the drags and the child. Izumi raised a brow. Izumi, what kind of distraction? There was a pause. Endeavor turned serious. Endeavor, Shinso will manipulate the guards with his quirk, lead them into blind spots. Izumi, we need Ikkyo's eyes off everything else. Stockton, charm him, keep him locked on you. Bakugo, eyes widening. What? Todoroki, sternly, that's dangerous. She'll be exposed. Shinso, you sure about this? Izumi met their worried stares with calm strength. Izumi, nodding, it's okay. I can handle this. We're professionals now. I'll do what needs to be done. Just stick to the plan. Bakugo, gritting his teeth, a minute fine. But if anything goes wrong, Izumi, interrupting gently, then we go with plan B. That's why we prepare backup now. Endeavor watched her quietly, impressed. Endeavor, to the group, this mission could save lives. Trust each other, move with precision, and get out clean. Understood. All of them nodded, and the plan began to solidify under the weight of what lay ahead. The black van slowed to a stop just a block from the glowing, extravagant hotel entrance. A red carpet was laid out beneath a sea of chandeliers and golden lights. Guests in gowns and tuxedos moved like a river of wealth and secrets. The side door slid open. Izumi stepped out first, her red, form-fitting dress hugging every elegant curve. The slit traced up her leg, revealing just enough with every step. Her matching heels clicked against the pavement, and a delicate red mask framed her eyes, hiding just enough of her face to spark mystery. Bakugo muttering, eyes wide, "What the hell, Todoroki?" Low voice, "She's stunning." Shinso, a slow blink, "Okay, that's not fair." Behind them, Endeavor crossed his arms, unimpressed by their dropped jaws. Endeavor, focus, all of you. Eyes on the mission. Mirio, chuckling, "She's definitely in character. Come on, gentlemen, don't let her beauty be your downfall." Shinso quickly adjusted his black tuxedo and mask, then extended a hand toward Izumi. She smiled softly, taking it. They walked ahead like any other couple arriving at the grand event. Confident, poised, graceful. Shinso, low voice to Izumi, "You good?" Izumi nods, softly, "Let's give them a show." As they approached the entrance, security gave them only a glance before waving them through. Endeavor, Mirio, Bakugo, and Todoroki exited the van behind them, heading in separately through the side alley with stolen access cards. Their mission was clear: find the child and destroy the hidden drag lab. The clock was ticking. Inside the opulent ballroom, the air was thick with perfume, music, and power. Crystal chandeliers shimmered above velvet drapes. Waiters in black uniforms passed trays of champagne, while a live orchestra played softly in the corner. Shinso spotted the target. Shinso, whispering, "Third table to the left, near the center. That's Ikkyo to Shibara." The man was surrounded by two women and several guards in formal suits, earpieces barely visible. His eyes were bored until Izumi stepped toward the musicians. Izumi, to the pianist, softly, "Play something alluring. Bold." The music shifted, the tempo slow and sultry, echoing across the ballroom like smoke in the air. Izumi stepped up to the center stage. All eyes turned. The spotlight landed on her, and the room quieted. She moved with poise, fluid, stuck, magnetic. Her red dress caught the light as she twirled slowly, hips swaying in rhythm, arms weaving like silk. Her hair shimmered, her eyes locked subtly on Ikkyo's table. Ikkyo, mesmerized, to his guard, "Who is she?" Shinso clenched his jaw for a second, trying not to show his shock. But he shook it off, ducking near the pillars. His voice was calm, methodical as he activated his quirk. "Shinso, to guard number 1, hey, you should check the hallway. Something suspicious." Guard number 1, numb, obeying, "Yes, sir." One by one, guards were quietly manipulated into stepping away out of sight, out of play. Shinso then activated a sleeping gas canister behind one of the walls, setting up blind areas just like the plan. Back on stage, Izumi locked eyes with Ikkyo. Her dance grew bolder, slower, every motion a calculated tease. The villain leaned forward, breath caught. Ikkyo, murmuring, "Get her, bring her to me." The guards moved. Shinso's hand subtly gripped a comm device. Shinso, quietly, "Bakugo. Todoroki. He's distracted. It's go time." Bakugo, through comms, "TCH, got it. We're moving." Izumi kept dancing, fully aware of the danger, fully in control. A queen on the battlefield, where music and charm were her weapons. Shinso moved swiftly through the grand hallway, stepping over the sleeping guards now slumped against the walls and floors. His eyes scanned the doors, too many, all similar. Room after room opened with ease. Empty, nothing important. But the last one, the final door, at the very end, was locked. He frowned, reaching for the handle again. No use. His eyes flicked around the corridor, searching for clues. That's when he saw it. A large picture frame on the wall. A knight in shining armor held a sword, its blade tilted downward, pointing directly at an old aquarium placed below it. Shinso whispers a clue. He crouched, checking the base of the aquarium. Hidden underneath a small treasure chest within the tank, half buried in stones, was a tiny metallic key. Shinso, grinning faintly bingo. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. Meanwhile, in the ballroom, Izumi continued her masterful performance. The air pulsed with music as she danced alone until her eyes found Ikkyo again. Izumi, softly, approaching, "Would you care to dance, sir?" Ikkyo Toshibara smirked, rising from his chair. He took her hand, leading her into a waltz. Ikkyo, low voice, "You're a rare beauty. Never seen you before." Izumi, chuckling softly, "I'm new in town. Thought I'd make an impression." Her voice was velvet, teasing, her movements entrancing. She pressed closer as they moved to the music, their steps graceful but filled with dangerous intent. Her fingers brushed his chest, her green eyes never leaving his. Every motion was a distraction, every smile a tactic. Ikkyo, entranced her. Exquisite. Izumi, smiling, internally focused just a little longer. Keep him busy below the hotel. Bakugo blasted the entrance to the underground hallway. Bakugo, growling, "Let's get this over with." Todoroki, careful. We don't know how many are inside. Endeavor and Mirio charged in with them, and within seconds, guards poured out from the shadows. A short but brutal fight began. Bakugo's explosions lighting up the corridor, Todoroki freezing enemies in place, Endeavor's flames holding the line, and Mirio phasing through enemies and knocking them out with clean precision. They finally reached a massive steel door. Endeavor, this is it. Mirio placed a device on the keypad, short-circuiting it. The heavy doors opened with a loud groan. Inside, glowing vials, containers, and crates of illegal substances lined the walls. Machinery buzzed, guarded by just a few remaining workers, all of whom were quickly subdued. Bakugo, radioing in underground, secured. Drag operations shut down. Meanwhile, Shinso stepped in the dark room, past the locked door. Shinso softly kid. He heard sniffling. At the far end of the room, a small metal cage sat against the wall. Inside was a little girl, trembling and clutching a blanket. Her eyes were puffy from crying. Shinso, kneeling, "Hey, it's okay, I'm here to help." Child, shaking, "Hey, are you a bad guy?" Shinso, soft smile, "No. I'm a hero. You're safe now." He unlocked the cage and gently wrapped his jacket around the child, lifting her into his arms. Shinso, softly, into his earpiece, "I've got the kid. She's safe." Bakugo, overcomes, "Good. We're pulling out. Get to the extraction van." Shinso, looking at the child, "Let's get you home." The flames roared behind them. Bakugo, Endeavor, and Todoroki standing tall as the entire drag factory was consumed by fire. Bakugo, wiping soot off his face, "That should be enough evidence and a warning." Endeavor, nodding, "They won't be rebuilding this anytime soon." Up above, Mirio had already joined Shinso, who was holding the rescued child gently in his arms. Mirio, smiling, "Let's get out of here." They boarded the van parked discreetly behind the hotel. The child clung tightly to Shinso as they closed the doors. But just as the van began to pull off, guard, screaming, rushing to Ikkyo, "Boss, the base is on fire." The heroes dashed. Suddenly, the ground shook. The ballroom erupted in panic. Guests screamed and ran in all directions. Chaos surged like a wave. Izumi, stepping back, time to move, but before she could escape, Ikkyo grabbed her wrist tightly. Ikkyo, dark grin, "You're not going anywhere, sweetheart. You're coming with me." Izumi, growling, "Wrong move." She delivered a sharp punch to his face, sending him stumbling backward. Ikkyo, shocked, then furious, "You're part of this." Izumi turned to leave, but several remaining guards blocked her escape. One of them lunged with a quirk taser. The electric surge hit her neck. She gasped, staggering. Another injected a tranquilizer. Her vision blurred. Izumi, weakly, "Damn it." She collapsed into the guard's arms, unconscious. Ikkyo rubbed his bruised jaw and smirked darkly. Ikkyo, gloating she's mine now. The van doors slammed open. Endeavor. Where's Izumi? Shinso froze, eyes widening. He'd been so focused on the child he forgot. Shinso, cursing she's still inside. Without hesitation, Shinso leapt out of the van. Bakugo and Todoroki didn't even speak, just exchange a quick look and followed. Inside the hotel, a hidden private suite. Izumi lay unconscious on a bed. Her red dress was slightly torn, her mask discarded. Guard stood near the door, while Ikkyo loomed beside her, now without his tuxedo jacket. His hand grazed her leg, then her cheek with a disturbing slowness. Ikkyo, whispering, "You're even more perfect up close," suddenly boom. The door exploded off its hinges. Bakugo, roaring, "Get away from her." Ikkyo turned, startled, but Shinso was already behind him. He yanked Ikkyo by the collar and slammed him into the wall. Shinso, cold, "You touched her. Big mistake." Todoroki rushed to Izumi's side, checked her pulse, and gently lifted her into his arms. Todoroki, serious, "She's okay. Just sedated." Bakugo pinned Ikkyo to the floor, his hand crackling. Bakugo, growling, "You're lucky we need you alive, some." Ikkyo was cuffed, knocked out, and dragged away by the arriving backup. Todoroki carried Izumi protectively to the exit, while Bakugo and Shinso stayed behind to clean up the last of the mess. The flashing red and blue lights bathed the hotel in harsh color. Police restrained the last of the guards, and Ikkyo, bruised and cuffed, was shoved into the back of a police van. Firefighters contained what remained of the underground blaze, while paramedics carefully escorted the rescued child into the waiting arms of his sobbing parents. Inside the hero's van, silence hung heavy. Izumi slowly opened her eyes, blinking away the blur. She sat up weakly, supported instantly by Todoroki at her side. "Izumi." Hoarsely, "What happened?" Bakugo, tight voice, "You passed out. They tried to take you, Ikkyo." He almost dashed, his jaw clenched too hard to finish the sentence. He looked away, his fists trembling. Shinso, guilt-ridden, "I'm sorry. I should have stayed with you. I thought you'd be fine, I didn't think." Izumi, softly, "It's okay, I knew the risk. It was part of the plan." Todoroki, quiet but intense, "We should have been faster." Mirio, gently, "You did your job perfectly, Izumi. You distracted him long enough for all of this to happen. If anything, you held the whole mission together." Endeavor, serious, arms crossed, "You were brave. But reckless. That role was dangerous even for a pro." Izumi, smiling faintly, "I'm used to danger. It means we saved a life and stopped a monster." The tension slowly melted, though not completely. The boys still looked at her with worry, not just as teammates, but something more. Bakugo, soft growl, "Next time, I'm not letting you out of my sight." "Got it." Izumi, light chuckle, "Stalker much cacken." The van shook with quiet laughter, breaking the weight of what nearly happened. At Endeavor's agency headquarters, the team stood before their superior. The mission was declared a success. Ikkyo's network was destroyed, the drag seized, and the child returned to his family. Endeavor, crossing his arms, "You did well. All of you." He handed them a sealed case payment and commendations for the mission. Mirio, smiling, "Can't say no to bonuses." As everyone relaxed, Endeavor's eyes narrowed. He had noticed something off during the ride back. He turned to his son, whose eyes lingered far too long on Izumi as she sat sipping water. Endeavor, Shoto. Todoroki, startled, "Yeah." Endeavor, "You keep looking at her." Todoroki, calmly, "She was unconscious. I was making sure she's okay." Endeavor, stepping closer, lower voice, "You like her." Todoroki, visibly flinching, "I don't." Endeavor, raising a brow, "Your face says otherwise." Todoroki glanced at Izumi again, who laughed at something Bakugo said. Her eyes sparkled under the soft lights. Todoroki, quietly, "Even if I do, it's not that simple." Endeavor, serious tones softening, "She's strong. Just like you. But don't let your feelings cloud your decisions in the field." Todoroki, nodding, "I won't. I promise." Endeavor didn't press further, but gave him a pat on the shoulder, a rare, quiet show of support. At the agency, Bakugo, sat behind his desk, pen scratching furiously against paperwork. His brow was furrowed, as always, his sharp eyes focused until the door burst open. Denki, sit down on the couch, yo, Kakin. We heard about the mission with Endeavor last night. Mina, grinning, tell us everything. Was it really as dangerous as the rumors say? Mineta, climbing onto the arm of a couch. I heard there was a secret party and that Izumi danced. Like actually danced. Jeru, crossing her arms. And you guys went against Ikkyo, to Shibara. That guy was on every villain watch list for months. Bakugo didn't look up. He just grunted. Bakugo, T6 mission's done. We saved the kid, destroyed the drags, and locked the BSDRD up. End of story. Denki, elbowing Mina. He's being all gruff about it, but I bet he hasn't stopped thinking about Izumi's dress. Jairu, smirking, she did look amazing in that red gown. Even I was stunned. Mina, leaning forward, and you were with her the whole time. Huh, Bakugo. I bet you almost exploded watching her waltz with the villain. Bakugo finally snapped his head up, eyes glaring. Bakugo, shut it. It was part of the plan. Mineta, wiggling his eyebrows, sure, just a mission. Totally not jealous that Ikkyo had his hands on her waist. Bakugo, growling, I should have blasted him through the wall when I had the chance. Everyone exchanged a knowing look. Suddenly, the agency's widescreen TV lit up. Everyone's attention shifted as the news anchor appeared. Anchor, we interrupt this with breaking coverage. Hero Deku, the female hero now known as Izumi Midoriya, has just rescued over 20 civilians trapped in a collapsed construction site. Footage played, it was Izumi in her sleek hero costume, black whip glowing, as she lifted debris, guided people to safety, and flew a trapped child out of danger. Crowd on screen, she's so appealing. She's goddess. Deku senpai. Can I have your number? Marry me. Stop on me. Izumi, ah. Please sign my back. A swarm of men surrounded her, all desperate for her attention. Izumi smiled kindly, a little flustered but gracious. Denki, whistling whoa. She's a total queen out there. Mina, laughing, look at all those fans. I'd say the hero world's got a new crush. Mineta, weeping, she's like an angel and I'll never stand chance. Jairu, eyeing Bakugo, hey Bakugo, you okay? Bakugo's eyes were locked on the screen, his jaw clenched. Bakugo, T6 idiots. All of them. Mina, grinning, ah. Is someone getting jealous? Denki, guess you'll have to make your move before one of those guys does, huh? Bakugo, grumbling, I ain't worried about extras. I'm not some dumb fanboy. Mineta, but she did look like a goddess though, right? Bakugo didn't reply, but his ears turned just a shade redder as he silently turned back to his paperwork. The door swung open as Achiko, Ida, Kirishima, and Todoroki stepped in, visibly drained but smiling after their patrol shift. Kirishima, wiping sweat, man, that was a long route today. Ida, adjusting his glasses but fulfilling. A good day's patrol is a pillar of civic duty. Mineta, skipping over excitedly, guys, you missed it. Izumi was on TV. She saved a bunch of people from a construction site collapse. Todoroki, raising a brow, she's already back in action. Impressive. Achiko, smiling softly, I saw it on the way back. That's Izumi, all right back to being the hero we knew she was. I'm proud of her. Suddenly, the door opened again. Izumi stepped inside. Her hair was slightly messy, her hero costume still dusty, and a tired yet triumphant smile on her face. Izumi, yawning, I'm back, what a day. Mina, rushing to her, girl, you were amazing. The news showed everything. People are obsessed. Denki, you had fanboys screaming and trying to propose. Izumi, laughing seriously, I just did what needed to be done. Mina, leaning in with a teasing grin. Oh, and Bakugo couldn't take his eyes off the screen. He was all stiff and sulking. Totally jealous. Izumi, blinking, huh? Really? Bakugo from the hallway, grumbling, shut up. I was just watching the DMN news. His face was red. He turned quickly and walked out of the room before anyone could say more. Izumi, confused, tilting her head, what's up with him? Achiko, giggling, you'll figure it out eventually. Izumi's office. Izumi stood at her desk, still in her green and black hero costume. Her hair now combed, she adjusted the gauntlet on her forearm, humming softly. A knock came. Todoroki. Hey, I just wanted to say you did incredible today. Your rescue reminded me of what a true hero looks like. Izumi, smiling gently. Thanks, Todoroki-kun. Coming from you, that means a lot. Todoroki, nodding. I'm glad you're back. He gave a small wave and exited, just as Bakugo pushed the door open right after. Bakugo, T-Sich, that dim-in half-and-half beat me here. Izumi, laughing. You two just love timing your entrances, huh? Bakugo, walking in, crossing arms. Listen, you did good today. I mean really good. Not bad for a nerd who used to cry all the time. Izumi, raising an eyebrow. That's a compliment, I think. Bakugo, avoiding her gaze, pulling something from behind his back here. For you. He handed over a new, limited edition All Might figurine, the kind collectors lined up for. Izumi, gasping, no way. This version was discontinued years ago. Kaken, how did you even dash? She hugged him tightly, clutching the box. Izumi, thank you. This is amazing. Bakugo, blushing, stiff. Oh, don't go hugging people like that out of nowhere. He gently pulled away, clearly flustered, muttering under his breath. Bakugo, dumb woman. Izumi, grinning, you're blushing. Bakugo, turning quickly, am not. Focus on your gear, not my face. He left with a small smirk, leaving Izumi holding her gift, smiling warmly. Later noon in her quiet office, Izumi sat typing away, her focus sharp as she compiled her mission report and student progress notes. Her brows furrowed slightly, lost in thought. A soft knock on the door. Achiko, peeking in with a smile. Hey, I brought you something to keep you going. She walked in, placing a cup of hot caramel coffee next to Izumi's keyboard. Izumi, grateful. Uraraka. You're a lifesaver. Thank you. Achiko, pulling a chair over. So, I wanted to share something. My organization's been working on a support program for kids with disabilities. Quirk-related, trauma-related, it doesn't matter. We're setting up special classes and therapists. Izumi, lighting up. Achiko, that's amazing. That's exactly what we need in this society. Not just rescuing, but nurturing. Achiko, nodding right. I figured you'd get it. I remember how you were always thinking about people who couldn't defend themselves. They shared a quiet smile like the old school days were echoing back. Achiko, standing up. Well, I'll leave you to your typing. Let me know if you want to join the planning board, yeah. Izumi, you bet. I'd love to help. After Achiko left, Izumi returned to her computer, but her phone buzzed beside her. New message, unknown number. Your hero costume really suits you today, Hatsushi, pretty, especially the way your hair curls down your shoulder. I see everything. Angel. Izumi blinked, her heart skipping. Her eyes scanned the room. Izumi, whispering, what the hell? She reread the message. Creepy. Personal. She slowly locked the phone and placed it face down. Izumi, muttering to herself, it's probably a stupid prank. Just ignore it. But the unease lingered in her chest. Nighttime, the scent of pizza and takoyaki filled the agency as Ida and Todoroki walked in carrying bags of food. Ida, grinning, refueling the team is just as important as patrolling. Todoroki, calmly, Ida chose too much again. Everyone gathered around tables. A pause in work. Laughter and chatter filled the room. Mineta, screeching, Denki, that slice is mine. Denki, chewing mid-sentence, finders, eaters, loser. Yamamo, Jairu, Achiko, and Mina chatted in a corner about dresses, perfume, and the weekend shopping sale. Mina, Yamamo's got this boutique list that's to die for. Achiko, giggling, if we don't drag Izumi along, she'll live in that costume. Meanwhile, Todoroki, Kirishima, Bakugo, Shinso, and Ida were huddled around a bench, eating and discussing mission logistics and Endeavor's new patrol routes. Kirishima, Shoto, your old man's getting less scary now. What gives? Todoroki, deadpan, he's not less scary. You're just getting numb to him. Bakugo, grumbling, quit talking about that flame BSDRD while I'm eating. At the edge of the room, Izumi quietly slurped ramen. eyes occasionally flicking to her phone screen. New message. Unknown number. I love how you curl your lips when you're confused. Even now you're eating ramen with seaweed. Right. Her spoon paused midair. Her eyes widened. Izumi, whispering they're watching right now. Her eyes darted to the windows, then the corners of the room. She quickly powered off her phone. Shinso, noticing something wrong. Izumi, forcing a smile, just spam texts. Nothing big. But in her mind, alarms were starting to go off. Izumi's apartment, late night after a long day. Izumi finally returned home. She slipped into her silky lavender pajamas, her hair tied in a loose bun. She sat on her small dining table, papers and crayons spread out as she planned a creative lesson for tomorrow's class. She turned on her phone. New message, unknown number. You look so tired walking home today. Still appealing, though. That black bag doesn't match your shoes, by the way. Attached was a photo, a clear shot of her from earlier that evening, walking down the sidewalk. Izumi's hands trembled. The phone slipped from her fingers, clattering on the table. Her heart pounded. Izumi, breathless how? She shot up and began checking the door locked. She rushed to the windows, peering through the curtains into the street below. Locked. She double-checked everything, pulling the curtains tightly shut and turning off most lights. The room grew dim and tense. Izumi, to herself, whispering, get it together. It's probably someone messing around. Maybe a paparazzi. A fan. No, this is too specific. She sat back down on the couch, clutching a throw pillow to her chest, her gaze fixed on the darkened windows. Izumi, softly, who are you? She couldn't sleep easily that night. Next morning, kindergarten sunlight poured into the classroom as colorful paper decorations dangled from the ceiling. Izumi, though tired, put on her best smile as she led the kids through a lesson on personal safety. Izumi, gently, okay, my little heroes. If someone you don't know asks you to follow them, what do? Kids, in unison, say no and tell a grown-up. Izumi, smiling exactly. And if someone makes you uncomfortable, even a little, you talk to someone you trust, okay? The kids nodded. She knelt to demonstrate a few self-defense moves, teaching them how to yell loudly and escape a wrist grab. Just then, the classroom door opened and Kirishima stepped in with a big smile and a box in hand. Kirishima, got your colored paper and chalk DLVRY teach. Izumi, cheerful Kirishima, you're the best, thank you. As the kids cheered his name, he helped her set the supplies on a shelf. But he glanced at Izumi, noticing the tired eyes and subtle stiffness in her movements. Kirishima, lowering his voice, hey, you okay? You seem a bit off. Izumi, too quickly, oh no, I'm fine. Just didn't sleep much. Kirishima, gently, you sure? If something's bothering you, Izumi, cutting in, forcing a smile. How about lunch later before we head to the agency? I'll cook. Kirishima, smiling but concerned, of course. You got it. As he left, his smile faded slightly. He could feel it. Izumi was hiding something. Kirishima, to himself, she's tough, but she's not invincible. I'll keep an eye on her. After school, the sun began to set, casting an amber hue over the quiet street. Izumi and Kirishima sat at a small outdoor food stall, savoring grilled skewers and hot ramen. Izumi, smiling as she chewed, and then Mineta fell into the storage closet, trying to eavesdrop on Jiru and Momo's conversation again. Kirishima, laughing, he never learns, does he? Man, the agency is like a reality show sometimes. They both laughed heartily. The warm broth and light mood helped Izumi feel almost normal until suddenly she stopped eating. Her chopsticks hovered, her eyes fixated on nothing. Kirishima, noticing, hey, that's the second time today. What's wrong? Izumi, quietly, it's nothing, really just tired. Kirishima, firmly, Izumi. No jokes, no brush-offs. You're scaring me. Izumi bit her lip, lowering her gaze. She reached for her phone and opened the message thread. With shaking fingers, she passed it to him. Izumi, softly, he knows what I wear where I go. He even sent a photo of me walking home. Kirishima stared at the screen. His smile faded completely. His hands clenched around the phone. Kirishima, what the hell, You've had this going on and didn't tell anyone. Izumi, quickly, I am telling someone. You, please, don't tell the others. I don't want them to worry or make it worse. Kirishima, lowering his voice. You really think Bakugo won't explode if he finds out someone's targeting you? Or Todoroki just sitting back? Izumi, desperate, please, Ijiro. Just for now. I need time to think. Just be there for me. Kirishima sighed, visibly torn. Kirishima, I'll keep quiet for now, but only because you asked. I'll keep an eye on you. But I swear, if it gets worse, Izumi. Nodding, I know, thank you. They sat quietly after that. Kirishima glanced around more frequently, his instincts on alert. Later at the agency, the common room was buzzing except for Kirishima, who sat at his desk, unusually focused and intense while signing forms. Denki, poking him, yo man, did you eat something spicy? You're sweating lightning. Mineta, or maybe you're in love. Kirishima, not now, guys. His stern tone surprised them. Across the room, Bakugo, Shinso, and Todoroki looked up. Bakugo, bluntly, what's your deal, hair for brains? Todoroki, softly, you're not the type to sulk. Something happened. Shinso, leaning forward, if you don't tell us, I might have to ask you my way. Kirishima looked up, meeting Shinso's eyes. He sighed and threw his pen down. Kirishima, seriously, fine. But you didn't hear it from me. He glanced toward Izumi's office, making sure she wasn't around. Kirishima, Izumi has a stalker. She's been getting creepy messages from an unknown number. Pictures too. One from when she was walking home. She told me not to say anything, but it's too serious. A heavy silence fell over the group. Bakugo growling, what the hell? Todoroki's eyes narrowed. His hands clenched slightly, ice crackling quietly at his fingertips. Shinso, calm but cold, she's being watched. That's not a joke anymore. That's dangerous. Denki and Mineta, stop joking completely. Bakugo, standing up, she should have told me. We need to find this BSDRD. Now. Kirishima, worried, she begged me not to tell, but yeah, I couldn't just sit on it. Shinso, decisively, let's work quietly. Find him before she gets hurt. The atmosphere shifted. What had started as another normal agency day now carried a grim, focused energy. Izumi's safety had just become everyone's top priority. Izumi's home. Late night, Izumi sat on her sofa in her silky pajamas, grading papers with a warm drink beside her. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table again. Unknown number. You look disgusting with Red Riot. He doesn't deserve to sit that close to you. A photo followed. It was her and Kirishima from earlier laughing, mid-bite of their skewers. Izumi's eyes widened. Her breath caught. Another message arrived. You looked so hot in that kindergarten outfit, you should teach adults instead. I'd be your best student. And attached another image. Her earlier that morning in front of the school, helping a child with their bag. The angle, it was recent and close. Izumi, whispering, trembling, no, not again. She flung her phone to the couch, backing away like it had burned her. Panic settled in her chest. She checked the door locked, the window secure. Her breathing got heavier. Izumi, thinking he's watching. Everywhere. Every step. I can't stay here. I need to get away, think clearly. Without a second thought, she threw on her jacket over her pajama top, stepped to the balcony, and launched herself into the sky with one for all-enhanced speed. The cold wind slapped her cheeks, but it was better than the suffocating fear in her apartment. Back to the agency's main room was oddly quiet. A large whiteboard was full of pinned photos, timestamps, and maps. Bakugo stood in front of it, arms crossed, a deep scowl on his face. Todoroki sat nearby, thinking. Shinso typed furiously into a secure laptop system. Bakugo, growling, tell me how this creep's getting photos that clean angles that close. Todoroki, he's either tailing her or has access to surveillance systems, maybe a former paparazzi. Shinso, this is personal. These messages sound too emotional, jealous. It's not just a fan, it's someone obsessed. Bakugo, punching the table. If he lays one finger on her, just then, Achiko, Yamamo, Mina, and Jairu entered, holding paperwork and snacks. Achiko, cheerfully, hey, What's with the serious faces? You all look like you're about to declare war. Denki, awkwardly, we kinda might. The girls blinked. Yamamo tilted her head in confusion. Todoroki, calmly, Izumi has a stalker. One who's been following her closely, sending her messages and pictures. The room fell silent. Mina, what? Since when? Jiraiya, wide-eyed, is she okay? Why didn't she tell us? Shinso, she didn't want anyone to worry. Kirishima found out first, but we're working on it now. Achiko, angrily, Izumi should have told me. We could be we have to find him. Now. Bakugo, gruffly, we're already on it. He turned to the board, a fire in his eyes. Bakugo, this BSDRD picked the wrong woman to stalk. The others nodded. What started as a quiet morning had turned into the beginning of a hunt, and they were all in. Night Izumi was walking down the streets. The air was cold and quiet. She held a small paper bag with bread and a cola in hand. Her stomach rumbled. She walked into a convenience store, bought a sandwich, and ate it slowly near the bench outside. She pulled out her phone and turned it on. It started ringing. Izumi, hello. Kirishima, on phone. Hey, are you okay? Where are you right now? Izumi, yeah, I'm fine. Just finished eating. I'm near the convenience store along 5th Street. Kirishima, firmly, you should go home. With everything going on, you shouldn't be walking alone like this. Izumi, smiles, you're just like Kaken now, so serious. I'll go home soon. Don't worry. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind her. Before she could react, a hand grabbed her, and a cloth was covered over her nose and mouth. Izumi shocked MFF. MM-. Kirishima, on phone. Izu. What's that sound, Izumi? The phone fell. Her cola drink spilled on the sidewalk. The sound of her muffled scream and struggling was the last thing they heard. Kirishima, panicking, she's been taken. Guys, we heard it, she's been taken. Bakugo stood frozen for a second, eyes wide, fists shaking. Todoroki's face hardened. Shinso quickly activated the emergency beacon. Minutes later, Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki, Shinso, and Denki arrived at the convenience store. Achiko, Jiraiya, and Mina followed shortly. They saw Izumi's phone on the ground, the cola bottle rolled on the sidewalk. Todoroki, this is where she was. Bakugo, low voice, she was on the phone with you, right? That means he waited until she let her guard down. Kirishima, angrily, damn it. They entered the store and went to the cashier. Shinso, we need to see your CCTV. Now. The group watched the footage. On screen, Izumi walked out while talking on the phone. A man in a black hoodie and red demon mask crept from his side. In an instant, he covered her mouth and dragged her away. They saw him put her unconscious body in the back of a black car. The license plate was blurred, covered in dirt. Denki, angrily, he planned this. Todoroki, coldly, he's been watching her every move. Denki, she's always been a magnet of creepy guys. Bakugo growls, when we find him, I'll make him pay. Mina, worried, we have to save her. Izumi, Achiko, determined, we will. She'd never give up on us, we're not giving up on her. Everyone stared at the screen, rage, guilt, and fear tightening their chests. Kirishima, clenching fists, he knew she'd be alone. This guy, he planned it. Shinso, low voice, and now he has her. Bakugo, growling, he's dead. Bakugo stormed out of the store, slamming the door open. Bakugo, to the others, everyone gear up. Now, we're not sleeping until we find her. Kirishima, softly, hold on. Izumi, we're coming. Thank you for joining us on this journey through What If Deku was reborn as Quirkless Girl. We hope you found it as captivating as we did. A big thank you to Korina Camaleolpa 8 for creating such an engaging story. Don't forget to visit their profile on Wattpad for more fantastic works. The link is in the description below. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up, share with your friends, and subscribe to Zenin Fanfics for more intriguing explorations into fanfiction and fantasy. Your support helps us create more content like this, and we love hearing your thoughts and suggestions in the comment section. See you soon in the next video.